Dancing with Demons by Celeste King.
So Samara, ready to tango with darkness?
Always am, big boy. Just name the time and place.
Picture demons, seduction, passion, and a forbidden dance of passion that'll make angels blush.
You know how to make my heart race. But you know what makes it beat faster?
Of course I do. The unabridged version of any Worlds of Protheka audiobook, where I whisper all of the naughty scenes right in your ear.
Now you're speaking my language.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com for the uncut version Dancing with Demons, and use code YouTube30 for 30% off any digital product at checkout.
Don't forget to leave a like to show your support, and subscribe to stay in the loop on daily free audiobooks on the channel.
Thank you for listening to Celeste King's Dancing with Demons.
Chapter 1. Piper. The heat of the day is unforgiving, white-hot rays blistering on my exposed shoulders as I hunch over, pulling up the samana by their roots and tossing them into my basket. I continue down the neat rows, pulling at the long green shoots until their bulbous, fragrant root is exposed. Sweat beads on my brow as I work my way down the never-ending row bend. Pull, examine, toss, bend, pull, examine, toss. Working the land is grueling, especially during the hottest part of the day, but nearly anything is better than weathering one of Oliver's moods. I cast a glance towards the cabin, worried that by thinking my uncle's name I might somehow summon him. Once upon a time, I'm sure my mother's brother wasn't the wretch he is now. Perhaps he was even kind, or knew what it was like to laugh. These days, he's little more than a slave driver. I chew the inside of my cheek as I gather our meagre harvest, so lost in thought that I don't realise I'm not alone until Cal is standing right in front of me. I put the samana into the basket, rising to my feet slowly as I take stock of the 2 village boys he's brought with him. Cal has always had a good standing in the village. His parents have some of the best livestock for miles, and we'd had good ties with his family until recently. I acknowledge him with a nod, hoping that'll get him and the other village boys to leave. But when they don't budge, I clear my throat. "How's your mother, Cal?" I ask, hoping that some friendly conversation will diffuse the mounting tension in the air. Cal's hands curl into fists at his side, his face going white with rage. "She's dead," he spits, taking a step toward me. "But you already knew that. You killed her." I flinch from the accusation like it's a physical blow, fighting the burning in my eyes. It shouldn't surprise me that he thinks her death is my fault, despite the fact that Cal's mother has been sick for a long time. Her death is exactly the kind of thing the rest of the village would blame me for. Ever since I can remember, anything bad that's happened in the village is my fault. It's like our neighbours can smell that I'm different, that there's something wrong with me. All of the other women in the village that are my age are married, and some even have children. But not a single person in this village, man, woman or child, will so much as speak to me unless they have to, for fear of contracting my curse. Cal takes another threatening step toward me, and the boys from the village follow close behind. My hands shake at my sides, but I stiffen my lip. If they want to kill me, I won't make it easy for them. "Hey!" A loud voice echoes from the direction of the cabin. My knees wobble as relief floods through me, my Uncle Oliver hobbling into the field from the cabin. Cal and the boys freeze where they are, sizing him up as if deciding whether or not he'll put a stop to their witch hunt. It's an effort not to collapse at his feet or fling my arms around his neck as he stands next to me in the field, facing down the 3 boys. "What do you boys think you're doing in my field?" Oliver asks, scrutinising each of them. They all shift on their feet nervously, the question hanging in the air before Cal opens his mouth to speak. "She killed my mother," Cal growls, pointing a finger at me, his eyes hateful and mouth twisted into an ugly scowl. I turn my gaze to Oliver, ready to defend myself if necessary, but my uncle speaks before I have the opportunity to. "Bah, that girl's been rotten since the day she was born. Ain't news that there's something wrong with her. What were you planning to do? Kill her?" I stand there, my jaw slack in my face as if he'd struck me. The words echo in my head, drowning out the stunned silence of the village boys. Rotten. Something wrong with her. Kill her. And what do you think's going to happen to a poor old farmer without his only helper, huh? I'll starve, and so will your families if they can't buy the crop she picks up. Who's going to file off my corns, trim my toenails? Are you going to do it, Cal? Humiliation races through my veins, and I look down at the dark earth between my feet, desperately trying to hide the tears welling in my eyes. Uncle Oliver is the only family I have left, but I'm nothing more than a nuisance to him. I'm only good for what I can produce, what I can do. He doesn't care about me at all. Cal grumbles in response, clearly not up to the task of caring for Uncle Oliver or the farm. Oliver snorts, waving a hand in the boy's direction as he turns back toward the cottage. That's what I thought. Go on now, he says over his shoulder. He doesn't even look back to see if I'm following him. Cal and the village boys cast glares at me before slinking off into the growing shadows of the evening. I stand in the field, watching them go and debating if I should just lie down and die right here on this plot of earth. It seems like it'd be easier for everyone. The growling in my stomach and the pitiful ache in my back spur me back to the cabin before I can entertain the thought any longer. For all of my misery in this village, it could be worse. At least, that's what I tell myself. I scoop up the basket of samanas and trudge back to the cabin. Oliver is already in his usual chair by the fireplace when I get inside, and I set about preparing dinner for the both of us, rinsing and chopping produce as I go. The cabin is silent aside from the crackling fire and the sound of my knife against the cutting board. "Aren't you going to say thank you?" Oliver asks gruffly. My cheeks flame again, and I swallow my retort. Snapping at him changes nothing, and will only send me to bed hungry. "Thank you," I respond quietly, glad that my voice doesn't betray the shame and sorrow I'm feeling. Oliver only snorts in response, not even looking at me as I set his dinner on the table beside him. I get myself a spoon, grateful to finally be sitting down to eat, when Oliver stops me. "Go take the rubbish out to that refuse pile before you eat, girl. No use letting it stink up the whole place," he grumbles through a mouthful of food. I set down my spoon, no energy left to fight him on it, and do as he says. The night air is thick and humid, muffling the sounds of the dragging bag behind me as I approach the edge of the property line. It's a welcome break from the stifling heat of the constant fire Oliver keeps burning, and the sound of his chewing, despite the gnawing hunger deep in my belly. No sooner have I dumped the rubbish on the refuse burn pile does a twig snap behind me with a resounding crack. I whirl toward the sound, my stomach turning to lead as Cal slinks out from behind a tree, little more than a dark shadow against the deepening night. 2 more shadows follow closely behind him, and something small and shiny in one of the boys' hands catches the moonlight. A knife. Terror finds me as I realise that they're here to kill me. My mind races faster than I can keep up, but my body stays rooted to the spot. I stare at them like a fool, quaking as they prowl toward me. "Did you think I was going to let you get away with killing my mom?" Cal hisses at me. I shake my head violently. I swear I didn't kill her," I plead, fearful tears already gathering in my eyes. "You're the reason she's dead, you and your curse," one of the other boys says as he circles behind me. "You're the reason my baby brother died. You're a baby killer." "We'd be better off without you. We'd probably get better crops too, without you poisoning the land," the third boy says. I clasp my hands in front of me, keeping my eyes on Cal, hoping I can appeal to the boy I've known nearly my whole life. "I would never hurt anyone, Cal. Please. You know me, your mum." The rest of my sentence dies in my mouth as Cal strikes me across the face, hard enough to send me sprawling across the earth. "Don't talk about my mother!" he bellows, his foot catching me in the ribs and knocking all of the air out of my lungs. The 2 boys behind him laugh as I gasp for breath, writhing away from Cal's foot and trying to protect my face. The 3 loom closer, bloodlust twisting their features. Adrenaline pumps through me, a wildness surging deep in my core that I can't explain. It's like a wildfire is eating me up from the inside out. Is this how everyone feels before they die? My fingertips begin to buzz, my senses heightening to the point of pain before whatever leash was on that feeling inside me snaps. A multicoloured, iridescent nimbus explodes from me, enveloping Cal and his cronies. Their eyes widen in shock, and their stupefied gazes turn to me as everything goes to hell. The boy on the left is struck first, his feet turning into translucent glass. He begins screaming and thrashing, trying desperately to move as the glass crawls up his legs, solidifying everything in its wake into what looks like a morbid sculpture. As the glass inches past his throat, his screams stop. A few seconds later, he's nothing more than a glass statue. Cal and his friend aren't fast enough to escape their fates either. The one with the knife begins screaming, the sound louder and more nauseating than anything I've ever heard. At first, I think he's screaming because of what happened to his friend. But then I hear the snapping. His bones are breaking, one by one, the skin going loose in all the wrong places as his body caves in on itself, folding itself smaller and smaller until there's nothing left of him but his knife, still clattering on the ground. Cal only has enough time to turn a horrified look on me before the magic comes for him too. His limbs begin to stretch too long for a human body, appendages bursting from his ribcage and tearing through his shirt. Spindly barbs protrude from his arms and extra appendages, his skin morphing into a hard, mottled brown carapace as he writhes in pain. His screams transform into an awful, grating, chittering sound as his body takes on the shape of a roach and begins shrinking down, 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 until he's hardly visible in the dark of the night. My eyes strain to keep track of him, my own horror turning my stomach as I spot him skittering wildly on the ground, his human head still attached to the cockroach body beneath him. I'm frozen to the spot, not sure if I should pick him up, squish him, or throw up when a green, bulbous brox leaps from the undergrowth, croaking in question at the Cal-turned cockroach. Before I can react, its elastic tongue lashes from its mouth, sticking to the shrieking cowbug and swallowing it whole. It stares at me for a moment, its 3 yellow eyes blinking at me, before it hops away. That's all I can take. I throw up, the adrenaline in my veins making me dizzy, a cold sweat clinging to my skin as I empty myself over and over onto the grass until I'm dry heaving. Where that awful wildfire inside me once burned is only emptiness, like a well-drained dry. I don't have time to think about it further, as the terror of the night's events drag me into unconsciousness.
Chapter 2. Tolman. The faces in the lecture hall all begin to blend together as my own voice echoes through the space. Of all the demonic sorcerer apprentices gathered in the hall, only a few seem to be paying any real attention to my lecture on energy expenditure. Tregonath, I call, halting my lesson to call out the Sosgaroth. A pair of pitch-black eyes meet mine warily from the back row as the demon raises himself to his full height. Master, Tregonath responds cautiously. Come stand up here with me, I say, motioning to the front of the lecture hall. Choose someone to join you as well. The class grumbles, heads turning toward the demon as he picks his way down to the lectern. He motions to a matron by the name of Azad, no doubt in the hopes of being able to out-muscle her in the exercise I'm about to put them through. A deadly mistake on his part. I have to turn toward the blackboard to hide my smile. As soon as both of the apprentices are standing beside me, I raise my voice loud enough that it echoes through the lecture hall. We've been discussing energy expenditures in terms of chaos magic. Just like with all magic, however, it's one thing to host a discussion, and something entirely different to put it into practice. I turn toward my 2 students. The point of this exercise is to see who can hold their spells the longest. One of you will hold a singular spell that requires a higher magical output. The other will hold 3 small spells simultaneously, I say, looking between them. The words are hardly out of my mouth before Turgenev steps forward, a smug look on his face. "I'll hold the smaller spells," he says, casting a gloating look at Azad. Her face is stony as she nods, though I think I detect a spark of humor in her violet eyes. "Begin," I say, motioning to both of them. The rest of the class of apprentices lean forward, the anticipation in the room palpable as their eyes dart between Turgenev and Azad. Turgenev casts a small protection bubble around the stack of papers on my lectern, then expands his magic to hold a motion-sensing spell along the outside of the protection field, before adding a series of aggressive magical sparks along the border of his motion-sensing spell. Azad, while typically quiet and studious, seems to have developed a bit of a showman's streak. With a flourish of her hands, she summons one of the largest howler beasts I've ever seen. The beast roars, and a few screams rise from the lecture hall as Azad slams a caging spell over the beast. The howler lets out the grating, high-pitched howl that earned the beast its name and claws at the magic cage. Apprentices are hooting and cheering for their classmates, placing bets on who they think is going to last the longest. Contentment and pride swell in my chest. This is what education is about. I raise my hands to the class and they settle, a tense quiet falling over the room that's only broken by the sounds of the howler and the faint buzzing of the magic permeating the space. Turgenev's brow is beaded with sweat as he squints at his spells, his protection bubble wavering under the strain of keeping up with the energy 3 spells demands. Azad is focused but doesn't seem to waver, which is good, considering a failure on her part would unleash a howler beast in the lecture hall. A scream breaks the tense silence, and I turn just in time to see Turgenev's hand smoking as his spells fail, Azad's magical cage shattering. I wave a hand at Azad's howler beast, sending the beast back where it came from before it could be unleashed on the class, and rush over to Turgenev. The titters of the class fade into the background as I examine his wound. "Idiot!" I hiss at him, healing his hand. I take a deep breath, centering myself before continuing. "You tried to take energy from another's magic to fuel your own in the hopes of showing off in front of your classmates. That is a foolish endeavor." I turn to the class, effectively dismissing Turgenev and Azad. "It requires more energy to keep up multiple spells, no matter how small, than it does to maintain one larger spell, as was illustrated by this exercise. We also received a more unexpected demonstration," I continue with a pointed look at Turgenev, "on the importance of where you draw your energy from. All energy has a price, and chaos magic is exceptionally unpredictable. You cannot draw magical energy from another Sazgoroth, not without killing yourself in the process." A Zonak appears at the door, bowing low to get my attention. "Class dismissed," I say to the gathered students as I stride to the Zonak. He grows nervous as I approach, bowing again as I loom over him. "King Asmodeus requests your presence," the Zonak murmurs at the ground. My blood goes to ice at the mention of the Hooded One's name. I nod my thanks to the Zonak before folding myself up into a pocket dimension, moving through darkness and fog before stepping out of the shadow and into the Hooded One's palace. The 2 Zonak guarding the doors of the Hooded One's throne room bow lowly to me as they pull the doors open wide. I cross the room, coming to a stop at the foot of the dais before sinking to one knee, keeping my eyes on the ground deferentially. "Hooded One," I say, keeping my eyes on the ground. "You summoned me?" "Rise," the king rumbles from atop his throne. I do as he says, waiting for the reason behind his summons, trying to keep my anxiety firmly tucked away. "There's been a powerful swell of chaos magic on the continent," he says. Although his eyes aren't visible beneath the hood, I can feel them on me, and a chill runs through me again. No matter how many times I'm summoned before the king, his presence never becomes less daunting. "Perhaps one of our apprentices is rising to their full power," I offer, unsure of where this is going. "Not on tith, on Protheka, directly beneath our city." I try to disguise my shock as I raise my eyes to where his would be for the first time this meeting. "On Protheka, Hooded One?" I echo. "A human woman seems to have a penchant for chaos magic. Find out more." I take the dismissal for what it is, bowing lowly as a Zonak approaches to escort me from the throne room. A human woman? With chaos magic? It's beyond just unheard of, it's impossible. As you wish. The Zonak leads me to one of the Hooded One's many magic rooms, outfitted with everything I could possibly need to fulfill his order. I clear the table before rolling out a map of Protheka and finding a crystal pendant. With a deep breath, I begin, casting a wide net of my magic and focusing on any source of chaos magic linked to a human woman's heart. I only find one, and as the king promised, she's located on the continent that is currently directly below Tith. I pour my magic into the crystal, allowing it to produce a vision of the location the magic is coming from. It's a small, rather ramshackle village of humans who are all dirty and malnourished. None of the humans stick out to me as the image skims over the top of their village, painting a picture of their small cabins and blooming fields. A flash of red catches my eye in the picture, and my magic instinctively homes in on the point of my interest. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen comes into focus in the crystalline image. Deep red hair falls past her shoulders, moving in a gentle breeze. Her luminescent hazel eyes are accompanied by a thick fringe of lashes set under dark brows and framed by delicate cheekbones. Something in my chest leaps at the sight of her, and it takes me a moment to fully absorb the rest of the image. She's thin. Far too thin. Most humans seem malnourished, but this girl, her body looks as if it's ready to cave in on itself. Rage moves through me so suddenly that I have to grip the edge of the table to keep from unleashing a blast of magic, my knuckles turning white as I push the rage down as swiftly as it arose. I unleash a tentative whisper of magic, feeling to see if the human beauty is the source of the swell the Hooded One sensed, and receive a whisper back. She's the one I'm looking for. I reluctantly pull my focus from her, scanning the rest of the village to see if perhaps there's another source. While she certainly holds some affinity for chaos magic, it doesn't seem like it'd be enough to warrant the king's interest. I find nothing in the rest of the village, although I pick up on some interesting whispers about a village boy named Cal. It seems that strange things have been occurring in the village, and just last night, Cal and 2 other boys from the village vanished into thin air after Cal's mother died. They seem to suspect Cal of being a dark elf magician of some kind, who murdered his mother and friends before fleeing. I don't bother to stifle my derisive snort. Only humans could concoct such an inane fantasy. While this Cal is almost certainly no magician, they may be right about the presence of magic, although I suspect it has more to do with the woman than anyone else. I turn my focus back to the human woman, unable to resist the urge to see her again. I don't know what it is about her, but she calls to something deep in my bones, something I'm helpless to defend against. I'm admiring her beauty, the softness of her skin, when she turns and looks directly at me. I shut down the image as quickly as I can, my heart leaping into my throat. She looked at me. That's ridiculous, I chide myself as I take a steadying breath, striding back toward the Hooded One's throne room. No one can see through a scrying spell. Even knowing that there's no way she could have seen me, however, I can't shake the feeling that she knew I was there, knew I was watching her. The thought is as exciting as it is terrifying. Upon my return to the throne room and after the proper greeting procedure, I report my findings to the Hooded One. Bring her to me. I nod, rising from my knee and exiting the throne room, my mind more scrambled than when I arrived. I try to shake off the feeling growing stronger in my gut, telling myself that this is nothing more than just another mission. I'll send Etho to retrieve her. The Hooded One will have what he wants, and then I can wash my hands of this whole situation. I just need to pay my old friend a visit.
Chapter 3. Piper. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and a shiver runs down my back. I twist around, still working on the crops in the dyeing, but, just like the dozen other times I turned around, no one is there. I turn back around, trying to focus on my work. I'm nearly done with my chores for the day, and I am grateful. I've been nothing but paranoid since yesterday, jumping at my own shadow and trembling at the shifting of the branches. I'm not normally so edge, but who could blame me? Last night's events keep replaying in my mind's eye, and I shudder as I try to piece together what happened. I couldn't have killed those guys. Could I? What happened to them is outside the realm of possibilities for what a mere human can do. But I'm not sure. Either way, watching their gruesome deaths has stuck with me. But it's more than that. I keep feeling eyes on me, and not just in the sense that I'm afraid the villagers are going to find out I was present for their deaths. They already blame me for enough, and I don't need any more trouble. It's just that feeling of someone staring when you can't see them, and I can't shake it, no matter where I go or what I'm doing. It's unnerving, and I'm more than ready to finish up with my work for the day and get indoors. Finishing with the sparse harvesting, I stand, dusting off my pants. With a soft sigh, I turn back toward my uncle's house and get ready to head inside. Approaching the back door, I unlace my boots and nudge the door open, but I make it one step inside, slipping free of only my left boot, when I hear Oliver's boots. "Go to the barn!" he barks from where is lounging in his favourite armchair. He doesn't even turn around. "I checked on the livestock this morning," I assure him, but he snaps around, already turning bright red in the face. He pushes up to his feet, teetering a bit around his rotund stomach as he storms toward me. "Did I ask what you did this morning? No, I told you to go to the barn. I don't need to give you more reason than that." He shoves my shoulder, and I stumble back, biting down on my bottom lip as my right ankle, still firmly planted in my boot, twists painfully. "Now get your ass down to that barn before I flay you for disobedience and throw you out on the streets to starve. I don't need a helper around here that isn't going to listen." Lowering my eyes to the ground, I whisper, "Yes, sir." He slams the door in my face, and I let my shoulders slump as I set the basket of harvested crops on the doorstep. Stuffing my left foot back in the boot and lacing them up tightly, I pick up my sapper, a tool too dull and rusted to be useful but sturdy enough to protect myself. I've been head-butted by a Torah one time too many to go to the barn without protection. It shouldn't take me long to refresh the water and sweetgrass, and then I'll be back inside before the sun fully sets. The thought helps me keep my steps light as I charge into the barn. "All right, you hungry beasts." My words trail off as my eyes adjust to the dimness of the bar in the sinking light. The Torah and Equus are scattered across the floor, not tethered in their stalls as they should be. Their hides are smearing in blood, large gaping puncture wounds gushing the last remnants of their life onto the wet ground. The stench of death clings to the air, and nausea roils in my stomach. I can handle death. I've grown up on the farm. But this is a slaughter. As I creep closer, I notice deep claw marks gouging the sides of the massive beasts, and some of their sides are crushed in like a massive weight pressed too hard on its sides. What could have done this? My eyes scan the barn, but I see nothing. Then, that awful feeling of being watched sweeps over me, and slowly I tip my head to look up into the rafters. Above me, deep in the shadows above the beams, I spot a darker area. And within that inky blackness glows two red eyes. A scream lodges in my throat, and I turn to run. I don't make it more than 2 steps before the wind swirls around me, and the massive creature lands between me and the door. I throw my hands up to protect my face, my sapper still in my hand, and I shake as I sink into a crouch. There's no use fighting this thing. I know that I won't win with the kind of damage he can inflict, and it hits me then that this is what I've been feeling all day. It's been his eyes on me that's been calling my attention, and I, like a helpless prey, went on unwittingly, letting my predator stalk me. I'm shocked when his voice breaks through the charged air between us, and his timbre is deep. It almost sounds like the crackling of fire, low and comforting. "You're hungry." I lower my arms just enough to see his eyes as he says, "Eat." I drop my hand to take him in fully, surprised to see he's holding out a round, red fruit. It looks delicious. The only fruits we manage to cultivate here at the farm are small and wrinkled and bitter. This, though, looks ripe and juicy, and my mouth waters with the thought of sinking my teeth into it. I flick my gaze back up to the demon, and I find his red eyes to be soft, glowing warm. Like his voice, it reminds me of cold nights by a fire, and I reach out subconsciously. As I take the fruit from his hand, his fingers brush against mine. Despite the claws on his fingertips, they are soft, and a shiver runs through my body, and not from fear. "Thank you," I whisper, and not wanting to offend the demon, or at least that's what I tell myself, I sink my teeth into it. The fruit's juices dribble down my chin, and I groan at how sweet it is. It's even better than it looks, and I devour half of it in 3 bites. My eyes never leave the demon's as I go, and a soft grin that looks like he's pleased with himself spreads across his dark face. I know that I should find him intimidating. He's well over 7 foot and over 3 times my width. I can see large claw-tipped wings peeking over his shoulders, made of a thick, soft membrane, and I wonder how massive they are. His whole body is corded in thick muscle and armour, as if he needs protection when he looks like a solid weapon, and I have to assume he has fangs from how he drained the livestock. And then there's the matter of his face. I've never seen a head like his, with large, curved horns jutting straight up from his temples. His ears are tall and pointed just behind his horns, and his face elongates forward almost like an eye-pin. His eyes are deep pits that glow, though I can't see the eyeball itself. Just like the woodland creature, he looks cunning, but I don't fear him. Though I should, I find something comforting in his vicious features. In fact, he's handsome in his own way. Maybe he should look like a terrifying predator, but all my mind can think of is how well someone like him could protect me, and how those teeth and claws would feel against my skin. I burn, shocked at where my thoughts are going, and to hide it, I shovel the rest of the fruit into my mouth. Why am I thinking about him like this? Just because he's tall and chiselled? He's not even human. His head looks more animalistic than humanoid, and he could probably bite my head off if he wanted to. Only he doesn't seem too inclined to do that. I wipe my sticky hands on my pants and try to dry off my chin. I made a mess, but I can't seem to find it in me to be embarrassed. In fact, a heat rushes through me as his eyes seem to flare while I lick my lips and fingers clean. "Do you want more?" I'm so drawn in by his voice that I purr a response without thinking. "Yes." I must be as red as his eyes by now because I realise he was talking about the food and not him. What is wrong with me? I'm attracted to his power. I've only ever been around scared humans with an undeserved complex. This demon, he is real power, and I want a taste. The words echo through my head, sounding so much unlike myself I don't understand them. Thankfully, he saves me from my own thoughts as he reaches over his shoulder, detaching a black cloak from his back. He unwraps it from his torso, exposing more of his sculpted chest, and snaps it in the air. The cloth takes the shape of the table, staying up as if propelled by magic, and in the blink of an eye, a feast appears on the table. It's laden with dishes I've never seen, and with a snap of his fingers, the beasts on the ground are shoved across the barn, away from me so that the smell doesn't disturb me while I eat. This demon has been more thoughtful with me in a few minutes than the people in this camp have been my entire life. "This is for me," he nods. "It's only the beginning. If you come with me, you'll never go hungry again." I suck in a breath of excitement, but I try to stem it. This could all be some big trick, or maybe I'm hallucinating again. I've gone so hungry that I've started to see things before, and it is almost always a feast. Whether or not it's real, I'm going to dive in. At least if I'm imagining a full belly and delicious flavours, I will feel happy for a moment. I take a step forward, grabbing the first thing in front of me. It's a roasted leg of an animal, some small creature I can't place, and I rip the meat from the bone. It's juicy and tender, the crust providing a great crunch, and I moan with pleasure. The demon's eyes glow brighter, and he seems just as excited as I am, though he's not eating. It only spurs me on, but as I lift the meat to my lips for another bite, the barn door flies open, and standing in the doorway is my uncle, red-faced and sweaty as his eyes narrow in on me.
Chapter 4. Etho. I recognize her uncle's presence just before she does, and I turn, ready to tear through him just as he lays on her. In his hand, he holds some kind of crude weapon with 3 spikes that look like they will break easily against my tough skin. I sneer at him, daring him to try as I bare my fangs. I've seen what a waste of space he is, how overweight he's become while he lets Piper starve. The poor girl looked like she was going to blow over when I swept down from the rafters. How could he let that happen? Not only that, but he berates the girl that does everything for her. I've seen Zonak and even dark elf slaves treated better in Tith than he treats her. It makes me sick. And right now, as he charges at me like he's protecting her from me, I lose my temper. Not that I ever have much of a grip on it, after all. I am known for my brutality. Hence, this mission. Get away from her. His words are cut off as I grip his throat, lifting him in the air as his precious weapon falls from his fingertips. I grin up at him, but unlike the soft smile I gave Piper, there's malicious intent behind it. You aren't worthy of her. I grab the hand he used to try and attack me and twist it back until I wrench his arm from his sock. I let the bones break without severing the skin. I'd hate for him to bleed out and miss the rest of this party. You aren't worthy of speaking to me. I do the same to the leg on the right side of his body. It hangs limply as I squeeze his throat harder so he can't scream, no matter how his face contorts. You aren't worthy of the beasts I drained. I make a mistake with his other leg, ripping through the skin, but I don't think he'll miss out on the last bit of pain I have to inflict, so I let him bleed. You aren't worthy of the food you kept from her. I'm less careful with this arm, ripping it clean off and chunking it away. This time a gurgle makes it past my tight grip, and his eyes start to roll back into his head. I shake him violently, rousing him no matter how much his body wants to give in. His gluttonous weight is giving me extra time to torture him, for he has a lot to bleed. Almost done, I promise him. Though I'd rather have taken my time breaking each bone of yours before I let you finally be swept away by the release of death to be tormented for all of eternity. But alas, I have other things to do today. Digging my fingers tighter into his throat, I add, and you aren't worthy of the air she breathes. I land a solid kick against his torso as I jerk my hand back, and his body flies against the wall while his throat column remains in my hand, nothing more than shatter pieces. He falls to the ground, gurgling as he suffocates and drowns in his own blood. I sigh. He didn't deserve a death that quick either. But I had to give it to him, so I toss his blood-slippery bone shards at his shattered body and turn back around, satisfied that I have handled that threat to Piper. She's no longer standing behind me, though. In fact, I don't see her, and I have to come around the cloak-formed table to find her cowering half beneath it, her small frame shaking. I frown, my stomach twisting. Regret finds me, a feeling I know so little about it takes me a moment to place it. I don't like seeing her like this, which is odd, because I usually love seeing humans cower. I'm not going to hurt you, I assure, crouching down so that we are eye to eye. She tenses, but her eyes dart to look at me. For the first time ever in my life, I try to make myself look smaller, less intimidating. I shouldn't have made you watch that. For that, I'm sorry, but I cannot apologize for giving him what he had coming. She starts to unclench a little, turning to look at me fully now. And why did he have it coming? Because he was terrible to you. I reach out without thinking and pat her knee. To my surprise, she doesn't shrug me off or cringe. She looks down at my hand and then back up at me with a tired sort of expectation. You should be treated better. I can feed you and give you a proper home. Sucking a deep breath, I feel a little nervous as I ask, "Will you come with me?" I know that I have to take her no matter what, but I need her to choose me. I'm not sure what it is, but I want to protect her at all costs. Despite being human, I don't see her as frail or useless. She has a strength brimming in her I admire, and she's so gorgeous. I've never met anyone like this. But she's not yours, I remind myself. Piper nods, coming closer so that our knees are nearly brushing. "I'll go with you." "Come then." I feel no need to waste more time. I lead her outside, letting my wings expand, and she takes them in, her eyes going wide. When she takes a step forward to examine them, I curve one wing forward, and she reaches out to touch it. I don't let her see the effect it has on me, but she feels damn good, and I flick it back, stepping closer to her. "Ready?" She giggles, and she looks so damn cute that I understand why Tolman kept talking about her beauty. It has swept me away. "I'm surprised you can talk," she confesses as I stoop to lift her up. I know I should feel offended, but I only smirk, especially as she presses against my chest. I want to stand her forever just holding her against me, but I know I can't. "Most demons can talk," I tell her. "Did you think I was just some beast that wandered in?" Piper shrugs. "You're not what I expected." Her voice is soft, and it strikes something in me. That's all I know. I nod, looking away from her before my face gives me away. Something stirs in my chest, but I block it out as I shove off the ground, my wings sweeping hard to catch the wind. With my powerful wingspan, we're high above Protheka in a matter of seconds, and by the time Piper's mind catches up, she lets out a scream and twists in my arms. "Hey, it's okay," I tell her, climbing higher. "I'm not going to drop you." And what I say is true. I won't drop her. But there is little I can do when a cone of fierce wind whips her free of my arms with such force I can't hold on. I feel the tingles of her chaos magic forming the strong winds as she panics, and even as she plummets, I am impressed at her skills. But I won't let anyone or anything hurt her, including herself. I dive, telling myself that she cannot get a scratch on her. Asmodeus would not allow it. That's not the reason for my hammering heart, though, no matter how I try to ignore it. I want her back in my arms. I need to know that Piper is safe. How did I get so mixed up with a human girl so quickly? I swoop under her, and she lands in my arms again safely. I'm careful not to hold her too tight, as I wrap my arms around her in a better grip, but I keep my tone light and my smile bright as I tell her, "See? I won't let anything happen to you." I fell. Her magic is stirring again, and I nod as I beat my wings harder, trying to make it up to the island. "I know, but I caught you. You need to calm down, though, so it won't happen again. I need you to trust me." Piper squeezes her eyes shut and sucks in a deep breath. I twist the hand behind her head to stroke her hair gently. That's it. We're almost there. With us like that the entire flight, we finally make it to Tith together. She dares a peek as I crest the edge of the island, and this time when she twists in my arms, it's out of curiosity and not panic. "Where are we?" Her voice is full of wonder. "Your new home," I answer. And although I want to take her right to my place, I force my wings to keep beating until I land at the base of Tolman's twisted tower. As I set her on her feet, she turns to look at me, and again, I'm struck with how sharp her hazel eyes are, and I just want to run my hand through her red locks. But I keep still. "Are you going to eat me?" she asks abruptly, eyeing me, and I cough up a laugh. "What?" I shake my head. "I told you I wouldn't let anything hurt you." "Then why am I here?" The door creaks open, and it pains me as I take a step back. "You're going to have to Tolman that." I incline my head toward the other demon, and she blinks as she takes him in. I'm sure she'll find him more suitable. He's not a monster that might eat her. He's a scholar, and made more like the dark elves with immense power like her. And I'm just a brute. Tolman regards her with hungry eyes that make me want to tackle him, but I keep it buried deep in me. I need to get control of myself. I've never been a jealous creature, especially not with Tolman, and I shouldn't care what he does with her. So, I turn on my heel without another word and push up into the air. Piper doesn't call after me, and I wish that didn't hurt me so much.
Chapter 5. Tolman. So, I begin, doing my best to keep a rumble of pleasure out of my voice. You're the little human that's caused all this fuss. She shrinks under my gaze as if she could get any smaller. Even as Etho storms away, I can taste the heat of his pheromones all over her like a shroud. As if he meant to protect her from something, and with the flecks of blood on the rags that serve as her clothes, I can only imagine how he procured her. Yet she doesn't look afraid exactly, more defiant as she straightens again, tensing her narrow shoulders. Her contemplative hazel eyes rove over me, and I have to wonder what she sees. A fuss? She asks, looking around the empty foyer of my tower. I don't see a fuss. Mouthy too, I think, considering that she is a singular guest among our kind. Not like the pathetic human chattel that were abducted from Protheka's surface, or even the stray dark elf slaves that have infiltrated the lower caste by way of misfortune. No. She is unique in her invitation to tith. That is because you have yet to meet with the hooded one. Her pupils narrow slightly, but she looks down before I can fully read her expression. Her mouth forms a little, "Oh," but she says nothing else. It gives me a moment to drink her in. The human's fingers twine together with what I can only expect is apprehension. Etho handled her well enough, not marring her translucent flesh with teeth or claws. I must give the Trollvor credit where it's due, and she's as gorgeous as I first expected, if not incredibly malnourished. There's something alluring about the narrow shape of her, even in her wretched state. A bath and some oils will do wonders for her supple flesh, I have no doubt, but I must put her at ease first. My name is Tolman, I say in a low, gentle tone which stirs her from her stupor, and you are a welcome guest in my home. What might I call you? Her gaze finds me again, and I have to steady my breathing. She doesn't answer straight away, her knuckles going white as her fingers lace tighter together. My name? Even her hesitation is charming. I want to kneel in front of her, so that our faces are level. I want to push the tangled hair out of her eyes and tell her everything is going to be all right, that she's safe with me. But is she? When I intend to hand her over to the king? Have you forgotten it? I ask with muted amusement, realizing how I loom over her diminutive form. No wonder she is nervous, but she seemed comfortable in Etho's presence, and that rubs me the wrong way. He is a lowly Trollvor, and I am a Sosgaroth. It's Piper. Piper, I echo, rolling the name on my tongue. It's simple and short, but it suits her in a way I didn't expect it to. I hold out a hand to her, a gesture of benevolence. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Piper. Surprise finds her as she meets my eye again, a charming rouge taking over her soft features, even the tips of her rounded ears. I want to study her closer, but time does not permit it. She shifts on her feet, and I realize I've done little to put her at ease since she arrived. Let me show you around my tower. It's not quite so grand as the castle, but it does have its own charming little secrets. I don my kindliest smile, close-lipped, lest she take it as a threat. Her mouth opens as if she means to speak, then she closes it again and nods. And in a shock to us both, it seems, she takes my hand. It's small in mine, delicate and frail, but there's a strength to the gesture I cannot deny. She has been around demons for a handful of hours, and still, she trusts us. I'm burning to know what Etho said to her that made her so compliant. This way, I say, leading her deeper into my tower, beyond the first level where my students take up residence during their studies. It is empty now. I made sure of it as soon as I knew that Piper was on her way. Now, only a stray Zonak, and a few dark elf slaves skitter by, avoiding our focus. This is the main level, where I instruct the young Sazgoroth in the art of chaos magic when their powers manifest. I try not to stare at her too long, but I catch when her eyes widen with curiosity. Much of my work, however, is conducted upstairs. It is easier to focus when I'm not surrounded by chatter. I almost scoff at the notion when I realize it could have come across as too harsh, then soften my tone. Of my students, I correct. Sometimes I think they may be deaf to my voice. A small smile finds her, and it makes something in my chest flutter when she finally speaks again. I have no trouble hearing you. Pleasure radiates through my limbs at her simple words. I smile in turn, letting my sharp teeth show, but only a little. I'm glad. How many students do you have? I blink at her query, guiding her up the stairs to the second level, where the more interesting, and far more dangerous, spells are cast. Well, I suppose you could say it changes by the day. I have 4 classes for the students, but depending on their talents and masteries, they may move to different classes as is suitable to their needs. At any time, I would say, near 100. Some Sazgoroth never stop learning, and my 4th class is for them. Those that wish to hone their skills can find solace up here. I point out the sprawling rooms open for practice and study, then continue down the hall. The library is just down this way, containing copies of all the tomes we salvaged from Tith's records from before. I don't want to say much, not sure exactly what the human knows about Galmaleth and the origin of our kind. Hopefully nothing. But she doesn't seem deterred, her curiosity getting the better of her. I can even see a sheen of chaos magic glisten across her skin. It shocks me a little to see it appear over such warm flesh, but it's a delicious surprise. I stop myself from running my hand over her arm to excite the magic there. So much potential lives beneath her skin, and she hardly knows it. What a pity that she belongs to the Hooded One. I could learn so much from her. Chaos magic, she says with little reverence. That's what I did, wasn't it? I hesitate to answer, but she deserves to know the truth. Yes, that is what made us aware of your existence on Protheka. Humans, they aren't compatible with magic, but you are. I study her a little harder this time, unafraid that she's going to bolt. You're a conundrum. There's pain in her eyes that disappears before I can fully understand it, a smile breaking over her face again that banishes the misery. I always have been, it seems. So, you're a teacher? How quickly she changes the subject, I consider. Yes. I have been at my craft for a very long time. Even my equals come to me for guidance with chaos. It is not a magic to be trifled with. But enough about me. I stop at a room suited for a woman of her station among us. I'm sure you're terribly uncomfortable in those rags. There is a bath already waiting for you, and a new outfit that I think will suit you better. I raise her hand to my lips, hesitating. What would her flesh feel like against my lips? Her breath hitches at the simple gesture, anticipating my caress when I relinquish her hand instead, letting it drop to her side. I open the door to the suite and glance past her. I'll wait for you here. Her cheeks redden further as she ducks into the room, closing the door softly behind her. I take a deep and steadying breath, doing my best to control the desire that lashes inside of me. I want her, more than just for her magic. She is radiant, and I know the matron's garb will suit her thin frame well. I don't know that I'll be able to control myself when she re-emerges, so I calm my nerves with a small cantrip, letting a chill settle over my flesh. It rouses me from this ridiculous urge, allowing me to wait with all the patience of the 7. The door creaks open after a time. I don't know if this is how I'm supposed to wear it. She tugs at the cut of leather over her shoulder, adjusting it slightly. All my magic could have abandoned me in this moment, and I wouldn't care. It hurts to look upon her, knowing that she doesn't belong to me. That is exactly right. Come, we're running behind. I know my way to the castle, but we take a meandering path there. I want to spend as much time with Piper before she is offered to the hooded one. Like a sacrifice, I think, hoping the outfit makes her appear more imposing. But she is soft beneath the hard edges of the leather. I sense a presence not far behind us, as if he's been following ever since we left my tower. The human is no wiser, but I call out to him, never pausing in my step. Reveal yourself, Trollvor. There's no point in slinking in the shadows. Just as Piper looks up at me, a gust of wind billows around us, and a dark figure cuts down from the sky, landing in our path. He rises to his full height, and I can hear Piper's relief in her voice. Etho! He maintains his distance from us, even as the human moves to approach him without fear. I was ensuring that no one barred your path. Then walk beside us, I say, inviting him with a wave. No demon would be foolish enough to confront a Sazgaroth and a Trollvor at once. Piper glances up at me with a smile. It warms my cold heart, but I don't let it show. Etho scowls but shrugs. Fine, I do prefer the sky, though. Noted, I say, carrying on with our silent trek, Etho falling into step on her other side. I hate to admit that it is a comfort to have him there, even if my magic is sufficient to keeping her safe. Another pair of claws never hurts. The castle cannot be missed, and when we get within sight, Piper lets out a small gasp. I catch her hand for comfort, thumbing the delicate flesh of her palm. It is all I'm allowed in our short acquaintance, and I'm going to cherish it. The Trollvor guards open the way to us, but as we enter, another is leaving. A Volvoth that I know only by necessity. He's a creature that slinks around the hooded one, and yet holds scant little standing within Tith. I do not acknowledge him, issuing a frown, but Ulstrath doesn't take the hint. Well, hello there, he says, despite a low growl from Etho, measuring up our ward. What is this now? He looks from Piper to us, and his red eyes narrow. She shrinks against me, while Etho takes a step forward. No one in their right mind would cross this particular Trollvor, unburdened by the station of his equals. It does not concern you. It could. Ulstrath trails off, regarding our small entourage with some humor. How I'd love to be cut into whatever you're doing for the king. It never hurts to have a little extra muscle around, especially with everyone clawing for these humans. His words send a chill up my spine. Ulstrath only means to increase his reputation with the hooded one, and I'm not interested in surrounding Piper with more demons than necessary. Etho, I trust. Ulstrath, not at all. Leave before I send a cloud of stinging dust after you. Trust me, I say, putting a hand to my chest. You will not enjoy it. Even as Ulstrath scowls, I don a simmering sneer, but his eyes never leave Piper. You are lucky, Sazgaroth, he says dismissively, taking all of her in with his searching gaze. She is a beautiful one. Etho cuts in, but not before I notice Piper going red again. Get lost, Volvoth. Ulstrath offers a wink in her direction before he does so, and the rest of our short journey is thick with silent tension. Did she like the attention? I hate to admit it, but her ears are red again. And she's smiling. I share a heated glance with Etho, who expresses the same guarded fury as I'm feeling. Let's get this over with, I growl, pushing past the Trollvor guards and into the throne room with Piper in tow. She is good at following closely, but when her gaze falls on the hooded one, she goes unnaturally still. Tolman, comes the hooded one's resonating voice. What is this you bring me? The woman you asked for, I say, noticing how her skin has gone too pale, and her limbs are starting to shake. Etho drops his attention to her as I converse with our king. Just as you requested. That is not a wielder of chaos, he snarls. It is a leaf in the wind. Her breath is coming rapidly now, making Etho glance up at me with some measure of panic, himself. He doesn't dare speak, however, trying to rub the warmth back into her flesh. Perhaps, but... A scream interrupts me, high and thin as the air leaves her body, and she slumps to the floor in a heap of leather and limbs. Etho is there to catch her, and I'm grateful for him in this moment. "You were saying?" the Hooded One asks. I firm my jaw. I made no mistake with her. She is the one you are looking for. I saw her destructive powers with my own eyes, and I sent Etho after her. He says, his gauntleted claws digging into the armrest of the throne. If you are so resolved, then I want you to assess her magical abilities. I expect the results of such a study to be done before I see your miserable face again. I rock back on my heels as Etho hoists her into his arms and feels her throat for a pulse. There is one, and I can tell by the way his shoulders soften. But he's still tense under the scrutiny of the Hooded One. So am I. Yes, my king. But I worry for the little human in our care if he is not pleased. We all witnessed what happens to those who are of no value to the King of Demons.
Chapter 6. Piper. Tolman, I call out to him, still trembling. He managed to rouse me after we exited the throne room and set me back on my feet. Where are we going? He slows. He was so different before that hooded figure, the king, they said, and it seems he's still coming back to himself. I want the warm demon, ironically, that I met when I was first brought here. He was so kind, and the way he looked at me, well, it's not like he is now. Tolman's whole body is stiff, like he's on high alert, and his eyes are cold, though they do soften when he looks to me. As he waits for me to reach his side, his brow creases, and I can see a war of emotion in his eyes. Ultimately, he gives in to his warmer side, offering me a sympathetic smile. Sorry, I should have explained. He sucks in a deep breath and I take a step closer. I don't even think about it. Just like with Etho, who had to leave once I woke up. I just feel so drawn to him. And the way that his eyes take me in. Well, I've seen men who look at women like that back in the camp. But no one has ever looked at me that way. It sends a shiver down my spine in anticipation. My tower, as you know, serves many purposes. I am taking you to a room where young Sosgaroths practice magic. It's a safe place, devoid of any way to hurt yourself so you can freely practice. It even has magic barriers in place to keep you protected, if needed. But I don't understand. Why do I need to go there? He smiles at me and my heart stumbles. Suddenly, all my questions die out. It's not fair that he's so handsome, and when he reaches down to take my hand, warmth floods my body. Let me show you. I think I'd let this demon lead me anywhere with that sultry voice, so smooth unlike Etho's crackling tone. They draw me in with their soothing timbres, and although they are so different, I am intrigued by both. He leads me to a massive room. It's a big, empty dome, save for the locker on the far wall. Tolman drops my hand and strides toward it, pulling open the door, and inside, I spot numerous instruments inside. I shiver, and I'm not if it's in fear or anticipation as I take in what's waiting for me. But Tolman only plucks a dark rock the size of his palm from one of the shelves, before shutting the cabinet. My brows furrow as I take it in, but he shakes his head at me, grinning mischievously. This is going to be fun, I promise. But I do need you to disrobe. My jaw drops open. Disrobe? Yes. The fabrics can disrupt the process. I want to remove anything that may tamper with our test. I can't just get naked in front of you because you said, trust me. I just can't. My cheeks burn, and I don't want to admit that no man has seen me naked before. It makes me uncomfortable to think that the first one that I only met today. But it also sends a tendril of excitement through me. He's not just a man. He's a demon, and that makes this whole process terribly exciting. I should be more afraid of him, but I find myself thrilled by it all. He looks at me like no one else has, not even a simple human man. Tolman possesses great power, and yet he watches me like he wants to devour me. How can I resist him when a demon looks at me like I'm the most important thing in the universe? The stakes of his fierceness only makes me want to strip down more. I don't know, I mumble, holding on to my last shred of logical thought. I know that I shouldn't, that I should be more modest and self-preserving than that. But there's a large part of me that doesn't want anything between us. I want to feel his magic, or his hands, on my body without anything blocking it. Here. He grips the edge of his shirt. Will it help if you're not the only one? He tosses the fabric over his head, and heat soars through my body. Oh gods, he's ripped. His obsidian body is made of fine muscle, chiseled to perfection. I want to run my fingers down his chest and over his abs. I cross my ankles to still the throbbing between my thighs. Maybe. Let me help you. Tolman's hands are even more gentle than his words, and when his fingers brush over the skin at the hem of my shirt, I shudder. He grins, lifting it slowly as he continues to trail up my sides lightly. He's giving me every opportunity to stop him, but I don't want to. The truth is that I want him bad. I want to touch him, to know what it's like for him to touch me, and when he tosses my shirt aside and reaches for my pants, I let him peel them off. Should I lose mine as well? He rumbles. Maybe not. A soft chuckle escapes him, and I want to melt into a puddle on the floor. Too tempting. I bite my lip, but I don't know how to respond. The answer is yes. The answer is I'm already wet enough, and he's going to find out, but I kind of want him to. The answer is if he takes off his pants, I may not be able to hold back. So I say nothing. I'm too shy to say any of the thoughts running through my head. Instead, I just say, do all my clothes need to go? I'm still standing in my underwear, and he takes a step closer so that my arm brushes his abs, and I swear he's trying to undo me. Yes. He grips the waistband of my underwear. They do, but only for a moment. Oh, okay. He takes that as his cue, and he bends, tugging my underwear down. With a quick flick, he undoes my bra, and now I'm bare before him. Just as I expected, his gaze chases over my frame, and I feel like a fireball about to explode as he takes in every inch of my body. When he finally reaches my eyes, his yellow ones flash. That should do. Lightly, he trails his finger down the inside of my forearm and catches me around the wrist. He pulls me softly to the centre of the room, and I notice there's a circle on the floor. He paces behind me, gently resting his hands on my hips to move me in place, and though his touches are light and gentle, they fill me with a deeper longing. I love the way it feels to have him touch me, and I'm close to begging him for more when he finishes positioning and looks up at me. Everything all right? I gulp, nodding. Am I making a fool of myself? Probably, but who cares? When did I ever think I'd let a demon strip me bare? I might as well take advantage of it. Here. Tolman presses the gemstone into my hand, and I have to force myself to remember what I'm doing here. He's going to show me. Taking a step back, he lifts his hand into the air, muttering in a harsh language I don't recognise. I feel his magic settle over me, though, and I realise that he must have cast a spell. Instantly, the stone starts to glow. I'm shocked by it, and for a moment, my attraction and throbbing need for Tolman is forgotten. I look down with a gasp to see it shining with every colour I've ever seen, the rays colliding within the stone and mixing. They are swirling together, creating new shades and colours, and then flashing white. It's like seeing all the colours and none at once, and I hear Tolman take a step closer. That gemstone tests for the strength of a sorcerer. The more colours, the more magic. The faster they swirl, the more powerful. I lift my eyes to his to see them filled with awe. You possess very powerful chaos magic. As he says it, I feel the odd flares that I've tried to ignore. It feels much like when Tolman cast his spell over me, and it claws at the inside of me, begging for release. With the demon just before me, I nearly give in. Then I remember how I killed someone the last time the magic flared, and the stone turns black. "You're shutting it out," he tells me. "You're afraid of it." "It's not good. It destroys things." "No." Tolman walks around me, stopping behind me. I can feel him hovering just behind me, warm and strong though he doesn't touch me. "It does what you want or need. Your magic has reacted when you need to be saved, but it doesn't have to lash out. You can master it." "How?" I want to sink back to him. I feel so small and afraid, and he wraps his hands around my upper arms, rubbing the skin with his thumbs. All I can think about is how good it feels to have him this close with his hands on me, and with my mind relaxing, the magic flows through me. "Good girl," he whispers, and I can feel my arousal build between my thighs. "Lean into it." I know it's not what he said, but I lean back, getting just a little closer to him, and lost in my desire, I let the magic in. The gemstone glows even brighter than before, and the heat behind me starts to dissipate as he walks around me. He stops just in front of me, staring down at the gemstone with a grin. He looks thrilled, and pride fills me at knowing I did that. Tolman lifts his gaze to take me in, my magic flowing easily now and thrumming through my blood. He takes one step toward me, raising a hand to cup my face, and I gasp. My body trembles under his touch, more so than when he was behind me. Maybe because I can see him now. "Very good job," he says, and he strokes my cheek. I don't move, don't say anything. I'm too scared and intrigued, frozen as he touches me. I'm naked and alone with him, and it's not lost on me that he could do whatever he wants to me. So what is his next move?
Chapter 7. Tolman. It's an effort to keep my eyes on her face, although her face is no less beautiful than the rest of her. Having Piper stand before me completely bare is testing every bit of self-control that I have. Her hazel eyes sparkle as she looks up at me, something like trepidation and desire written in her features. My gaze falls to her lips, and I move my thumb across them, savoring their fullness. I want to kiss her, to taste her, more than I've wanted anything in the past century, but the unease rolling off of her keeps me from pushing things too far. If it were any other human woman, I likely would have taken what I wanted by now, chaos magic or not. But Piper is different. Piper makes me different. I don't want to rush anything with her. Hell, I don't even know if she's interested in me, and that matters more to me than it ever has before. I don't want to push her into doing anything she isn't ready for. Even worse, I don't want her to agree and fall into my bed because she's scared, or lonely, or thinks she has to in order to survive. I want her to want me the way that I want her, and I want to be able to take my time in showing her just how badly I've wanted her from the moment I saw her. She seems so innocent in so many ways, as if no one has ever looked at her in the way a man looks at a woman. Piper behaves as if no one has ever touched her, wrenched her pleasure from her over and over. Desire burns under my skin as I drop my hand from Piper's face, turning away from her. While my back is to her, I readjust myself against my too tight pants, praying she hasn't noticed the evidence of my attraction to her. I need to get a grip. Thinking this way only complicates everything, and will make things even harder than they need to be, especially considering that the hooded one has plans for her. I grab a soft white robe off of the wall, taking a cooling breath before turning back to Piper. Her eyes are on the ground, an emotion I can't quite place on her face, her cheeks stained a beautiful crimson. Piper wraps the robe around herself wordlessly, and a pit hardens in my stomach at the sudden shift in her behavior. She's typically shy, but this seems different. She steps toward the door, her eyes still on the ground when I intercept her, gently catching her chin in my fingers and lifting her face to mine. "What is it? What's wrong?" I ask her softly, searching her eyes for any indication of what's upset her. Surprise and something like embarrassment flashes through her eyes as she shakes her head. "Nothing's wrong," she says, though her voice wavers. I only look at her expectantly, and I know that she knows I don't believe her for a second. Piper smiles softly at me, reaching a small hand up to wrap around my wrist beneath her chin. I fight a shudder at her touch, the way it feels to have the soft pads of her fingers graze the sensitive skin of my inner wrist. I promise, Tolman, nothing's wrong. She offers me another sweet smile, and I release her chin, albeit a bit reluctantly. One of the lesser servants appears in the doorway, and while I instructed him to arrive to take Piper to her room, I have half a mind to send him away and escort her myself, if only to spend more time with her. Unfortunately, I have other duties to attend to. I give the Zonak a sharp nod, chiding myself mentally for hating the passant servant for simply being near Piper. This Zonak will escort you to your rooms, I say as I turn to Piper, placing both of my hands on her upper arms. I'll be in my study. If you need me, there will be Zonak around to attend to your every need. Don't hesitate to send one of them for me. Piper nods, looking at me as if she has something to ask, but seemingly decides better of it as she turns to follow the Zonak down the hall. Tolman? I look up at the sound of her voice to find her lingering in the doorway, looking unsure. Yes? Thank you. For taking care of me, I mean. Her gratitude for such a simple thing nearly cleaves my heart in two. The fact that she thinks she needs to thank me for being decent, for simply existing without hurting her. You don't need to thank me, I reply, my voice rougher than I'd care to admit. Piper just smiles and shrugs at me before disappearing down the hall, and I'm left with only my thoughts. The room feels far too empty without Piper in it, so I don't linger long, heading to my study instead. There's plenty for me to do, tomes and papers and various correspondences waiting on my desk regarding the chaos magic phenomenon and the various lectures I host over it. But I can't seem to focus. No matter what I pick up and begin working on, I can't follow any train of thought for too long, unless it has to do with Piper. This continues for quite some time, where I pick up a book to read and find myself rereading the same page over and over without ever coming away with a better understanding of the words on the page. Or I sit down to write a lesson for the apprentices and find myself staring at a blank sheet of paper with the pen hanging limply in my hand. I growl, frustration getting the better of me, and pinch the bridge of my nose. I don't know how I'm going to get any kind of work done knowing that Piper's in this house. All I can do is think about her, think about going up to her room and talking with her, laughing with her. The fact that I'm behaving like a ridiculous whelpling with his first crush only irks me further. I'm seconds away from ripping the whole study apart in irritation when a knock echoes through the room, the door swinging open before I even have time to respond. You could have at least waited for me to say come in, I grumble at Etho, who gives me a lopsided grin, putting his fangs on full display. You're in a mood, he comments lightly as he plops himself into one of the armchairs across from the desk, readjusting his wings to fit over the low back. How'd the test go? Etho asks. The forced lightness in his tone has my eyes sliding to him with barely concealed suspicion. The test went fine. Why? He shrugs, not quite meeting my gaze. Just curious. What do you mean, fine? I mean fine. She holds the magic the hooded one suspected she does. She just needs time to learn how to use it. Those humans have convinced her that it's dangerous, something to be feared, so she suppresses it. Etho bristles at the mention of the humans from Piper's village, and a part of me feels validated by his reaction. If I'm not the only one that resents those monsters for the way they treated Piper, then that proves that they were truly horrible and I'm not just being possessive or overprotective out of sentimentality. Unless... And how is she now? Etho asks, oblivious to the realization that's dawning on me. She's fine, I respond, sharper than I intend to. Etho groans, rolling his eyes. Again with the fine. For a scholar, you seem to have a limited vocabulary today. He pokes, grinning at me. His grin fades some as he gets a good look at my face. What? Etho asks warily. Why are you asking so many questions about Piper? Something falters in Etho expression, a wall falling between us that hasn't been there since we were children. It's all I need to confirm my suspicions. Etho has feelings for Piper. I don't know what to do with this information as we stare at each other across my study. I'm not typically jealous or possessive, especially not when it comes to my oldest and dearest friend. And yet, does she want Etho too? Am I only standing in their way by wanting her? The thought sends white-hot envy bolting through me. Of course she'd want strong, funny Etho over a bookish magician. I shove the thought down, appalled at the childish feeling but still unable to wholly shake it. I'm just curious, Etho says, the forced lightness not quite reaching his eyes. She's the only interesting thing that's happened here in decades. Curious, sure, I scoff, unable to keep the venom out of my tone. Etho climbs to his feet, his eyes dark. What's that supposed to mean? I think curious is a funny word for interested. I just said I was interested. I said she's the only interesting thing that's happened here in decades. Why is that an issue? That's not the kind of interested you are, and you know it, I bite back, my already thin patience running dry. You're smitten with her. It's obvious. Etho recoils, something like embarrassment on his face as he turns away with a huff. Let me know when you want to speak candidly, he grumbles, slamming the door on his way out of my office. I groan, sinking back into my chair and fighting the urge to tip over my desk. Usually my friend is a source of comfort and laughter, but we haven't bickered like that since we were whelplings, and over a human woman, no less. I groan again, my face falling into my hands. It's like I can't control myself when it comes to Piper. In all honesty, it doesn't upset me even remotely that Etho wants her, mostly because I can't blame him. I want her too. Everything has become so much more complicated with Piper here, and yet I wouldn't change it for the world. I have to be careful, though. I can't allow myself to grow too attached to her. She's here because the Hooded One has a purpose for her, and no matter what I may want, there's nothing I can do to stand between her and whatever plans he has. An unfamiliar emotion coils tightly in my stomach, something that I'm so unaccustomed to that it takes me a second to place it. Fear. I'm afraid for Piper, afraid of my emotions for her. I'm afraid of losing her.
Chapter 8. Piper. You look exhausted. I peek open an eye to see Etho there. I grin up at him, patting the space beside me. Tolman had me running tests this morning. He says my powers are growing. Etho sprawls out on the grass and stares up at the electrical storm shrouding the island with me. More tests? Hasn't he examined you every morning for the past week? I shrug. Sometimes it's more than once a day. He's trying to get a read on my powers and how best to help me. His soft knuckles brush the back of my arm. We both want that. I could sink against Etho, listening to the soft crackle of his voice. I find it more soothing than daydreaming in the grass, which has become one of my favourite pastimes. I've never been able to just relax. Like he can read my thoughts, Etho presses closer to me. All week, he and Tolman have been caring for me. I'm almost never alone, spending time with both of my demons, and I don't mind it. I've never been so popular. Even my lessons with Tolman are enjoyable. While the magic still terrifies me, he's so gentle with me that I love going to the containment room with him. But I love hanging out with him here too. He's been showing me around the tower, and I've been exploring on my own. The servants bring me anything I ask for, and I've found that, without my chores, there are many fun ways to pass the time here. One of my favourites is a game I call Demon Poker. I've seen this game on Protheka, an old game that humans have loved for so long that no one remembers the origin, but the only similarities are really that there is gambling and cards. Other than that, the game is designed to trip up the players. The best suits and number sets win, but certain lucky numbers increase the winnings, and another combination costs the player just for drawing the card. Honestly, I have a hard time keeping up and just hope no one notices that I'm cheating. I almost feel like, Playing with demons. I'll be rewarded for it, though. Maybe he's just sore because of how bad you beat him last night. I hook my pinky finger around one of Eth's as I grin. Although I have a hard time keeping the suits and lucky numbers straight, along with the sets that allow players to mix up the game by redistributing the gambling pieces and the wealth that each player possesses, or shuffling all cards in hand, I do win most of the time. Tolman has accused me of using my magic, and I don't think I am. I play off a gut feeling, and maybe that is my magic, but I'll never confess to it. Maybe so. His fingers stroke the inside of my palm. Are you coming to tonight's game? Of course. Sometimes I wonder if Etho will taste smoky. His voice just sounds so much like fire that I feel this aching desire to know. He's bringing in some more guys. I roll on my side to look at him, gripping his upper arm. I didn't know that. No more playing with servants? Nope, he wants to see how you do against real opponents. Etho and I lay like that for some time longer before Tolman comes out, his eyes lighting up as he takes me in. It sends a trickle of warmth through me like it always does. Are you ready for tonight's game? I nod. Are you ready to lose again? He chuckles, a soft lilting sound that makes my heart falter, and clucks his tongue at me. Now, don't be arrogant, come along. Instead of helping me up, he looks to Etho, who sweeps me in his arms as he stands and settles me on my feet. The two communicate well together. They've been jointly taking care of me like this all week, and from what I can tell, neither is jealous of the other in my company. For that I'm glad, but it makes me wonder if they see me a little differently than I see them. Maybe they have no reason to be jealous. Piper. Tolman coos, jolting me out of my head. He holds a hand out to me, and I rush forward to take it. Feeling nervous? I shake my head firmly. Not at all. I flick my hair over my shoulder and give the demon a glare. I know how good I am. Tolman and Etho both chuckle, guiding me into the sitting room with a low table that I can reach, unlike Tolman's original dining table, as we learned the first night here where we have our games. I see only 4 seats at the table. We've been playing with 6, so when I look at Tolman with the confusion on my face, he says, "Since we're going to be playing a more advanced game, I thought it would be better for you with less opponents." I nod, sliding into my seat, and he taps something in front of me. I lean forward to see in his thin and tilting scrawl are the rules written out. Etho roars with laughter, shaking his head. "No more cheating, little one." Turning my nose up, I scan what he's written. Hands of more than 2 insert squiggly symbol that I don't know the name of cuts the winnings in half. Hands with at least 1 symbol that looks almost like a crude star double the earnings. If symbol that looks like a pitchfork is drawn, the player must immediately offer up half their personal gambling chips. And it goes on, listing out all the individual rules, so there's no way that I could ever say that I didn't know a rule. I purse my lips, and I'm sure my annoyed look shows on my face because both demons chuckle again. It's cut sharply off as the door opens behind us, and I turn, seeing the demon from my first day here. His eyes light up when he sees me, and a warmth curls in my stomach. He's the other player? The one that called me beautiful? Ulstrath? Etho is clearly not talking to the demon, paused in the middle of the room as we stare at each other. Why him? Because, Tolman huffs. I hear he's actually good at this game, and I don't trust anyone of higher status around Piper. At least we've seen how they interact. He won't try to attack her. That seems to draw his attention because Ulstrath strides forward, taking my hand and brushing his thumb along the back. I'd never hurt you. He winks. I'll settle for cleaning you all out when I win this game. I only smirk. It seems you don't know what you're up against. Please, Ulstrath, take a seat. I would love to. Our eyes linger as he sits between Tolman and I, and when the other demon clears his throat, Ulstrath turned to nod to Tolman and Etho. Thanks for inviting me to the game. Etho looks pointedly at Tolman, who only nods. Let's get started. Piper, as reigning champion, you deal. I crack my fingers, picking up the deck of cards that actually shuffle themselves to minimize cheating and let them fly between my palms. With too cheeky of a grin, I set them in the center of the table and pass one card to everyone. Almost immediately, I know that I'm going to do well. Tolman may think I was cheating before, but I truly am a natural. Ulstrath is really my only competition, and we tease each other as the game goes on, soon becoming just between the two of us. I notice how Etho watches us, but it's just friendly banter. He's witty and funny and a good opponent. I don't understand why the others don't like him. I was surprised when you approached me. Ulstrath gives voice to my thoughts, as he sacrifices a quarter of his wealth to me on a technicality. I'm not blind to how you all see me. I reach out, touching his forearm. Well, I enjoy having you here. I throw a smile to the other two to let them know that I genuinely am happy, and with all three of them. That's because he's not bugging you for a promotion, Tolman mutters, twisting halfway away from the table. Ulstrath only snorts and continues to deal, but it makes me wonder more about him. What's wrong with being promoted? I've seen how persistent he is, but I never took Tolman or Etho as those who would be annoyed by another trying to improve his situation. I brush it off as Ulstrath throws down a card that entitles him to wipe out my hand and give me a new one, costing me the game. He laughs as he swipes my pile away from me, and one of the servants comes up to bag his winnings. "This has been fun," he says, his eyes only on me. "But I should probably be getting back. Early morning training and all." I stand quickly. "I'll walk with you. I also need to get to bed since I'll probably have training in the morning as well." Tolman is on his feet and next to me. "Yes, you and I have lots of work to do." He slips his hand into mine. "Well, I also need to go home, so let me join you." Etho looks more contemplative as he looks between Tolman to me to Ulstrath. I wonder what he's thinking. The four of us walk down the hallway as I talk to Ulstrath, asking him what he does in the King's army and if he enjoys it. Tolman barely stifles a groan as Ulstrath talks and I elbow him. When we reach the front doors, I linger, turning to tell Ulstrath good night, but Tolman sweeps me away, fussing over my sleep and shouting good night to the others as I'm pulled away. I can't help but chuckle. "You don't have to act so threatened," I tell him when we reach my door. He arches a brow. "Me? Threatened?" Tolman scoffs. "I could never be." I roll my eyes. "Yeah, okay. You might want to work on your lying skills a little more because you're terrible at it." Before he can protest, I push up on my toes and do what I've been thinking about. Okay, I'm a little too nervous to go as far as I want to, so I kiss him on the cheek. He stills under the brush of my lips, and when I lean back, my face flushes. His eyes widen as he looks down at me, and I giggle. And then, before anything can ruin this moment, I whisper goodbye and rush away. Slipping into my room, all I can think about is how happy I am. We're getting closer, and I'm so giddy I want to fall down on my bed and scream. I don't know what's come over me, but now that I've had a taste, I want more. I get along with demons better than I ever have with humans, especially with Tolman. I'm so grateful to him for helping me that I want to do something special for him. So, the next morning after my lesson, I slip into the kitchen. He has some kind of social event happening in the garden, though he seemed reluctant to go, and I know he won't be checking on me anytime soon. It gives me plenty of time to whip up some pastries for him. I'm a skilled baker, and if I ever needed my uncle in a good mood, I'd make these. They're that good. They look perfect too, as I arrange them on a gold platter I found. Steeling my nerves and fixing my hair, I pick up the tray and go outside. There are demons sprawled around one of the seated areas of the garden, and those on the left side see my first. Tolman is the last to turn, and I'm so focused on him that I don't notice the tail of the smallest demon, who has been glaring at Tolman all morning when he isn't looking, as it wraps around my ankle. It's too late to do anything but fall as he yanks, and I crash into the dirt, all my hard work scattering in front of the demons, along with my pride. Chapter 9. Piper. I look up to see Tolman's smile fall as the other demons snicker, and I scramble up from the ground, leaving the tray and pastries behind as I try to get away before anyone else notices the tears gathering in my eyes. My cheeks burn with humiliation. How could I be so stupid? Even in a human camp I was worth nothing, but here, where dark elves are slaves when they ruled Protheka, how could I think I'd be any more than amusement, a creature to make a mockery of? Tolman is out of his chair before I'm on my feet again, and I hate how my heart swells at the sight. He's coming to help me, moving to make sure I'm all right, and even though it's sweet, I can't bear it. I can't bear to embarrass him further. Stupid, stupid, stupid. My thoughts pound in time with my feet as I run from the gardens, tears streaming down my face. Tolman made me think that I could be more. Etho taught me that I am not just a human. And yet, with all their words and encouragements, I'm still a frail creature to be mistreated. That will never change. All I wanted was to do something nice for someone who has been caring for me. I've never had anyone want me around, want to take care of me, and yet I couldn't do one nice thing for Tolman. I know it's not my fault, not really. It's the demon that tripped me, but it makes my whole life feel like it's crashing down around me. I've always been told I'm worth nothing, that I'm a screw-up, that no matter what I touch, it will go to hell. Were they right? Am I everything that is wrong in this world? It only makes my sobs hit harder, and I push myself harder. Piper! Tolman's voice is behind me as I tear through the halls of his home. I don't slow, and although I can hear his feet pounding behind him, I keep running as fast as I can. I just want to break down, and I feel worthless for doing that in front of Tolman. He's a demon. He's strong and powerful, and if someone tried to trip him, he'd incinerate them instead of falling. But me, little Piper, that is the source of all problems. I fall and dump my afternoon's worth of work onto the ground to be forgotten and trampled. I round the corner into my chambers, slamming the door behind me and sinking against it. Tolman's steps are just behind me, and I hear him skid to a stop. I lock the door, crossing the room to sink onto my mattress and curl up into a ball when he starts to knock. Piper, are you okay? My tears are hot and sting my cheeks as they rush down. My breathing is ragged from the sobs and running, and I feel like I'm suffocating as they rack my frame. Piper. His voice is soft and anguished, and it only makes me feel worse. Piper, please. I need to know you're okay. You know that I can't bear the thought of you being hurt. No, I cry out, unwilling to let him see me like this. Just let me check, okay? I just have to know that you aren't hurt. I don't protest this time, and Tolman nearly whispers, I'm going to unlock the door now. Softly, I answer back, okay. I'm glad I don't have to get up, and I watch as he uses his magic to undo the lock. The door pushes open to reveal the white-haired demons, strands of hair ripped loose from his braid from chasing after me. Oh, Piper. There's anguish in his eyes as he closes the door behind him. Sweet girl, what happened? He sinks to his knees before my bed, wiping my tears, and I only want to cry harder. Are you hurt anywhere? I shake my head, and he keeps his hand lightly on my cheek. Even after I answer, he scans my body and says, let me see. Then, without waiting for a response, he scoops me up into his arms, sitting on the bed and nestling me in his lap. I've never been held like this before. He wraps his arms around me, his hands roaming over my back and down my limbs. He's checking me over while keeping me pressed to his chest, and I don't know what to make of it. But I do know I feel safe. I've never felt safe before, not really. I've had a home of sorts and some food. I never truly felt I was going to do, and on Protheka that's the best a human can hope for. But with Tolman, I feel protected. I know nothing could touch me or hurt me, and if I wanted him to, He would end the demon who upset me like this. He stops his exploring, one hand coming up beneath my chin to lift my face to his. His eyes track over my face and he says, "You are hurt." No, I'm not," I hiccup. "Oh, my sweet girl," he coos, and I don't correct him. "You are. Your face is soaked in tears, and I have never seen anything that pains me so. You've been hurt, and I must correct that." "How do you plan to do that?" My eyes dart down to his lips, so tantalizingly close, and I know that it might not be the right move, but I am practically begging him to kiss me. I want him to make me feel better, and if being held feels this good, I can only imagine what it will be like to have his lips on mine. He shifts his hand to cup the back of my head, and my heart thunders in my chest as his other hand goes to my hip. He's holding me so carefully, and though his eyes still look cautious, they are heavy with adoration. Tolman has never hidden how he feels about me. I've known since we met that he wants me, and while at first I was physically drawn to him and the power he holds, I was too shy to do anything more. Now, though, living with him has brought me even closer. I enjoy spending my time with him, and I find myself missing him when he's away. My attraction has only grown, and all I want is for him to finally bridge the gap and devour me like his eyes have been promising for a week now. "Like this," he says in a husky whisper that hits me right between my legs. His hand tightens on my hips, and his fingers tug on my hair as he lowers his mouth to mine. The air is charged between us, and I track his lips, my eyes falling closed just as he claims my mouth with his. The second they meet, a bolt of electricity rushes through me. I've never been kissed before, but I doubt that most feel anything close to this. I feel like my entire body has been struck, and my hands slide up his chest to lock around his neck, pulling him closer. Slowly I part my lips for him, and Tolman's tongue slips in. He tastes sweet from his afternoon snacks, and I find myself enjoying it as I invite him further. He groans as flick his tongue with mine, and he shifts beneath me. A fire is burning up my skin, and soon I find that I need more of him. I want to feel all of him, but as I start to break the kiss to straddle him, he tightens on me. Tolman holds me in place, finishing his exploration before he slowly eases off of me. "How do you feel now?" I'm breathless and dizzy and exhilarated. I want more, and my whole body is trembling with the need to feel him, all of him. "Much, much better," I gasp out. "Yeah?" His eyes trace down my neck, and as he seems to push through his own reservations, he moves my hair out of the way. "Do you think I could still help?" I gasp as his lips brush along the skin, and I barely remember to respond. "Yes, I think I could still use some cheering up." Tolman shifts, laying me back on the bed so that he's hovering over me. "Are you sure, Piper? I don't want you to feel like you have to give in to me. It's just..." I reach up and cup his face as his eyes gaze off, seemingly caught up in his own thoughts. "Tolman, I've wanted you since the day we met. You have nothing to worry about." His eyes light up, and he nods. I do my best to give him a flirty look as I say, "But I am feeling terribly sad again." He grins, brushing my hair out of his way. "Let me help with that." And he descends on my neck, working his way down with soft kisses. When he reaches the base, his teeth graze over the soft skin there, and my back arches as a gasp escapes me. "Oh." He chuckles against my skin. "Give over to it, sweet girl. I want to hear how you feel." Working his way back up my sensitive neck, Tolman bites harder, teasing my threshold and seeing what I like. I do as he asks, letting little moans escape me as he finds the best spots. I rub my thighs together as he comes back up to my mouth, and he looks at me with a mischievous grin. "I can't wait to see how the rest of you responds." I throw my arms around his neck and pull him down to me, crushing our lips together, and I moan when his hand grips my hips. I try to shove or grind, desperately needing friction there, but he doesn't let me have it. Instead, he probes his tongue into my mouth, taking his time to claim, and my mind spins when he leans over to kiss down the other side of my neck. I can barely think straight, and all I know is I want him. I'm not sure how far this is going to go, but I'm ready for it. I need Tolman. I just hope he actually wants me too. Chapter 10. Piper. Tolman, I groan as he nibbles my neck. Please. Please what? He presses, and I can feel the blush creeping up my cheeks. Don't be embarrassed to ask for what you want. He nips farther down my collarbone. I just need to know what it is, and I'll give it to you. I want more of you. Thanks for reading, friends. Unfortunately, we can't show you all the delicious details in this chapter because it's too hot for YouTube. Find all the bits and pieces and some extra bonuses over at worldsofprotheka.com. Use code YouTube30 for fantastic savings on breathtaking content. Back to it.
There comes a time when you must sacrifice everything for something bigger than yourself.
My job was to kidnap her, not fall in love with her.
What if Julius had seen me use magic? He must never know.
What's happening to me? What's happening to my magic?
He would never understand. He'd see me as a liability, a risk too great to keep close.
When everything begins to fall apart, and the only remedy is to sacrifice your heart.
No, I can't let him find out.
I propose we take Dukan out of the picture, permanently.
Please, don't do this.
You will never escape me.
I can try.
You will fail.
And that time is now.
Savannah, run!
Chapter 11. Etho. The shared scent of them rolls over me when a Zonak opens the door to Tolman's tower. I don't like being here already, and knowing that they have become so close, it hits something deep and instinctual inside of me. Tolman will do what he wants without ever consulting me, but this gets under my skin. Maybe it's because I want her too. He is lithe enough to be gentle, but I am too big and powerful to do the same. And she's so frail. I'd break her if given the chance, and then I would never be able to live with myself. So, I grumble and gripe as I make my way to Tolman's chambers, avoiding the inflow of students and other Sazgoroth littering the halls. Up, 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 I climb, near endless steps until I'm finally near the top of this forsaken tower. Tolman always seems to anticipate these things, and today is no different. The door swings open before I have the opportunity to knock, my knuckles meeting thin air. There you are. I thought the Zonak I sent got lost. Come in. I'm ushered in as the door closes behind me. There's no sign of Piper here, but her scent is still fading. Did they have sex here too? The way your messenger spoke, it sounded urgent, I grumble, sinking into a chair across from Tolman, who is already seated, facing the fireplace. Where is Piper? My reasoning is twofold. 1. I do not want to be anywhere near her. Just the scent of her is enough to drive me mad with desire. It is better to keep such temptations at arm's length. The second is to ensure King Asmodeus has not already gobbled her up in his pursuit of power. Gods only know what he'll do with her once he's gotten what he wants out of her. The latter makes my pulse rise. She is resting in her quarters at the moment, he says evenly. She has had an exhausting day of practice between the two of us. Yes, practice, I think. Of course. I say nothing to that, garnering a little look from Tolman. His expression never breaks from one of concern. She is holding back, and I have finally figured out why. Have you shown her your member? Maybe that will solve it. I am tempted to snap, then berate myself internally. Of course he has. Her scent is all over him, but more. I wonder where this seething jealousy is coming from. I have never been the covetous type, and we both know she is not ours, but the king's. I snap back to the current conversation before I'm drowned by my own misery. I am no Sosgaroth. How could I solve this problem of yours? You are the exact demon to do so. Enlighten me. She has lost something, he begins, glancing back to the sickly green glow of the fireplace. You will take her down to Protheka and find it. The notion sparks something in me and I lean forward. What are we looking for? A doll, I scoff. Tolman shoots me a glare, which softens to his usual neutral expression too soon. It may seem trivial to you, but it is her connection to the world of man. It is a memento from her childhood that will help to unlock her magic. I hesitate to say anything more on the nature of the trinket, for magic is not my strong suit. I rub my long jaw and glance out a narrow window to the ever-present storm that hangs outside. Fine. I will take her back down to Protheka. I thought you might. Tolman pauses. Go find her and be done with the task as soon as you are able. I don't want her down there long. You know how the humans are. I do, I say. Oh, and take this, he continues, reaching into a shirt pocket and pulling out a small ring before flicking it in my direction. I catch it mid-air and study the set red gem inside. What's this for? To conceal you, so you can remain close to Piper. Even I can feel the magic humming in the cold metal. Right, I say, flipping it over in my palm. You and your tricks. He only offers an imperceptible shrug. I thought you were supposed to be resting, I say to Piper, annoyed that I searched the entire tower before finding her in the gardens, with none other than Ulstrath for company. And you, I say to the Volvoth. Who allowed you into the tower? Tolman, he says with a decisive air. And you? I ignore his pointed question, raising my lips in a true snarl. Get out before I make you swallow your tongue. His amusement fades, but Piper stands to join me. There's no need to be rude. There is when we're short on time. Let's go. We leave Ulstrath behind and I lead her in through the tower again. She sticks close to me, offering a little wave at the Volvoth before shooting me a look. What's this about? We're going to Protheka. That stills her, and she stops in the doorway. I turn to collect her, noting how the blood is draining from her beautiful face, though her lips are warm and inviting. Does she have to make it impossible to resist her? I can think of 1,000 things I'd do with those lips, but something about her expression makes me falter. I don't want to go down there. I know, I say, keeping my distance lest I catch another waft of her scent. But it will only be for a short time. We're going to go collect your doll. Her eyes flare with surprise. Tolman told me about it, and I'm sure we'd both like to make this trip quick. Yes, she finally says on an exhale. That makes sense. I nod, hating that I have to put her in this predicament. We'll be home before you know it, and I'm not keen on dallying too long anyway. Me neither. We share a brief smile before her expression sobers. I guess we should get it over with, huh? I snort softly. Yes, I suppose we should. The flight down is easy. I forgot how good it was to have her with me again, knowing that she's safe in my embrace. Her slender arms link around my neck as she watches the ground below, the whoosh of air all around us stealing her soft exclamation of wonder. But my keen ears still pick up on it. It's beautiful, from a distance. Yes, it is, I think, hating what the inhabitants have done to her to make her so jaded against her own kind. I am glad, though, that I was able to end her odious uncle. As I consider this, I drop below the sparse tree line some distance from the settlement, Camp Hope. It's anything but hopeful. This place is as barren as I last remember, the ground hard and cold. She slips from my arms and stands on her own 2 feet, looking far better than when I first swept her up. She looks to me when I don the ring, though I'm not quite sure the effect it will have. It could have rendered me invisible. Instead, Piper lets out a little gasp when my form changes to something human. My flesh appears soft compared to demon skin, and though I'm not sure what features it has granted me, Piper is staring. She blinks, and a smile spreads across her face. Not bad. But I still prefer you the way you were. Her simple words stun me, and when she reaches for my face, I stop her with a very human-looking appendage. Don't. It was Tolman's idea. She lets her hand drop. He's always thinking ahead. That he is, I grumble, urging her towards the camp. Let's be finished with this before the day ends, shall we? Right, she says, never taking her eyes off me for long. It's as if she's trying to find me underneath the guise, screwing her eyes with a measure of humor. Even in this form, I want to toss her over a fallen log and take her like my body demands. Human or demon, it doesn't matter in the least. I need her, and that's what makes this errand so difficult. Your home is just up this way, right? I ask, trying to distract myself. Yes, she says, taking me by the hand and leading me into the town's center. Her touch is velvet soft, which does not help. It's on the other side, so let's not take too long. If someone dies while I'm here, they'll find a way to blame me for it. Irritation burbles inside of me. They have already treated her abhorrently, and to blame her for all their ills? It's true cruelty. She is thriving in Tith, as she could have thrived here, if they had allowed it. But we don't make it very far into town before several people recognize her on sight. She does have strange garb compared to them, but she does not stand out so much that they should make a spectacle of it. There are heated whispers from the women, and a few men become brave enough to block our path. I saw you, one of them accuses with a finger pointed at her. You and your demon who killed Oliver. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Yeah, another spits, but you don't have it now, do you? No one has given me the time of day, their focus only on Piper. Even demons have abandoned you, you little wench. The crowd is closing in. I can taste Piper's worry on my tongue, which is as sensitive as ever as I taste the air. A snarl reaches my disguised mouth, and I want to cut through their ranks until all the sneers are gone. How dare they accuse her of her uncle's death when she was only a witness? Poor Piper was right. They'll blame anything on her. Someone brings out a knife, another an axe. They won't let her go home, and I'm the only one who can stop it. With a decisive twist of the ring, I yank it off and the disguise melts from my form. I grow taller, broader, my wide wings shivering as they spread out, and issue a true scowl. You think we abandoned her, humans? I revel in how they take a collective step back, knowing that their weapons are useless against me. Wrong. We are here with her, even now.
Chapter 12. Piper. I'm still stunned by their accusations when Etho bolts past me, catching the first human with his wicked claws and slicing through his midsection. His guts spill with a wet slap against the ground, and the crowd goes wild with terror. The man, however, wavers on his feet, dropping his axe before sliding to the ground as well, his dark eyes sightless. Etho has all but disappeared, zooming through the crowd with claws and teeth out, his wings propelling him faster than any human can flee. Screams fill the air all around me. I stand amidst a slaughter, unable to move, unable to speak. If Tolman were here, I'd have suspected he put a spell on me. But with Etho, I know it's simply my own terror that seized me. I want to stop him from killing the innocent. But are they innocent? Really? They permitted my uncle's treatment, blamed me for every problem in the settlement, and were ready to lynch me without trial or reason. Maybe there are some sympathizers among them, but none spoke out. Not even a word of protest. They were so sure of themselves that I am the problem. As I watch my enemies fall, I'm flattered by Etho's brutal response to their hospitality. They deserve it, I think bitterly, hating how good it feels to finally have someone protecting me for once. He didn't even hesitate. Some try to fight back, but they're no match for Etho. I want to feel bad. I do. But there's nothing redeeming about them. A man rallies a few others and charges Etho with pitchforks, but he is too fast for them. Even as he is cut to ribbons, I remember how he once watched on as the village boys threw me into a dung heap, and when I asked for help, he spit on me and walked away. I remember coming home to my uncle who raved about how I'd ruined my good clothes, never asking why or how I'd come to find myself in the dung heap to begin with. They've shown no compassion, only resentment that runs bone deep. I'm surprised I survived childhood, in all honesty. There are a dozen stories like that passing by, choking on their own blood, sucking down their last gasping breaths, and none of them care. They never did. So, as I look upon the horror Etho is wreaking upon the settlement, I can't find it in myself to feel bad. The men don't last very long. After the first was cut down, the rest break formation, but it is as if they cannot learn from the errors of others and are torn down just the same. Etho whips his head in my direction, his maw covered in gore and his tongue lashing out as if to taste the air. There is worry in his red eyes, even as he drops his latest victim. I stumble forward. That's enough, I want to tell him, but my lips are numb with shock, and I can't find my words. His focus is solely on me now, and his wings snap out to make him look bigger. It's a sound that drives the survivors, at least those with working legs, away. There's a long moment of stillness among the bloodshed, only punctuated by a man gargling in the throes of death. I should be terrified of Etho. Instead, I want him to take me far away from this place, so that I don't have to see the carnage that they will, again, blame me for. But it's not my fault, and it's not Etho's either. They planned to lynch me. I could see the hunger for blood in their eyes. Are you satisfied? I want to ask, though there's no point. They're all dead or dying, and those without any pride at all have turned their backs on the instigators. Etho seems quelled in his blood rage, and no one is left to challenge him. It's a small relief. Etho, I begin as he fills my vision. I shouldn't be comforted by the image of him, adorned in the blood of our enemies, but all I want is to be wrapped in his arms again. He licks his chops before he speaks. It does little to clean up the blood dripping from his chin. Piper, you're okay? Yes, I manage to whisper, drawing towards him. He opens his arms to catch me when something small zings out from between two buildings and knocks Etho in the temple. His pupils narrow and he spins to face the offender. It's a boy, hardly 10 summers old. His face is stained with tears and speckled blood as he fumbles for another rock, but Etho already has his sights set on him. Panic races through me, and I lurch forward as if to stop him, but he's already out of reach. The boy sees all of this and stumbles backwards as Etho approaches, true terror in his eyes. "Screw you!" the boy shouts, unable to load another pebble because of his shaking hands. Instead, he scrambles to his feet and pulls out a weapon from his belt, brandishing it against Etho, making the demon pause. "You killed my pa, monster!" I don't know what he'll do next. Maybe he'll see the boy as a threat too, not a child who is trying to protect the settlement. "Stop!" I shout, chasing the scene with horror. "Etho, don't you dare touch him! He's just a child!" Etho doesn't seem to hear me, and there is too much distance between him for me to stop his hand if he chooses to strike. I can't trust that he intends to hesitate for long, and he's a demon after all. They may revere their own, but a human. I've seen what they do to their own servants. And I won't dare risk this child's life. Something inside of me snaps, and a rush of power overwhelms me. I need this to stop. I don't know the boy's name, otherwise I might have called out to him and told him not to attack. Etho is towering over him, and the boy's knife seems small compared to his fierce claws, still dripping with blood. Etho! The energy is too much, and it blasts out around me. I see Etho, but no one else, as everything goes sheet white around us. And the cold. It sinks into my bare flesh, not prepared for such a change. The whiteness is blinding, but I can make out heavy cloud coverage above us, dumping a sheet of snow over the mountainside. I clutch myself, trying to keep the barest of warmth to me even as the wind sweeps it away. And then suddenly, heat envelops me. Darkness, too. His voice is that deep timbre I'd recognise anywhere. "Piper, don't move." I'm still not sure what happened when we become airborne, and I'm pressed against his bloody chest. I can't feel my fingers or lips, and my nose is frigid against the heat of his chest. It's too cold. I'll die if we don't find shelter, if he doesn't find shelter. Chaos magic is a dangerous force, I think with mild amusement as I nestle deeper against Ethtak's warm body. Didn't Tolman tell me so during one of our practices? At least I brought Ethtak with me, or I'd be frozen by now. My heart drops when we descend, though the blood in my veins has turned to ice. He seems to find something, shelter hopefully, that will keep me from freezing my toes off. He falls to his knees with me in his arms and leans over me. Piper, can you hear me? I can't speak, my teeth chattering something fierce, but I nod. I'm going to get you warmed up. He kisses my brow. I want to enjoy the sensation, but I'm just too cold. He seems to realize it and levers up just long enough to manifest a blazing fire in the center of the cave. Its heat floods into me, and he scoots me forward, doing his best to shelter me from the worst of the blizzard outside. Soon the feeling in my extremities returns, and I stroke the soft down of his fur. I tangle my fingers through it, reveling in the new sensation. His heavy hands stroke down my back, over my rump and my legs. The slaughter is gone, but it's a small relief. I need to worry about myself now. Tell me if it gets too warm, he murmurs in my ear, sending a delicious tingle up my spine. Or if you feel hot. My laugh is distant. I like the heat, I say in turn, raking through the light fur on his shoulders. And I like you. You're just saying that, he growls, though his touch never goes away. Why do you think I came with you in the first place? My sigh is long and slow. I trusted you then, and I trust you now. Don't you believe me? He runs a hand through my hair. You're in shock, Piper. You used a lot of magic to get us here, he says, seeming to consider his words thoughtfully. Wherever here is. Here, there, I say, nuzzling my face against his hard chest. It doesn't matter. It matters very much, he chides gently. Depending on where we are, we could be half a world away from Galmoleth, and that is a very long flight home. But there's a hitch in his throat when my lips meet the flesh of his chest. He looks down at me with surprise, those red eyes homing in on me. Is it fear sparkling in them? I can hardly care, enjoying how thoroughly he handles me in his effort to keep me alive. His wings are still wrapped around us both, sheltering us from the worst of the elements. And yet, when I crane my neck to face him fully, he doesn't pull away. Still, the fear settles into his expression. Piper, I don't want to hurt you. I trust you with my life, I whisper, pressing my cheek to his and kissing the side of his neck. I know you won't do anything to hurt me. A little groan finds him, but when our lips connect, something gives in him, and he finally yields to my kiss. It's so different than Tolman's diligent caress, but it's just as delectable. Chapter 13. Piper. There's a rumble in Ethtak's throat as I push him onto his back. I want more than he's giving me, his hands and mouth too gentle. Like he's still afraid of hurting me. He hasn't even tried to take my soaked clothes off. I place his hands at my hips. Stop overthinking this, I murmur between kisses. I know you want this as much as I do. He grimaces and glances away as my mouth descends on the hard lines of his chest. You have Tolman. So? I ask, every kiss forcing a little sound of pleasure from his throat. I need you right now. What would he think if you let me freeze to death? All the way out here, in the middle of the mountains. His red eyes fall on me again, flaring with defiance. I wouldn't... No? Then show me. Another flash of fear and apprehension. Sure, he's big, but he knows how to be gentle. I've seen it in the way he carries me, and how he lifts into the sky with me, never going too fast or too hard. And with the way he cut through the settlement, I fully understand how careful he has been with me. I drag his reluctant hands up my frame, forcing him to thumb my chest beneath his heavy mitts. I croon at the contrived touch, rolling my hips against his. Ethtak tightens beneath me, and I can feel that signature bulge beneath my seat. "You do want me," I whisper, triumphant. "So, stop pretending that you don't." His touch weighs heavier as he thrums my skin of his own accord, massaging my flesh. I never said I didn't. His confession brings a small smile to my face. I rock back, grinding against him in a slow, deliberate motion. "My clothes are all wet. Take them off of me, Ethtak." He levers up, obliging as he draws my wet shirt down over my shoulders, kissing the skin as it's revealed. His heat against the cold of the air is nice, more than nice. It tickles in the best of ways, warming me to my core. Just when it's getting good. Not to worry, friends, you can find the unabridged spicy details over at worldsofprotheka.com. Use code YouTube30 for a great deal on all the goods. Now back to our story. And when the flickering purple light comes into sight again, he lays me over a wide, flat boulder and curls up next to me, inhaling our shared scent. "It could have been dangerous," he warns, though there is little threat left in his tone. "But look," I murmur, nestling against his chest. "I survived." He strokes my hair in long, slow sweeps, chuckling to himself. "I suppose you did, but our mutual friend isn't going to be pleased." "Let him," I say. "I'll tell him it was my idea." "No," he corrects gently. "He's not going to like how lost we've become." I murmur. "I'm sure we'll find our way back. Once the storm has passed, that is. He can't blame us for trying to stay warm." To that, Ethtak says nothing, his claws drawing little patterns against the flesh of my back, as if he's cherishing this fleeting moment. "Rest, Piper. We'll find our way home tomorrow."
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 14. Tolman. A knock at the door of my study pulls me out of the text I'm immersed in. While I love having Piper around, I've been shirking my duties as a master of my craft, so while she was away on her errand with Etho, I thought I'd get some work done. As usual, Etho enters without waiting for me to answer, and I resist the urge to roll my eyes as I smile at him over my desk. "Why knock if you're just going to come in anyway?" I ask as I close the tome before me with a heavy thud. Etho gives me a one-shouldered shrug and a grin. "We both know what you're going to say. Why waste your breath?" he replies. I get to my feet and meet him in the middle of the room, clasping his forearm. "How'd it go?" I ask as I release his arm. Etho settles into his usual chair, adjusting his wings around the back. The flick of his wings sends a slight breeze my way, his scent floating past me. Something's different about it. It takes me a moment to place the scent intermingled with Ethotok's, but that earthy, sweet scent has lingered on my skin enough times that it clicks into place without much thought. Piper. I'd expect at least some of her scent on my friend, seeing as how they've been together for the past day or so and he's flown with her at least twice. But this isn't a typical overlay of odors. Their scents are completely intermingled, as if Piper had crawled under his skin and permeated every pore on his body. The only way their scents would have intermingled so thoroughly would be if... Oh. I try not to let the thought register on my face as Etho continues telling me about he and Piper's misadventure, from the village turning on her and the destruction he wreaked in retribution, to Piper's uptick in chaos magic and their night at the top of a mountain continents away. Etho noticeably skims over their evening together, and the lack of information he provides on that detail only further confirms my suspicions. Etho and Piper slept together. I wait to feel any spark of jealousy, any hint of the territorial nature so many male demons struggle with when it comes to their mates, but it never comes. If anything, I feel more concerned about the how of what happened rather than the fact that it took place. I know firsthand how irresistible Piper can be, and if anything out of order happened between them, I'd gladly skin my old friend alive for her. The very thought of Piper being taken against her will has me tightening my leash on my magic. An explosion of my power could very well level this whole building, and I'm not typically a kill first, ask questions later type of demon. I swallow against my budding rage and take a cooling breath. I know Etho, and he's a good male. I find it hard to believe he'd ever hurt Piper willingly, especially knowing how much she means to me and the nature of our relationship. The silence in the room is deafening as I regain focus, and I realize Etho is staring at me with a strange look on his face. "I'm sorry. Did you say something?" I ask, trying to gloss over my sudden absent-minded behavior. Etho narrows his eyes at me slightly before repeating himself. "I asked if you wanted me to go back to retrieve the doll myself, since it was left behind in all of the ensuing chaos," he says slowly, still studying my face. No, I say, waving a hand between us as I turn toward the fire roaring in the hearth. "From what you said, Piper seems to be getting over her block on her own, so I see no reason for you to return to wreak further havoc on the human village." Etho harumphs behind me, but says nothing else. I have no idea how to bring up his relationship with Piper, not without accusing him of something grievous or generally making an ass of myself, but I have to try. If something did happen, I need to know about it, and I'd rather not put Piper in the middle, or make her watch as I rip him limb from limb. "Did something else happen?" I ask Etho, turning to face him again. Etho freezes in his chair, shifting his weight uncomfortably. "What do you mean?" he asks cautiously. We only stare at each other for a moment, and then Etho's shoulders sag. "I'm sorry," he says, looking at the floor. "I couldn't help myself." I fight the growing wrath in my chest, still clinging to my perception of my childhood friend. He wouldn't hurt Piper, would he? "Explain. Now," I demand in an icy tone. Etho cringes but obliges. "I don't know how it happened," he says quickly, eyes still on the floor. "The mountains were too cold for her, and we didn't have supplies. I was just trying to keep her warm, but she kept touching me and nuzzling me. One thing led to another, and it's nearly impossible to say no to that woman," he finishes with a loud exhale. Etho looks up at me for the first time since starting his story, and whatever he finds in my face must hold no comfort, because he gets out of his chair and bends a knee, kneeling before me. "I've overstepped my bounds. I have infringed upon your mate, and I offer myself up to whatever judgment you see fit," Etho says solemnly, his eyes on the floor as he kneels. I blink at the sight of my oldest, closest friend prostrating himself before me. "Etho, get up!" I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose between my fingers. His eyes snap to mine, surprise etched into his face. "But I violated your trust," he says dubiously. It's an effort not to laugh, whether from relief or the sheer absurdity of the situation. I don't know. "You didn't violate my trust, you buffoon," I tell him. Etho offers a small, still cautious smile as he gets to his feet. "I was concerned when I scented Piper on you, sure," I say as I hold his gaze, "but not because you slept together. Well, I guess because you slept together, but I was more concerned with making sure nothing uncouth happened." Etho gives me an appalled look, and I try to fight the wave of embarrassment that floods me. "You thought I—" Etho asks incredulously. "I don't know what I thought," I sigh again. "But as long as Piper is happy, I can think of no better male for her to be with." Other than me, of course, I finish with a wink. Etho lets out a bark of laughter, returning my smile, and that old familiar easiness between us settles in once again. The relief of the situation being dealt with is short-lived, however, as Etho speaks again. So what happens now? I shrug, choosing my words carefully. I never anticipated this situation, and having to determine any conclusion without Piper seems like overstepping. But I guess Etho and I need to be on the same page anyhow. We're demons. Matrons don't bind themselves to a single partner, so I see no reason Piper should have to either. Besides, the more partners she has, the better for the race in terms of our repopulation. Etho blinks at me for a minute before roaring with laughter, nearly doubling over with the force of his guffaws. I bristle at his reaction, having expected for this to be a more than desirable outcome given everything that's happened, and I'm about to tell him as much when he looks up at me with tears of laughter in his eyes. That's not what I meant, but good to know where your head is at, Etho says, still catching his breath. That was a perfectly rational leap, I grumble as he reins in his laughter. I mean, what's going to happen with Piper? King Asmodeus wants her for something, and with her chaos magic burgeoning, his plans will likely come to fruition soon. What happens once we know what he has in store for her? Is she going to be whisked off to the palace? Are we going to lose her? A solemn air falls between us as I contemplate Etho words. I haven't allowed myself to think too much about what the future will hold for the two, now 3 of us. The hooded one is notoriously crafty and self-serving, and his preoccupation with Piper has been the source of much anxiety for me. I settle into the chair behind my desk as Etho sits across from me. We sit in silence for a few minutes, the weight of what's to come looming over the both of us. Piper has been coming into her magic quickly, and while a part of me couldn't be more proud, the closer she gets to having full control of her abilities, the closer we all become to whatever the hooded one has in store for us. The thought of Piper being taken away from us sends cold dread skittering down my spine, and I force myself to take a deep breath. I don't know what comes next, I finally admit, forcing myself to meet Etho gaze. He nods grimly, flexing his hands into fists as if he could simply fight away the shadow hanging over Piper's future. I figured as much, he replies. Does she know about Asmodeus' summons? No, I admit again. I haven't hidden it from her, but I haven't exactly told her either. I keep waiting for the right time for more answers to be able to give her, but I have none. Telling her without having any information may only serve to scare her and shut down her growing abilities. Etho hums thoughtfully, considering before nodding again. Would that be such a bad thing? Shutting down her abilities, I mean. If she isn't as powerful as the king thinks or hopes she is, that could prevent him from taking her from us. I blink, surprised by Etho jump. I hadn't considered that avenue. We can't just shut down her abilities, especially when they're as powerful as they are, I say slowly, pieces in my mind clicking into place as I speak. But we might be able to slow their progress. Just until we know what the Hooded One's plan is, I add quickly, a touch of shame blooming in my chest. If we can stall her progress and delay her testing, we both would get more time with her, and have more opportunity to find out what's in store so we can prepare. Together, as a team, I finish. Etho nods his agreement, rising to his feet. Stalling, then. Stalling, I repeat. I can only hope it works.
Chapter 15. Ulstrath. A hand falls on my shoulder as I approach the training ring. I turn to see my training master, Periot, standing there. Not the pit today, he grunts. Many say he is the training master because he doesn't have the brains for anything else. Either way, he's a damn good fighter. Tolman has summoned me, I ask, and he nods, walking past me and leaving me alone in the hall leading to the pit. I turn on my heel, feeling a little too excited for the task in the tall, twisted tower. I can't help it, though. I've been working so hard to be noticed by a more powerful demon, and I've managed to catch Tolman's eye. It bodes well for me to have a good relationship with a Sosgrath, so I'm grateful for his calling on me. As a bonus, I get to spend a lot of time with Piper. Between her calling on me for company, the card games, as I've been teaching her more than the gambling games Tolman knows in her training, I'm with her daily. Maybe it's a death wish for me to want to be near her, considering how the other two watch her, but I can't help it. She's funny and witty, and I love being around her. Not to mention how beautiful she is. It's too bad that Tolman has made me her test subject as she learns about her magic. I can take the hits, though, if it means garnering the favor of a Trollvor and Sosgaroth that seem to be on good terms with the king. I reach the training room, and as soon as I push the doors open, I forget all about my status or the other demons or the motives behind why I'm here, that even I am starting to know are lies. Once I spot that red-headed beauty, she's all I can think about. Ulstrath, she's tugging a shirt over her head, the rest of her clothes, and I can't stop my eyes from darting down to take in her lower torso as she finishes dressing. Tolman growls as he steps into my vision, and I turn my head, wondering why it matters if I look. Piper doesn't seem to mind. "How has your morning been?" I ask her as she bounces toward the two of us. "Good. I didn't know you were coming today." I shrug, already feeling that teasing smirk taking over my face. I've never been a jovial demon until I met Piper. When your demon master calls, I come. She chuckles and Tolman interjects, his voice steely. Though when he speaks to Piper, there's at least a soft edge to his voice. "Piper, go grab your instruments." She nods as she spins away, rushing toward the cabinet where he usually pulls any of the magic funneling devices out of for her. I find it odd, but when Tolman bows up at me, his magic swirling in the air around me and making it nearly too thick to breathe, I realize it was a ploy. "Ulstrath, what is your game?" I tense at that. "Game? You called me here. You are my only option. There aren't many other demons clawing at the chance to be attacked. You are the only that has been actively seeking out chances to be around Piper." "Why?" "I've been asking for a chance to climb the ranks since long before she came to Tilth, if you hadn't heard." His eyes flare with chaos magic, and we both hear the cabinet slam shut. "She'll be back over here soon. Why have you been so persistent with her?" Instead of a snarky remark, I choose to be honest. "I just like being around her. No game." He sinks back, dropping the chaos magic that had been constricting around my frame as Piper slides up next to us. "I'm ready." She holds up two objects I don't recognize, probably because I am not a Sosgrath. I am Volvath. I am ordinary, a fighter, not someone skilled enough to help Piper. Her gaze lingers on me, and I force those thoughts from my head. Instead, I offer a smile, trying to calm my own raging thoughts. "Ready?" Piper reaches out toward me, and my skin tingles in anticipation. I don't move, wanting to feel her skin against mine, and knowing I shouldn't touch her at the same time. Sensing my hesitation, she drops her hand instead, and I silently curse myself. "Ready," she mumbles. And when she crosses to the center of the room, I follow after her. Before she even starts, the air already feels charged between us. I'm not sure what to make of it. Is it because she feels I rejected her? Or is she uncomfortable with me now that she saw how I upset Tolman? I sigh. None of it matters either way. I'm nothing more than a living beast to practice on. I shouldn't care how she feels about me. But I do. And when her magic whips at me, requiring me to leap into action, I find that I'm a little slow. I cry out as my side is lashed, and Piper gasps, pulling back. It's clear she thought this was a warm-up, but I'm not present enough. Tolman calls out to her not to hold back, and I nod at her, letting her know I'm fine and she can keep going. But I notice how she's pulled her punches when she throws a wide blast at me. It shouldn't warm my heart, but it does. Maybe she does care about me. After her lesson, which I'm pretty sure had to be ended because of my stamina and not Piper's, I drop to the floor. Sweat drips from my brow, and I'm entirely out of breath after the beating I've taken. She is more powerful than I think she realizes, and even though my body is sore for hours after this, I'm in awe of her. Are you okay? Piper crouches next to where I sit, trying to hide how I'm gasping for breath. I only nod, fearing I'll give myself away. What little chaos magic I possess, less so than most Volvaths even, it is all being diverted to heal my body. I don't have the capacity for words. She throws a worried glance over her shoulder, and even I hear Tolman huff before coming closer. He waves a hand above me, and at once the burning in my lungs stops as his magic enforces what mine couldn't. "Thank you," I say, and he nods. Gritting my teeth, I manage to get to my feet. "Piper, let me walk you to your room." Her face lights up. It's a ritual we've started, and I find that it soothes us both, giving us a little extra alone time together. Most of the time I'm with her. Tolman or Etho, or worse, both are there. I'm always sharing her attention, and I like getting her alone, knowing I don't get nearly as much time with her as the other two. Actually, I want to snarl as Tolman cuts in. "Ulstrath, I need to speak to you for a moment. Piper can get back to her room by herself. I believe Etho will be here soon." "Oh," her voice is so soft and innocent. "Well, I wouldn't want to keep him waiting." Her hazel eyes dart to me. "I'll see you soon. All you have to do is call on me, and I'll be there." Something about it makes my throat constrict, but I mean it. I drop everything for her. "Okay, go get some rest. I'm sorry I kicked your ass today." I snort. "Always too arrogant." I expect her to turn and leave, but after a moment of hesitation, she darts toward me and wraps her arms around my waist. My breath catches in my throat as I realize she's hugging me, and I let one of my arms trail down her back. Not sure about how to embrace her, especially with Tolman watching. Either way, the limited contact made my heart swell, and my eyes follow after her as she detaches herself and slips into the hallways with a small wave. I'm still breathless and not from the training when Tolman speaks again. "Don't get too attached to her." He doesn't sound mean or threatening. In fact, there is a hint of sadness to his sentiment. I flick my gaze toward him. "I already told you I'm not playing games with her." To my surprise, there's no snarky remark. "I believe you." My eyes widen, and I turn more toward the Sazgoroth that is staring at the closed door Piper just disappeared through. "I'm not saying that this is a part of a game. I'm just reminding you that she is the hooded ones." My mouth goes dry at the mention of King Asmodeus. I know he has plans for her. It's not like Tolman and Etho just found some girl and are playing with her, but sometimes it's easy to forget she's just a mission set out by the Demon King. I may respect Asmodeus as a leader, but that doesn't mean I want him anywhere near Piper. I fear for what he will do to her, and the more I think about it, my gut twists with worry. I don't even have it in me to ask Tolman, fearing what the answer is. So I keep quiet, resolving to bury this worry down deep. I don't want it to permeate my emotions for Piper, lest it worry her too. "I haven't forgotten." "Good." Tolman strides away from me then, clearly finished with the conversation. "Go get some rest. We have a game later, and it will disappoint Piper if you're too tired to teach her something new." I limp away, letting his words echo around me. He cares so much for this human that he puts up with me, worrying over how I will please her. Everything Tolman does is for her, and I'm starting to realize that I've become the same way. How many demons will Piper win over? And how many hearts will be broken when the king steps in?
Chapter 16. Piper. Days blur together. My nights are split between Ethak's bed and Tolman's, and when I wake, I spend as much time as possible with Tolman, attempting to shape this restless energy inside of me into raw power. It burns inside of me, passion and magic alike. With both, I want more. "Enough," Tolman barks. His hand clasps my shoulder, and the small silver flowers I've been trying to pluck from the strange soil wither back into dust. I can do more. "You were shaking." I want to curse his concern, but I keep myself in check. He's holding me back, giving me simple spells I suspect even a demon whelp could do. He thinks I'm shaking from effort, but it's restraint that's taking such a toll on me. Grow a flower, pluck it, grow another. My fingertips spark with energy. They want to create, to destroy. It's like I'm at a banquet, but all I'm allowed to do is enjoy the aroma of everyone else's meal. I'm starving. The energy swirling inside of me demands much more than he can offer. But how can I say it? I can't even tell him how I fantasize of him and Etho caressing me at night. Of Etho between my legs as I bite Tolman's lip. Of riding Tolman while taking Etho deep inside my throat. I can do more than garden, I say again. For a moment, as I stare into his clever eyes, I think he believes me. I've seen the sort of magic his students create, the monstrous, wonderful creatures they carve out from nothing but raw desire. The fire, the wind. I've seen his students create storms and fine clothes and more. Not today. He doesn't trust me. I'm not sure what's worse, if he thinks I'm weak or if he thinks I'm dangerous. Growing up, it had cut me to my core having my uncle and everyone else whisper about me as I walked past. I didn't like being feared. But here, with the demons, fear is on par with respect. At least it should be. I feel like I could use a bit more respect. I know there must be other spells we can try. Something eager roils beneath my skin as I speak. My magic. It's almost the same eagerness that heats my blood as his strong hand slopes down my shoulder and settles on my waist. Not for you, he finally says. His tone of voice brooks no room for argument. It's polite as ever, but with a bite of finality. Arguing will get me nowhere with him. Not yet. A frustrated sigh escapes my lips, and his hand tightens its hold. I suppose you're off to Ethic's bed tonight, then? He asks, voice clear of jealousy, but tinged with something else I can't identify. It's been a week since I began sleeping with Etho as well. I know that Etho has told him, but that's all he would say on the matter. Is that a problem? For humans, perhaps. He inclines his head. It's just as well tonight. I've business with the hooded one. But tomorrow... I'm furious with him for refusing to let me explore my full powers, and the naked heat in his stare still makes my breath come short. Already, I'm imagining his mouth on my skin, his hands hooked between my legs. It's almost perfect. Almost. But I want more. I always want more. A sudden fear creeps along my spine. I was too much for my own people, too chaotic, too unpredictable. I've thought I'm safe here, but what if I'm too much even for demons, too greedy, too demanding? I have to learn how to rein in my magic and use it before it consumes me whole. But how? Tolman won't let me practice on anything but dying flowers. Maybe... I come close to suggesting he join me and Etho after his business, but a kernel of an idea takes root in my mind. If he's busy, and he believes me occupied with Etho, if he won't teach me my full powers, then I will have to teach myself. Tonight might be the perfect opportunity. He waits for me to continue my thought, but I kiss him instead. It's meant to distract him, but soon I'm swept up as well. His stern, almost cruel lips capture my mouth without mercy, and he tastes as demanding as the thundering sky above us. A courier from the king arrives, and it's only his footsteps that peel us apart from each other. Tolman shoots me a dark, hungry look, and then he's on his way. A few students linger about in the gardens outside, and I watch them work. I've learned more from watching them than I have from Tolman since we began. I don't know if it's because I'm human, and therefore he thinks I'm more fragile than his demon students, or if it's because he's grown to care for me, but he's never taught me anything like this. They whisper words I've never heard, or simply shut their eyes and pull. That strange pull I feel from both within and without at the same time. And then from nothing they create something. I've never wanted anything more in my entire life. Evening storms here are vicious, and the rain goes from a soft, ever-present drizzle into a stinging, angry assault. Even the most studious of Tolman's pupils flee indoors, but none dare to enter his private laboratory. Even I pause at the door. I don't want to betray Tolman's trust, but the magic inside of me is begging to be freed. I don't have a choice, I tell myself. My voice sounds more firm than I feel, and it propels me forward. Soon I'm inside his strange laboratory, soaking wet from the rain, but too fascinated to care. In fact, it could be an excellent starting point. The students outside summoned fire as though it were second nature. Surely I can manage to dry myself off a bit, right? The centre of the room seems safe enough. All of the specimen jars, reams of notebooks, and odd-looking pieces of equipment are far enough that I probably won't catch them on fire. Probably. Everything worth doing has its risks, I suppose. Tolman told me that the key to channeling chaos magic is control, but focusing my mind on growing the flowers did nothing. It was only when I freed my mind, turned it towards the magic, and let the magic lead me instead that anything grew. I suspect humans might channel this magic very differently than demons. Maybe that's why he's so leery of teaching me. And so I don't think about what I want the magic to do at all. I simply shut my eyes and breathe into it until I can see the sparks of colour behind my eyelids. The fine hair on the back of my neck stands on end, and for a terrifying second I am so cold, it's as though I was dropped into a bucket of ice. Heat slams into me without warning, knocking the breath from my lungs. I'm burning, and I can't even scream. All I see are swirls of purple and black. All I can taste is smoke. And then the heat is gone. I pat my tunic and pants, terrified that I must have caught them on fire somehow, but the only evidence I cast a fire spell is the lingering scent of smoke hanging in the air. Much more useful than flowers, I congratulate myself with a grin. My limbs feel loose and sated, as though I've just spent a night in one of my demon's beds. I take a deep breath and stretch. Glass plinks to the floor and breaks, a crash that sends me jumping. Something skitters behind me. Soon all I can hear is the crashing of glass and another sound, one that turns my stomach in disgust. It's a soft chittering, almost like a series of clicks, almost like... Oh, damn! A horde of dark brown, shining insects as tall as my knee. They click their mandibles, and wet, viscous liquid drips to the elaborately painted tile floor. Chaos magic crackles among them, spurting and popping in dark purple smoke. My chaos magic. I brought you into this world, I tell the beasts. I can take you out. How hard could it be to squash several dozens of hungry, predatory, newly created demons that seem to be communicating as some sort of swarm? I just dried my own clothes, and I'm still feeling invincible. I raise my hands to the ceiling and pull. I reach with my mind towards my heart and push. Nothing. Nothing. Come on, think. I climb on top of a desk and send a silent apology towards Tolman for knocking over an intricate metal device. This move buys me a little time, but my demonic progeny quickly learn how to climb. Everything on the desk becomes a weapon. I beat them back with thick books and bottles, but there's only so many items I can use. The other desk is too far away to leap towards, and soon they've swarmed atop it too. My panic builds the magic inside of me, and I release it, but all that does is sprinkle spindly silver flowers across the floor. Maybe Tolman was right. I can't use my magic like this, just hoping it knows what to do. I have to learn how to guide it somehow. Unfortunately, the present moment doesn't seem the best time to learn intense concentration. Could you give me just one moment, please? The creature makes a hideous vibrating hum, and the others join it. All I have left is one small, finger-length shard of glass. Tolman is going to be so pissed about his lab. If I somehow manage to survive this, I might wish I hadn't. But survival doesn't seem to be a problem. The creatures have surrounded me with their victorious hums, and I realise with slowly dawning horror that the sound is coming from above as well. The only warning I have before it drops is the shadow above my head. My glass shard pierces its tough exoskeleton with a crunch, and I launch the creature to the ground, hands covered in disgusting goo. At first, the creatures all shrink back, but then one of them tilts its head and studies me. My hands are empty. My last glass shard is buried in their brother. With a furious hum, they attack as one.
Chapter 17. Tolman. It is fortunate for Piper that my work for the Hooded One is divination. It is perhaps not so fortunate for me. I hope that this foreboding sense of doom, the Hooded One draws, and nightmare creatures are what is to befall the Dark Elves as we retake Protheka with our renewed forces. Yes, I lie swiftly. As a Sazgoroth, I can pierce through the veil of the future more easily than even he, and I can see that it is not Protheka meeting its doom. It is my laboratory, and a certain human is in grave danger. Now I must take my leave from the one demon I am not allowed to disobey. It takes all of my willpower to remain standing before him, face impassive, instead of rushing back to save her. There's still time. Disaster hasn't happened yet, but I've no idea how much time I have left. It could be heartbeats or moons, such is the nature of prophecy. If it were anyone else, I would hope for the best and follow the Hooded One into his chambers to provide further counsel. But it isn't anyone else, and I am rather fond of my lab. Victory, I say, pawing at the smoky vision as though I can pull more detail from it, is near, but I am seeing more experiments I must undertake. These creatures will prove vital to our plan, but I must act now. The Hooded One inclines his head, but says nothing. My spine is ice. If he takes this as an insult, well, he's killed demons for less. There are scores of Sazgoroth clamoring to take my place at his side, and here I am, desperate to leave it. If you were another, his dry voice rasps, I might think you were hiding something from me. Your heart races, my old friend, like an Urgin on the hunt. I say nothing. You are fortunate I can see your laboratory in the vision, he continues. I know that you will bring forth great things. His robes swish behind him as he glides into his chambers, and the slamming of the heavy, ornate doors signal my leave. I race back to my lab, using magic to transport me outside the doors. Rain falls sideways. A vicious storm is upon us, as always. Of course, Piper would take her chances with my lab now, when all of the students have fled indoors. With a snarl, I summon a student and demand he find Etho immediately. Before he's taken more than a step away, I open the doors. The creatures pour into the stormy garden like oil. I summon fire, but it cannot hold against the rain, and their exoskeletons are too thick to damage by blunt force, their prickly limbs too nimble to blow away with wind. Not that I don't try. I summon rocks and smash them against their backs to no avail. I spin a windstorm strong enough to nearly pluck the roof from my lab, but they dig in their stubborn appendages into the dirt and hiss with displeasure. Tolman! Piper clings to a desk, desperately defending herself against a small swarm intent on devouring her whole. Goo drips from her clothes and hair. It seems she has had more success killing these beasts than I have. Magic sparks and pops about her, but nothing holds. It's barely enough to keep the things at bay. I haven't taught her. If I'd been even a second later, I'm not sure she would still be alive. If I don't manage to rid my lab of this swarm, they still might hurt her, or worse. Humans are so very fragile. Fear morphs into rage. I have to kill these things, but how? Damnation! Fire, wind, and weapons haven't worked. Perhaps drowning will. I pull from the sky, and a deluge descends upon us, lifting my desk and destroying decades of research. It hurts, watching my hard work pummeled by water, but hopefully I'll be able to salvage some of it once this is over. At least the rain seems to be working. The creatures swim poorly. The heavy exoskeletons that made them impervious to rocks send them to the bottom of the soggy garden floor. I keep the water coming until their corpses begin to pop up. The creatures float, dead, on their backs with their razor-sharp limbs curled against their brown bellies. A few malingerers cling to the walls, so I direct the rain until they too begin to fall. You might have warned me that I'd need a boat. Etho, as prissy as ever, looks down at his ruined silk tunic. Why are you creating an ocean, my friend? I don't answer. The small sea of floating, murderous insects answers for me. "Ah," he says, "Piper." His magical skills are more meager than mine, but eventually we destroy the plague of demonic insects and clear the garden of the excess rain. As soon as the water retreats, I stride towards Piper. I'll have my students remove the corpses later. For now, I have more pressing matters. Would you care to explain? I try to keep my voice even, but it rises with each word. Why I had to leave a royal appointment in order to destroy my own laboratory, or why you were practicing alone. Did you think I forbade this for fun? Do you like nearly being eaten by giant insects, or can you try to listen to me for once? I expect her to shoot back a fiery retort. I don't expect tears to fall from her eyes, or for her chest to heave with the force of her sobs. Itho's eyes are wide in panic. Piper swipes her sleeve across her cheeks, but more tears fall. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you never helped me. I had to learn this somehow. It burns not using the magic. I feel like I'm going to explode, but I have no idea what I'm doing, and I just need you to teach me. I am teaching you. But am I? Am I really? As a Sazgaroth, I know all too well the pull of chaos magic on the uninitiated. It's as if the magic itself wills creation, and resisting can be nigh impossible for most adept students. Isn't that why we find our students so young? I pull her against my chest and stroke her goop-riddled hair, feeling like an ass. This has all been my fault. In trying to spare her, I've only put her in more danger. I'm sorry. I thought since you were human, you might not have the same magical calling as the rest of us. It was short-sighted of me. By not wanting to put you in danger, I've caused you even more harm. Etho strokes a finger down her cheek. Her tears have mixed with the rain, and she shivers from the cold. Let's bring her somewhere warm, he suggests. I'm all too happy to comply. He carries her into the comfy den, discreetly warmed by Zonak servants. A fire blazes in the fire pit, and soft lights hover above our heads. We draw her a bath, and she takes it in private. I try not to feel a sting of rejection. Etho is here as well. Perhaps she's simply being mindful. Perhaps if we were alone, she'd invite me to join her. Or maybe she just needs a damned minute to herself after nearly being killed. She rejoins us shortly, clean and pink-cheeked, and I beckon her to the couch. I summon a soft blanket, and Etho fetches her a warm drink. She wraps the blanket around her shoulders and warms her hands against the mug Etho handed her. She takes a small, grateful sip. We sit beside her on either side and watch the fire burn. I'm sorry, she finally says. I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble. I've already heard her apologize once, and that was tiresome enough. I shake my head. There's nothing for her to be sorry for. I failed her by leaving her woefully unprepared to handle her own magic. I won't fail her a second time. Enough, I insist. I shouldn't have left you to figure this all out on your own. You told me that you were ready for more, and I didn't want to hear it. The creatures you summoned were a handful, but there are demons who have studied for their entire lives who can only dream of such capabilities. I need to help you harness your gifts, not smother them. I can't say I couldn't have used a horde of murder insects once or twice. Etho grins. They'd be quite the weapon against some castle walls. Trust Etho to make light. Still, I almost welcome his presence. We fall into an easier silence than we might have if he weren't present. She leans against me, but I notice her hand lingers on Etho's thigh. I wait for some sort of primal jealousy to surge through me, but all I feel is relieved. She's safe and warm, and next to me. Is there anything else I can do to make things better? She answers with her lips. They find mine, beseeching, and I answer her unspoken plea gladly. Kissing her is much like the storm raging outside, electric, demanding, torrential. When I kiss her, there isn't room for anything else. Except, it's getting a little too hot for YouTube in this chapter, so we're going to have you head over to worldsofprotheka.com for the unabridged version of this story. Code YouTube 30 will give you all the delicious details, along with some bonus content that you've been craving. Now back to our story.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 18. Piper. Not surprisingly, we can't contain all the goodness of our main characters in one chapter. You'll have to head over to worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 to find out what happens behind the curtain. Trust me, you won't regret it. Now on with our exciting conclusion.
Chapter 19. Tolman. Piper is too observant for her own good, and at her insistence, we've begun honing her skills in chaos magic in earnest. A part of me is still reticent about pushing her too hard, but she's far more persistent and enthusiastic in her studies now than I'd ever anticipated. I sidestepped the arrow she conjured from nothing, barely escaping its sharp point as I extend my arm, shooting a flurry of magical sparks toward her. The sparks lock onto their target, zipping toward her like an angry swarm of vespids. Piper throws her hands in front of her, clearly trying to summon a shield like we practiced. Rather than a shield of chaos magic forming in front of her, however, a wall of fire appears, swallowing the swarm whole before they can reach her. She grins at me through the dancing blue flames, pride and something a little smug showing through her features, and it's an effort not to laugh. Despite my fears surrounding her mastery of chaos, I don't think I've ever been more proud of anyone in my life. I douse her flames in a tidal wave, straightening out of my defensive position to signal to her that our sparring match is over. Piper does the same, shaking the soreness out of her limbs as she jogs to meet me in the middle of the makeshift arena we've created behind my tower. "You really thought you had me with those sparks, huh?" she asks, a mischievous sparkle in her eye as she wraps her arms around my waist, grinning up at me. "You thought I had you too, lest you forget." I grin back at her, wiping the beaded sweat from her brow as my other arm twines over her shoulders. She giggles as I press a kiss to the top of her head. "I don't think I'll ever get used to my magic having a mind of its own," Piper says as she pulls away, twiddling her fingers in wonder as she looks at them. "I was trying to summon a shield, but I guess it had other ideas. Will I ever be able to fully control it?" "Yes and no," I tell her as we begin walking back to the tower. "You'll have to learn to be incredibly specific if you want to be able to predictably conjure whatever is in your mind. But truthfully, I find the specificity to be a waste of energy." One of the most important components of chaos magic is learning to be adaptable. You wanted to summon a shield, and your chaos magic filled in the blanks, offering a shield that would be effective against the perceived threat, even if it wasn't the exact version of a shield you had in mind. Trying to be extremely specific every time you use your magic is possible, but in a life or death scenario, it will only slow you down. Trust yourself, trust your magic, and learn to ride the waves. It is chaos, after all. Anything too predictable would take the fun out of it, I say with a wink, bumping my shoulder against hers playfully. Piper smiles, bumping me back before wrinkling her nose at me. "You need a bath after that session," she tells me with mock disgust. I laugh, rolling my eyes. That makes 2 of us then, I quip back. Piper's smile turns mischievous as she steps in front of me, craning her head back to look me in the eyes as she places her hand suggestively close to the band of my trousers. I guess we should just bathe together then, she says, batting her eyes at me. You know, to save water and all that. Hot desire rolls through me as I look down at her, but before I can respond, a Zonak appears at the edge of my vision. What? I snap at the demon, annoyed at being interrupted at such an inopportune time. The Zonak flinches at my tone, his eyes falling to the ground as he bows quickly. King Asmodeus requests your presence this evening, the Zonak squeaks. The Zonak may as well have poured a bucket of ice water over the top of my head, my spine going ramrod straight at the mention of the hooded one. Did he provide you any details? I ask sharply, all too aware of Piper looking between the 2 of us. Oh, only that you are to arrive at sundown with Etho and your... The human girl, the Zonak says, his eyes darting to Piper before he remembers himself and looks back to the ground. I dismiss him with a curt nod, turning away from him and placing my hand on the small of Piper's back to guide her back toward the tower. I force myself to breathe, to keep my posture relaxed, as Piper turns a piercing look at me. What was that about? Why are we all being summoned by the king? She asks as she eyes me skeptically. He's likely just checking in on your progress, I tell her, keeping my tone even and casual. It's nothing to worry about. Piper looks as if she wants to press me further on the subject, but seems to think better of it, turning toward the doors of the tower as they swing open to reveal Etho. Piper squeals in delight, rushing toward him. Etho anticipates her with a grin, scooping her into his arms and spinning her around as he gives her a tight hug. How was practice? He asks as he sets her down. Good. So good, in fact, that we're going to see the king later, Piper says nonchalantly as she breezes past us both. Etho visibly pales, shooting a horrified glance at me. I give him a solemn nod, confirming what Piper has said. I'm going to go bathe. Meet you for dinner in an hour, Piper calls over her shoulder as she heads upstairs, completely unaware of our exchange. Neither of us bother responding as we watch her go. The second Piper rounds the bend and is out of sight. Etho whirls on me. We're going to see the king later? He hisses in equal parts fear and anger. I clap a hand on his shoulder, pulling him toward my office. It wasn't my idea, I grumble at him. A Zonak appeared just as we were finishing up Piper's training. We've been summoned, all 3 of us. We're to arrive at the palace at sundown. Etho looses a heavy breath, running his hands over his grizzled face before meeting my eyes again. So what do we do? He asks, as if I'd have any kind of answer. What the hooded one orders us to. Sundown comes too quickly. Piper is clad in a black dress that's tight enough to be a second skin, the fabric semi-sheer and clinging to her as she strides between Etho and I down the hall and toward the hooded one's throne room. I can't help but compare the woman beside me now to who she was when we first stood before the hooded one. Then, she was all bones and sharp angles, mere days away from withering from hunger, frightened and meek. Now, proper nutrition has restored the sensuous curves of her hips and thighs, her chest pert beneath the black dress, and her spine straight. Piper walks with a confidence I never truly thought she'd gain after we rescued her from that village, her chin lifted as our destination looms closer, no scent of fear on her skin. Panic grips my heart in a tight squeeze, and my steps falter, Etho and Piper coming up short beside me and looking at me in confusion. Do you remember how this is going to go? I ask Piper directly, fear still gnawing at my stomach. She gives me a nod, concern in her face, but before she can say anything, I begin rapid-firing practice questions at her. Is your magic under your control? As much as chaos magic can ever be controlled, Piper responds, exactly as we've rehearsed. What kind of magic skills do you claim? Any I desire, as is the nature of chaos magic. What will you do once we're in the throne room? Neil, don't make eye contact. If I get too frightened, I can press my thumb into the center of my palm. It will keep the redness from my face and keep me from crying. Good. What do you refer to him as? My king, King Asmodeus, the Hooded One. And what will you do if you're asked to demonstrate your new skills? Blow them out of the flipping water, Piper says with a vicious grin. Pride once again swells in my chest, made bitter by an undercurrent of guilt. If only she knew the real reason the Hooded One is so interested in her progress. If only I knew the real reason he's so interested. Perhaps then it wouldn't feel so much like I'm throwing Piper to a pack of howler beasts. We round the final corner in our journey, the doors to the throne room swinging open noiselessly before us, two Zonak just inside the threshold bowing as we step into the throne room. As if we were one entity, we cross to the center of the room, kneeling before the dais. The Hooded One lets us linger a moment longer than usual before bidding us to rise. Although his eyes are veiled, I get the sense that he's looking Piper over, noting her more formidable body and the confidence in her posture. Step forward, girl, the Hooded One commands, his voice shaking the massive pillars framing the space. Piper does so, keeping her eyes focused on the steps of the dais, no hint of fear in her face, although I catch a glimpse of her thumb disappearing between her curled fingers, no doubt pressing into her palm. King Asmodeus, Piper says, bowing low again. The Hooded One seems pleased with her sudden manners compared to their last meeting. As pleased as a faceless figure beneath a hood can seem, I suppose. Show me what you can do, he demands, his tone somewhat bored. I'm surprised by the Hooded One's lack of interrogation, but perhaps his disinterest in quizzing Piper is a good thing. It could mean he's grown bored of pursuing Piper for her powers, and all of this will be over soon. Etho and I bow our heads and back away from Piper, giving her space for her demonstration. As soon as Etho and I are a respectable distance away, Piper begins the routine we've practiced tirelessly. 1 second, she's standing in the center of the room. The next, she's stepping out of the shadows behind one of the Zonak at the door. The Zonak barely has time to jump at her sudden proximity before she's gone again, back at the foot of the dais. She repeats this a few times, moving between realms to different parts of the room, only to disappear into shadow once again, until her point is proven. Piper reappears in the center of the throne room, and with a dramatic flourish of her hands, conjures a whispering wind that picks up around her feet, the edge of her dress pulling this way and that. A tornado begins to take shape in the center of the room, its maelstrom winds contained to the center of the throne room, the tapestries on the walls undisturbed despite the mammoth tempest undulating before us. Piper allows the tornado to linger for a second before it begins to solidify from the bottom up until it is no longer a living force of nature, but a beautifully rendered marble statue, detailed beyond all imagining. With a clench of her fist, the marble crumbles into a fine sand and is blown away in a phantom breeze. Piper turns back toward the Hooded One, who is leaning forward in his throne, and bows again. Impressive, the Hooded One murmurs as he looks Piper over, the pleasure in his voice sending cold dread sliding down my spine. I think your abilities warrant a true test of skill, girl. Bring out some fodder for her to fight, he snaps at the Zonak by the door, who scurries out after a hasty bow. Before I realize what I'm doing, I'm stepping forward, dropping to a knee before the Hooded One, my mouth moving faster than my mind. Surely you don't mean to have her fight a demon, Hooded One, I say as deferentially as I know how. The temperature in the room drops several degrees, and everything seems to go stiller than would be natural. You dare question me, he hisses from the top of the dais. My blood turns to ice at his tone. Many demons have been killed for far less, but the idea of Piper facing a demon to satisfy some sick whim keeps me from backing down entirely. Of course not, my king, I murmur to the ground. I only ask out of concern. She is yet untried against an opponent. Your failure as a teacher does not warrant coddling on my part, he responds, his tone nothing but ice. I nod, returning to my feet and backing away from the dais, unable to meet Etho or Piper's eyes. No matter what, if Piper is in danger, I won't stand idly by, even if it means my death.
Chapter 20. Ostrath. I roar as I strike the opponent in front of me, ducking under one blow thrown at me and slamming my open palm into the ribs of another. With a swipe of my legs, 3 opponents are down, and it takes me 2 more blows and a dodge to take down the other 2. I throw my hands up, grinning widely as I spin around to look at the other demons gathered. Time and time again, I've proven how well I can fight. I'm growing well known for my skills, and when I spot a Sosgroth lingering at the edge of the ring, I think that it's finally reached some of the more influential demons. Ulstrath, the demon announces as I stride toward him. Your presence is required in the throne room immediately. Then he turns and leaves as I freeze, his words hitting me hard. I had hoped for so long, but I never thought this day would come. Maybe Tolman did this for me. The thought comes unbidden, but then I realize that he could have. He's been slowly coming around to me, and we've started to get along. Or at least I think we have. Or maybe Piper pushed him to advocate for me. With my head held high, I throw a smirk over my shoulder at the other demons watching and strut out of the fighting ring. I take a moment to set my weapon aside and wipe myself clean before ascending to the throne room. My heart thunders with excitement as the doors swing open before me. I still can't believe that all my dreams are about to come true, that I'll finally be elevated. It's been a long time coming, and I drop to a bow before the king, trying to keep the enormous smile out of my face. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Tolman and Etho. Equal parts intrigue and dread shoot through me. I want to think that Tolman has come around on me, but he and Etho have never been my biggest fans. Still, I won't let their presence dampen my mood. You may rise. I nearly leap to my feet in a bout of excitement, and before I can stop myself, the words come rushing out. Thank you, sir. I've worked hard for this promotion, and I won't let you down. Asmodeus' response breaks through my words, and I go still, uncertain of how to react. The deep chuckle seems to fill the room, echoing around me as he falls into a fit of laughter that I don't understand. I shrink back, not sure what to make of this, and he leans forward with harsh scoff that punctuates his threatening laughter. Promotion? The incredulousness in my voice makes me feel even worse for assuming. I don't dare a glance toward the other 2 demons either. I only stand, head bowed before the king, as I wait to hear why I was really called here. Asmodeus sinks back into his seat, his fingers drumming along the arm. We'll see if you deserve a promotion after the task I have set out for you. This makes hope blossom in my chest again, and I pop up to look up at him. I'm ready for any challenge you have, my king. If I could see into the inky depths beneath Asmodeus' hood, I'm sure he'd be smirking. It colors his tone as he says, "Step out of the way." I turn, trying to see what is behind me, but there is nothing. The doors are still closed and no one new has emerged. That's when I realize that my opponent is already in the room. I just couldn't see her behind Etho, but as the Trollvor steps out of the way, I realize that I already know what my task is. Or who, rather. It's a familiar redhead who offers me a small smile and a half wave. Hi. Dread hits me hard in my stomach. To let Piper practice on me is one thing, but I can't fight her. There is no way I'd ever do anything to hurt or provoke her. I only want to help her, to find a way to grow her powers in a safe environment. Etho leans down to whisper something forward, and she stumbles forward until there's not much space between us. With every step, my heart hammers harder, until all I can hear is the blood rushing in my ears. I have to find a way out of this. And though I know that Piper is a formidable opponent, and she has a much higher chance of hurting me because I'm not willing to hurt her, I whip around to look at the king with a sneer on my face. I can't fight her. The confusion that flicks across Piper's face stings, but I can explain everything later. I just need to get us out of this, and it's clear to me that I am the only one that can. I'm sure that Tolman and Etho have already tried. Why not? The king asks, relaxed back with amusement in his voice. I expected him to be more enraged at my protest against his orders, but I have an inkling that he isn't threatened by my resistance. He's got some kind of plan, and that only makes me more wary. Look at her. She's a tiny thing. One of the Houndmaster's pampered Urgans would be a better opponent than this creature. Sir, you must see that. She may surprise you. I let my eyes rake down Piper's frame, and I hope she can see the apology in my eyes. She honestly looks so beautiful right now, and it would kill me to see a scratch or bruise on her soft skin, especially knowing it's from me. It's offensive to compare our abilities. The words don't come out as harsh as I intend, and I tear my eyes away. If you are going to insult me, at least do it directly. There's no need to set me up like this. The king spreads his hands wide, but there's irritation leaking into his voice as he says, "It's not a setup. Truly, if you defeat her, you'll be promoted. Now stop wasting my time before I find another lowly Volvath who will jump at the opportunity." I swallow at the insult and the threat that he just slammed into me. I can't let another demon come up here. What if they hurt Piper? Nodding, I turn to face her, and I lower my voice so that hopefully only she can hear me. "It's just like your lessons, right?" She nods, but her eyebrows are pinched together, and she looks incredibly nervous. "I can take it. You know I can." Piper sucks in a deep breath, rooting down in her stance just like she always does. She lifts a one hand out toward me, still needing to feel the flow of the energy to redirect it, instead of making things happen with a snap like Tolman. From her palm, a burst of green flames shoots forward, and I dodge it, getting clipped on my left shoulder. It doesn't burn really. As I move, I throw a small blast of my own at her. I'm very adept with my magic, but I'll use it to keep this from turning into close combat, my specialty. She leaps out of the way, and I send another line of fire dancing after her, so she has to retreat again. She stamps her foot, the flames twisting and racing toward me, and I throw my hand out to reabsorb my power. The king slams his hand into the arm of his throne, growling, "Stop wasting my time." It seems I've pushed him beyond his limit. "You both are holding back. I've had enough of it." I throw my hand out, barely more skilled than Piper, and needing to concentrate to direct my magic when something slams into me. I tumble back, gasping at the heat radiating through my body. Lifting my head, I see Piper kneeling on the ground in a similar, dazed state. The heat spreads, moving up my body, and soon it feels like I'm choking on it. It numbs my brain, my ears filling with a buzzing sound, and then I'm on my feet. I feel like I've lost all control of my body when my magic starts to swirl, looking for a desperate escape. I don't know what's come over me until Piper leaps to her feet with a shout, her eyes tinting red as she throws a powerful blast toward me. I intend to roll out of the way, but I lunge forward, charging at her as I duck under blast. Kill, kill, kill. It's all I can think, my body aching with the need to clamp around her and end this threat. He hit us with a bloodlust spell. I'm shocked with the realization, and it manages to break me out of my state long enough to throw myself to the side as I go to tackle Piper. She doesn't notice my change of course, though, and a blast of magic slams into my ribs as I roll across the floor. The growl that burst free is foreign to my ears, and I'm on my feet again, my magic bursting free of me. It takes Piper almost no effort to wipe my advances away from her, and she slams one foot into the ground, throwing a hand forward with a shout as a blast more powerful than I've seen her conjure before rips free. I roll out of the way, leaping up to my feet as she recovers. My magic flares up to whip at her legs, forcing her back and distracting her as I lunge forward. My arms are outstretched, but I manage to wrangle my self-control and force my body to the ground before I can grip her. I know that if I get my hands on her, I won't be able to stop in time. I'm not sure if my body is trying to break her bones or strangle her, but I don't want to take any chances. Piper won't give them to me, though. My magic has irritated her, and as I shift up into a crouch, my magic already feeling depleted, she grits her teeth and stares me down. My fingers itch, wanting to grasp my opponent, as my legs fight me to jump toward her again. I'm fighting my instincts hard, and it takes me a minute to realize how still Piper has gone. But then I notice the green glow building under her skin. Her jaw is set hard, and a deep scream builds in her as she throws both hands forward, directing all of her magic at me. The intensity of it slams into my chest, and I'm too low to dodge it. I take the full blast, flung back across the throne room. I barely register my body in the air at first, with her magic already nearly knocking me unconscious. But when my body collides and goes through the first two layers of the throne room's infrastructure, I know I'm about to black out entirely. Just before my body gives up, the bloodlust spell trying to drag me up, two words echo through my mind over and over. I'm proud. And I am, even in my battered and unconscious state, I am proud of Piper, of all she's accomplished. That's my girl.
Chapter 21. Piper. I scream at the intensity of the power ripping through my body. It feels like my very life source is bleeding out through my fingertips as I throw Ulstrath across the room. Tears streak my face as his body slams through the wall, and horror coats my tongue as the massive demon crumples to the ground. My whole body trembles, and as my magic dissipates, and I realise it was the only thing holding me up. I collapse, feeling entirely drained, and I can't even keep my eyes open any longer. My head lolls to the side, trying to fight exhaustion heavier than I've ever experienced, and I manage to hear one of the king's servants announce, "He's still alive." A sad smile tugs at my lips as I murmur out, "Ulstrath," but it's all I manage before black waves sweep in to claim me. I pushed myself too hard, and I've hurt someone I care about. I didn't want to do any of this, and I fear that I've irreversibly hurt Ulstrath. Even the inky blackness can't erase the deep regret that roils through me. When I stir again, I realise that I must have been moved. I'm no longer on the hard, cold floor of the throne room. The bed beneath me is plush and soft and smells familiar. I think she's waking. Ethtak's soothing voice calms me a little as I try to pull myself from the depths of unconsciousness. "Piper?" Tolman's hand caresses my face. "Piper, can you hear me?" "Yes." My voice is raspy, but I manage to force out the response. I creak open my heavily eyelids to see Tolman grinning down at me, and Ethtak appears behind him. "Here, help her sit up." Tolman shifts me up so that I'm mostly in his lap so he can support my weight, and Ethtak lifts the glass to my lips. I drink greedily, and only when my body is soothed do I remember why I feel this way in the first place. The guilt is crushing. Immediately my eyes well with tears, and I bring a hand to my mouth, covering the sobs I feel building. "I can't believe I did that," I whimper. "Piper." Tolman tugs me all the way on his lap, and Ethtak sits beside him, rubbing my back. "You were incredible." I shake my head. "I hurt Ulstrath. He was my friend and I... Horror hits me, and I jerk back to look at the two of them. I didn't kill him, did I? I know he was still alive when I fell unconscious in the throne room, but a lot of the time, people die from complications, and not the initial impact. "No, sweet girl, you didn't kill anyone." Ethtak cups my face. "You displayed unbelievable power in there. We were so worried about you." He brushes a tear from my cheek. "But you are okay now. There's no need for tears." I shake my head, covering my mouth once again. I can't believe I did that. He tried so hard not to hurt me. I could see the way he was fighting the spell, and I couldn't do the same. Tolman shifts me so that I'm tucked between the two demons as they stroke my face and my hair. I can't believe it. "You needn't worry." Tolman's voice is soft and soothing. "You did nothing wrong, and it wouldn't have mattered if you did kill him. He's a nobody." Rage, hot and boiling, pours through me. A DN I jerk up, whipping around to glare at him. "Ulstrath is not a nobody. You may use him any way you like, but he's a hard worker. Stop discounting him." "Piper!" Ethtak tries to tug me forward, and I rip out of his grasp. "I don't think Tolman meant..." "I know what he meant. I'm not blind to the way you both act toward him. He is my friend, regardless of his status. He helps me train. He plays cards with us almost every night. And now he's hurt and you both just want to forget him." "No, Piper Dash." I scramble off the bed, pointing at the door. "Get out!" They share an uncertain glance, and Tolman eases off the bed to stand in front of me. He reaches for me, but I shrink back so he misses. Hurt flashes across his face, but I force myself to ignore it as he says, "Try to get some rest, okay? Your face is still devoid of colour, and there are dark circles under your eyes. Your body needs to recover." "I will." My voice sounds so small and fragile. "Now get out." He turns, heading for the door, and Etho follows. The Trollvor pauses in front of me, but he doesn't reach for me like Tolman did. "Call for us if you need anything." I nod, avoiding his gaze, and I stare down at the bed as I listen for the door to click closed behind them. Once it does, I suck in a deep breath and get dressed. I may not look completely recovered, but I can feel my magic well has at least been replenished. I focus on it like Tolman taught me, thinking of what I want it to do, and with deep concentration, I manage to silence my footsteps. Creeping out of my room, I walk carefully just in case. I send pulses of energy down the halls, feeling for any other demons before turning a corner. With my magic, I manage to make it out of Tolman's tower without being caught. I've seen enough of Tith to know where the training grounds are. Ulstrath explained to me that it's where all the soldiers without families stay where he stays. He says it's where he sleeps, eats, and trains, and I have to assume there's an infirmary there. As I slip inside, a few demons stop to stare at me. I offer them a polite smile and ask, "Do you know where Ulstrath is?" They blink, pointing down a hallway to my right, and I nod, thanking them. As I slip down the hallway, though, I hear the whispers start up. It's not something that bothers me much here. I've gotten used to them somewhat over the course of my life, but it's still interesting to hear what others say about me when they think I can't hear. "That's the one that put him in the infirmary." "No." "Yes. King Asmodeus has his eye on her." "I hear Tolman does too." "Oh, crap. Do you think he's going to be pissed that she's here?" "I don't know, but I'm going to the ring. I don't want to be caught when he does show up." I smirk as I turn around a bend, unable to hear them any longer. It's funny to me to not be known as the destroyer, the freak. Instead, I'm the girl not to mess with because one of the other demons will mess you up. I have to admit it's a nice change of pace. The hallway's dead ends into the infirmary, and I spot Ulstrath immediately. I rush to his bedside, but before I can say anything, he shifts and spots me. "Piper?" I fling myself forward. "Ulstrath, I'm so sorry." My words come out muffled against his shoulder, but he chuckles softly, wrapping an arm around my waist to rub my back. "What for?" I pull back to look at him. "Are you serious?" "Yeah." His smile looks genuine. "You were incredible. Your powers are growing, and I am so impressed with how well you did back there." I'm stunned as I listen to him gush. You're not mad at me?" "No." He reaches up as if he's going to touch my face, and then he drops his hand, brushing the back of my hand instead. "I couldn't be mad at you, Piper. You are so talented. I'm in awe just being able to witness you grow into these powers. Your strength was unbelievable." "But I hurt you." I gesture around us to the infirmary. He waves that off. "It's not like you had a choice. Neither of us did. And I used to be down here once a week. I've been in worse shape and still made it. I hate to tell you this, but you're going to be stuck with me a while longer." My heart stumbles at his smirk. "I'm glad you're okay." "Okay?" He shifts over, pulling me up onto the bed beside him. I lean back and we stare up at the ceiling like we do in the garden a lot. "I'm better than okay. I got an audience with the king. Piper, you don't understand what a big deal that is. But he wanted me to hurt you." "What kind of king does something like that?" Ulstrath shrugs. "He gave us a chance to exhibit our powers. It's the first time he's seen what I can do, and I think I performed well. I want to move up, and to do that, I have to be seen by those in power." His hand brushes the back of my arm, and I fight a shiver. "You gave me the chance to do that. Thank you." I want to argue with him, but he's in such high spirits that I just say, "You're welcome." I curl up against his side, and he tells me about how much attention he's been getting since our performance. That's what he keeps calling it. It strikes me how upbeat Ulstrath is for a demon. He's so approachable, unlike Tolman or even Etho. They've both been good to me, but I've seen the way others react to them. What I can't understand is why Ulstrath is shunned the way he is. He's driven and funny and an incredible friend. In fact, I think he'd be incredible as more than a friend someday. Maybe my demon lovers have spoiled me, but I hope that he will want that, though he does tend to shy away from me. I roll on my side as he turns to look at me, and I take in how handsome he is. Just like Tolman and Etho, he's different, but I find those differences enhance our relationship. "You've heard me ramble long enough," he says with a grin. "What's on your mind?" I start to ask him how he knew, but he shakes his head. "You've got that look on your face. Come on." He squeezes me around the waist where his arm is still looped beneath me. "Talk to me." Before I can answer, though, a commotion in the hallway pulls both of our attention away. There's shouting and loud footsteps, and we both sit up in time to see Tolman round the corner and spot us both in bed together. And the demon from earlier was right. He's pissed. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 22. Tolman. My magic is summoned without a thought. As soon as I spot her in the bed with that nobody, I absolutely lose it. I've been out of my mind with worry since I came back to apologize and she wasn't there. I didn't know where she would have gone or how she would have slipped out without anyone else seeing her. And then it hit me. If there is one demon that would want her, that would be angry enough to steal her, it would be Ulstrath. She humiliated him. An insult. He had called her foolishly. Well, she showed him what kind of threat she posed. I hate that I was right, though. I wish I had just found her in the gardens, getting some air. Instead, she's here, looking guilty with wide, fearful eyes. How dare you! The lights in the room flicker, and I have a hard time reining in my magic. It needs an outlet, and my eyes narrow in on the one that deserves it as he scrambles back from Piper, already trying to sputter out an explanation. You should have never messed with her. Sometimes, even I forget how powerful I am. I just have to want something, and it flickers into existence, like the cage that has formed around the Volvoth. It's magical, sending harsh sparks skittering across his skin as he tries to shrink away from the steadily enclosing walls. I grin smugly, watching as he has to fold in on himself to avoid the evaporating space. In a matter of minutes, he'll be dead. And then Piper will see what a nobody he really is. "Tolman!" she shrieks as she leaps from the bed, her eyes going between me and him. "What are you doing?" Her panic as she chooses to rush through him breaks through the fog of my rage. "I'm protecting you." It almost sounds like a question. "Protecting me?" She reaches out to touch the cage, and then she jerks her hand back as one of the sparks zaps her. What would I need protecting from? I open my mouth to respond, but as I study the worry on her face, I'm not so certain. I had thought he'd found a way to take her, to try and punish Piper for the fool she made of him. Ulstrath has been known for a long time to want an audience with the king, and the one he received today should have been quite disappointing. But as she hits her knees, murmuring to him that he's going to be okay, and that she's going to save him, I realize that I misjudged it entirely. "Let him go!" she cries, her eyes filling with tears. But now! The tears fall freely. Don't hurt him! He's been hurt enough! Piper, Ulstrath calls to her soothingly. I told you I'm fine. He winces as my magic starts to brand his skin. Don't worry about what happened. It wasn't. His voice cuts off with a hiss at my magic wrapping around him. Your fault, he forces out. He's comforting her. I'm trying to kill him, and he's comforting her. Now I can see how wrong I really was, and with my evaporating anger, the magic starts to fizzle out. The cage wavers, and finally, it dissipates. Ulstrath drops to the ground, and Piper throws herself at him, wrapping her arms around him. Are you okay? He looks like he's on the verge of passing out, but he still gives her a gentle smile, touching her cheek as he whispers, I'm okay. It makes my heart twist. I don't even really know what came over me, or why his concern for her was what made me pull back. All I know is that I would do anything for Piper, and she wanted me to stop hurting the little demon that I thought was hurting her. So, I did. I grit my teeth as the emotion washes over me. I've fallen too hard for this human. Dare I think it. But I might be in love with her. Sighing harshly through my nose, I know that is exactly what I feel. It feels so right as I roll it around my head, and the thought terrifies me. Piper has become my weakness, but she will never be mine. I will always have to guard these feelings because she is for the hooded one. Piper, I call out to her, and she turns toward me, standing slowly. Let's go home. She dares a glance back toward Ulstrath as the infirmary attendants come bustling in, shooing her away so they can tend to the demon. With one last longing look, she turns back to me and takes my hand. We're both quiet as I take her back to my tower. I'm too wrapped up in the events, of how protective I feel over her, of how quickly I'll give in to her. I don't know what's becoming of me. I have every intention of just leaving Piper at her room. I have an afternoon class I need to deal with, and my head is a jumbled mess. I want to disappear into my study for a little while I sort out the hold this human has over me, because I can't keep losing myself like this. She can't even be mine. I'm playing with the storm, and I know it. We arrive at the corridor her room is on, and I give her a subtle nod before turning to walk away. I expect Piper to want to get away from me, seemingly so upset with what has happened with Ulstrath today. Not to mention my comments that seem to have driven her into his arms in the first place. But before I get more than a few steps away, a small hand latches onto my wrist. The effect she has on me is instant. My muscles relax, my brain fog clears, and my lips start to curl as I turn around to look at her. Doesn't matter what's going on. Having her hands on me is always going to make me grin like a fool and turn my thoughts to liquid. Piper, I whisper, my heart catching in my throat as I meet her gaze. She doesn't look happy. She's staring at me with a mix of confusion, sadness, and hesitation. I'd do anything to erase that. Tolman, you can't keep treating me like this. I reach up to touch her cheek, but she takes a half step back. It's enough of a movement to hit me like a blow to the chest. My hand falls to one side, and my heart rate kicks up another notch as I ask her, treating you like what? She blows out a breath, pushing her hair out of her face. Like you own me. Her demeanor changes so fast that it shocks me, but she's angry. You don't want me to do anything or be around anyone without your permission, but you can't confine me like this. You said you were supposed to help me with my powers, not be my warden. Gods help me, because I swear I'm about to fall on my knees and beg for forgiveness from this woman. I'll give her anything. Piper, I never meant to make you feel trapped here. I just want what's best for you. Why? I blink. What? Her voice snaps marginally. Why do you want that? Why are you helping me at all? What is it you feel for me, Tolman? Because you never tell me what it is you want from me or why. I love you. I love you, and I want to give you the whole world. The words are lodged in my throat, and I just stare at her wide-eyed, uncertain of what to do. I can't tell her I want her when she isn't mine to want. I I can't tell her she belongs to the king when I don't know what he wants to do with her, and she'll only grow angrier when I don't have answers. So I stand there, mouth agape and uncertain what to say. And out of all the things I could have done, I think this was the worst. Piper grits her teeth, and I can feel her magic stirring beneath her skin. As she's grown stronger, it answers to her emotions just as mine does. Fine. Don't tell me, but stop acting like you do this because you care for me. You see me as some kind of pet project, and it's sick. She turns, storming off into her room, and when the door slams shut, her sharp scream rings through the air. A small part of me knows I should check on her, and at least show her how to cool her magic in such a circumstance. But my emotions are flaring too, and I turn, climbing up to my study as I originally intended. With every step, her words echo in my ears, and I only grow angrier until I am fuming when I finally make it to my study. The door flies shut behind me, splintering around the edges with the force of it, and I let out a roar that I've been holding back. My magic swirls in the air, and I let it pour out of me, dousing the lights and ripping through some of the furniture as it tries to expel enough energy. It's not enough, though, and I grab the shelf closest to me, throwing it and watching as my books fly off it. The shelf splinters, the collectibles break, and the books rip, but instead of feeling upset, it quells the raging fire inside of me. I grab the next thing near me, a table, and throw it straight through the window across from me. The shattering glass makes me grin, and in a rampage, I keep going. I'm not even processing what my hands are grabbing. I'm just feeding off every rip and shatter until there is nothing left to wreck. I'm sure later I will be annoyed when I have to hunt down new books and other materials for my classes, but right now I don't care. I just need a release, and when I finally expelled everything I have, I fall to my knees among the mess. My head falls in my hands, and with the anger finally burned out, hopelessness sweeps in. Oh, hell! What am I going to do?
Chapter 23. Piper. White-hot tears burn my eyes as I fly down the hallway, heartbreak and shame pushing me faster and faster. The paintings and tapestries adorning the hall walls blur past me, and I stifle a sob, unwilling to let my vulnerability show through where someone might see me. I thought when I'd asked Tolman how he really felt, it was going to be a new beginning for us. I'd stupidly thought that maybe he loved me too, or at least if he didn't love me, that he would have admitted to caring about me. All of the nights we've spent together, all of the tender moments, sweet kisses, nights of passion, and peals of laughter we've shared roar through my head as my feet pound against the floor, carrying me to my room. The second I cross the threshold, I slam the door shut behind me, pressing my back to it tightly as the first sob breaks through my lips. The tears are flowing hot and fast now, and I strain my ears, listening hard through my shuddering breaths for any sign that Tolman is following me. Of course he isn't following you, a bitter voice snipes from deep within me. If he cared about you, he would have said so. I think back to the last time I ran away from Tolman crying. He'd followed me to my room, held me and comforted me. It had been the beginning of what I thought was something that would last forever, and it was the first time we shared a bed. There's nothing but cold silence in the hall behind me this time. Another sob shakes me, and I slide to the ground, suddenly too weary to stay on my own 2 feet. I don't know why I thought Tith would be all that different from camp life. Everything here seemed too good to be true, and it was. A sudden burst of rage sweeps through me. Why would Tolman have me brought here if he didn't actually want me? Was I only meant to be used and discarded like some sick little plaything? I can't believe I was stupid enough to think I'd finally found my place in this world, to think that I could make a home among demons. Of course he never really wanted me. Why would he? I'm a fragile human girl, and the fact that I have chaos magic doesn't change that. Nobody's ever wanted me. I lose myself in the torrent in my mind, letting self-pity drag me under as I cry against the doorframe. This floating continent had seemed so different from the rest of Protheka and camp life when I'd first arrived. It wasn't just the red earth. or the strange plants and intimidating buildings. A part of me seemed to sing that this was my home, seemed to recognize this place as being somewhere I might finally belong. As scary as everything seemed when I first arrived, there was always some bit of me that felt safe here. No one ever raised a hand to me or treated me like I was somehow less than. Nobody shied away from me in public or treated me like I was some walking curse. I'd thought my days of tears were over. After all of the pain and loss in my life, I was finally starting to see a future. I was beginning to master my magic. I'd found a dear friend in Ulsrath, and both Tolman and Etho seemed to truly care for me. Etho. I suck in a cleansing breath, pushing myself up to my feet. I can make my peace with the fact that Tolman doesn't love me. It hurts, and it will take time, but I'm used to people discarding me. It shouldn't be surprising that Tolman isn't interested. But Etho, my sweet, gentle giant, I'm sure that he cares about me. After everything, maybe all of this was just leading me to him. Maybe these are just necessary growing pains, and this mess with Tolman is a necessary heartbreak, all intended to show me that all I truly needed is right in front of me, and had been the whole time. I allow myself a few minutes in the bathroom, fixing my hair and trying to dispel the redness and puffiness of tears from my face before I leave the room, striding for the sparring room. Etho's craft is important to him, and if he's not eating, sleeping, or off on a mission, I can almost always find him there. It doesn't take me long to reach the sparring room, although the minutes seem to drag by between the fear of running into Tolman and the anxious pounding of my heart. I don't know if I can take another rejection right now, but I know Etho. Surely he wouldn't lead me on. Just as I suspected, Etho is in the sparring room, practicing hand-to-hand combat skills with a dummy that's seen far better days. The powerful muscles of his back ripple around his wings as he practices his maneuvers. I linger in the doorway for a moment, watching the fluid grace with which he moves, and admiring the way the light leaches through the thin membrane of his wings, turning their usually dark grey colour to a warm red where the sunlight shines through. I clear my throat from the doorway, not wanting to catch Etho off guard. His ears twitch in my direction a millisecond before his head turns, that lopsided grin stretching over his face as he sees me. My fragile heart is soothed by that smile, and before I know it, Etho is on me, sweeping me into his arms and swinging me off the ground in a crushing hug. I burrow my face into his bare chest, squeezing my arms around his neck tightly and inhaling the scent of him, very nearly losing grip on my emotions again. After everything that's happened today, it's all I can do not to burst into tears at the sudden comfort and safety of being so close to him. Etho pulls back from the hug enough to look down into my face, his brows furrowed slightly. "You smell like you've been crying," he murmurs, his fingers brushing delicately across my face, as if to feel for tear tracks. "What's wrong?" I shake my head, not wanting to muddy this moment. This conversation needs to be about us. I don't want him to say something he doesn't mean for the sake of sparing my feelings. "Nothing's wrong," I lie quietly, running a thumb over the crease in his brows as if I could smooth the worry out of his face. "I just wanted to talk to you." Etho smiles sweetly in response and carries me to the small bench along the wall, seemingly as reluctant to let go of me as I am to be away from him. We settle onto the bench, and he turns an expectant eye on me. "Did you want to talk about anything in particular?" He rumbles as he swipes up a nearby skin of water, downing its contents. I suck in a breath, weighing my words carefully and pushing down the fear of rejection urging me to keep my mouth shut. "Yes," I say slowly, looking down at my folded hands before meeting his crimson eyes, to notice that the crease between his brows has returned. "I don't really know how I'm supposed to do these things," I admit, "so I'm just going to come out and ask. What is this? What are we doing?" "We're sitting," Etho answers, confusion and a bit of humour playing in his eyes. I roll my eyes, heat burning in my face. Yes, very good, Etho," I retort, fighting the urge to bury my face in my hands. I mean us. He just stares at me, and I groan, embarrassment seeping into my very bones. He's going to make me say it. What are we? How do you actually feel about me? I blurt, the words running together as I race through the questions. Realization dawns on Ethtak's face, followed by another emotion I can't quite place as a heavy, awkward silence hangs between us. He starts before stopping again. Ethtak's eyes drop from mine to linger on the floor between his feet, and I feel a distance open up between us that was never there before as my heart plummets. Familiar shame and anger rise in my chest, and I immediately regret opening my mouth. Does he really not know how he feels about me? Why does no one seem capable of having an honest conversation? You? I prompt, irritation seeping into my voice. Ethtak shifts uncomfortably under the weight of my gaze, seeming to weigh his words carefully. After a long moment, he speaks again. We're friends, Ethtak says, the finality of his words hanging between us as he refuses to meet my eyes. Friends, I parrot, losing my grip on my carefully constructed facade. Ethtak finally looks up at me, panic on his face at my increasingly shrill voice. Even his alarmed reaction doesn't soothe the dark fire rolling under my skin as I barrel forward, completely letting go of any calm I had moments before. After everything that's happened, the way we act with one another, the nights we've spent together, you'd say that we're just friends? I demand, leaping to my feet. Ethtak flinches, shifting again. Friends spend time together, Ethtak mumbles, looking at me briefly before scanning the rest of the room, his eyes lingering on the exits, as if to run away. Why does everyone want to get away from me? I know what a friend is, I snap. Ulsrath and I are friends, but you and I... Before I can finish my sentence, Ethtak is on his feet, anger and disgust twisting his face as he looms above me. Do not compare me to that lowly, snivelling demon, he bites. Rage sweeps through me at the insult. You know what? You're right. You're nothing like Ulsrath, I retort, my cheeks flushing with anger. Ulsrath actually gives a damn about me. My words land like a physical blow. Ethtak's eyes wide and jaw slack in his face as he stares at me. I turn on my heel before he can respond, practically sprinting from the sparring room and leaving him standing dumbstruck behind me. Angry tears prick my eyes as I fly down the halls for the second time today, my chest heaving with furious breaths. Maybe I was stupid to think that Tolman or Ethtak truly cared about me, but at least I can talk about my emotions. I burst out of a pair of doors and into the gardens behind the tower, gulping down fresh air. I'm sick of this God's-forsaken place, sick of the demons who can't seem to muster up enough empathy to even have a real conversation, sick and tired of being treated like I should be grateful for any scrap of affection. If they don't care about me, then fine, I'll leave. I don't give myself time to back out of my decision. The power that's been building under my skin sharpens to prickling points in my palms as I screw my eyes shut, bursting from my skin as I step out of the gardens and into thick shadows. The world screams past me in a thick, dark mist, shapes and sounds and shadowy colours all blurring together as I move through them. Everything comes to a screeching halt as I step out of the shadow, bright light blinding me as my mind reels and my stomach lurches from the sudden change in motion. I raise a hand to shield my eyes against the light, blinking rapidly to help my eyes adjust. My stomach drops as everything comes into focus. I had intended to go back to camp life and fully expected to see the squat cabins and rolling fields of my childhood home. Instead, I'm in the middle of the ocean, standing aboard an unfamiliar ship while the deafening sounds of waves against the hull drown out my ability to think. A crimson sail snaps in the wind above me, shouting voices echoing around the deck. I whirl toward the various voices, hoping to speak to whoever is aboard and get my bearings. I nearly topple to the floor when I see the source of all the bellowing. 3 massive, Fur-covered figures are racing toward me, curved horns protruding from their heads. My blood turns cold, my throat restricting around my scream as their faces come into even sharper view. The snouts twitch above their mirrored snarls, dull teeth on full display in their humanoid, fur-lined faces. I'd heard whispers of the Minotaur in camp life, but never thought I'd be so unlucky as to see not one, but 3 of them up close. I move my hands in front of me, sending a wave of raw magic toward the Minotaur in an attempt to keep them from reaching me. Memories of the rumours whispered around the fire's surface as the wave of magic bounces off of their skin like a spray of water, not slowing them in the slightest. Minotaurs are immune to magic. I'm completely helpless. The scream that's been building in my throat finally breaks loose, and I release another blast of magic, shadows rippling around me as I try to step through realms again, content to be absolutely anywhere but here. A powerful set of hands wraps around my arm and the nape of my neck before I can leap into the beckoning darkness, however, and I'm dragged away from the only window to my escape.
Chapter 24. Etho. The water scalds my wings and back as I scrub at my skin, taking off layers of flesh as I try to rid myself of the events of the day. I groan aloud as Piper's tear-streaked, furious face flashes through my mind again, pressing my head against the cold tile as Ulzrath's name echoes over the image. I'd have half a mind to skin that demon alive if he didn't seem to be the only one doing anything right. A knock at the bathing room door shatters the incessant stream of images flowing through my mind, and for a second my heart swells, the image of Piper standing on the other side of the door filling me with hope. "Yes?" I call, stepping out of the falling water and wrapping a towel loosely around my waist. Before an answer comes, I throw open the door, already moving to take her into my arms when I realize the figure in the doorway isn't Piper. "I'm busy," I snarl at the quivering Zonak in Piper's place, not bothering to hide my murderous temperament as I turn to slam the door in his face. My apologies," the Zonak stutters out before the door shuts, "but Lord Tolman has summoned you to his office." "Then tell him I'm indisposed," I growl, whirling on the Zonak. I'm not in the mood to share space with my friend. Not when everything between Piper and I is falling apart while their relationship is blossoming. When Piper cornered me in the sparring room, I hadn't known what to say, hadn't wanted to get in between her relationship with Tolman. I have no desire to lord my actions over either of them, and don't want to act the martyr for paving the way for them both to be happy. But I'm not in any place to be around the happy couple either. I'd only ruin everyone's mood, and I doubt Piper wants to be around me right now either. "I'm sorry, sir," the Zonak says at the ground, "but Lord Tolman's request is urgent. I'm to escort you to him immediately." "I don't need a goddamned escort. Tell Tolman I'll be there in a moment," I snap before closing the door in the Zonak's face. I stifle the urge to break something as I pull on my clothes, not bothering to dry myself completely. No doubt Tolman is summoning me to berate me for making Piper cry. I'd do the same thing if I were in his position, but I'm really not in the mood to be the bad guy. I love both of them, and if I need to be the villain in their happy love story, so be it, but I'm still feeling too raw to play the part. I trudge to Tolman's study, every step feeling like I'm walking toward the gallows. I reach the massive double doors far too soon, and walk in without knocking. I'm too tired for our usual song and dance. Tolman is standing beside the roaring fireplace, hunched in on himself as if the weight of the world hangs on his shoulders. He turns toward me wordlessly, and I brace myself for the yelling, for the accusations regarding Piper, but they never come. Instead, Tolman collapses in an armchair by the fireplace, his face in his hands as I settle into my usual chair next to him. Neither of us speaks for a long moment, and I'm about to break the silence when Tolman finally lifts his face from his hands. "He's ready for her." Shock clangs through me, quickly followed by rage-tinged fear. I hardly have time to think about the complete pivot in what I thought this meeting was going to be, when my old friend's sorrowful yellow eyes meet mine. The hooded one has summoned Piper to the palace. He intends to marry her off to Lamian. "Lamian? That sniveling, snot-nosed brat?" I demand, leaping to my feet. Every instinct in my body is screaming to fight, a snarl twisting my lips. Tolman heaves a heavy sigh, slumping against his chair, agony on his face. "He's the prince," he says quietly. "I'm not in the mood to be chastised about titles," I growl at him as I begin pacing the length of the wall. "She can't marry him. I won't let her. Asmodeus can't make her." Tolman cringes at my use of the king's name without his title, but doesn't correct me. Defeat is written in every line of his form, which only serves to further stoke my rage. He can't seriously allow this. "I don't know what we can do," Tolman says as if reading my mind. "Nobody's ever disobeyed the Hooded One and lived to tell the tale, with the exception of the prince and that one Sosgaroth, although I'm not entirely sure he even disobeyed, given that his mission of impregnating his human was completed." "I don't care!" I bellow, whirling on him. "We have to do something. She can't marry Lamian. Piper can't," I say, my voice breaking on her name. The fight goes out of me all at once, and I collapse back into my chair, the gravity of the situation crushing down on me. I love her, I confess, images of the day prior flashing through my head. I love her. I love her. And I didn't tell her. I acted like an idiot, thinking that somehow my feelings for her were far less important than her relationship with Tolman. All she wanted was for me to tell her, to be honest with her, and I let her down. And now I may lose her forever. "I love her too," Tolman echoes quietly. His tone has my eyes finding his, and I see a reflection of what I'm feeling dancing through his yellow eyes. So, he had a similar exchange. The realization nearly breaks my heart. Piper had come to me, feeling low and needing reassurance, and I had given her nothing. I had made her feel like my feelings for her were nothing, like she was nothing. "We have to find her," I tell Tolman as I rise to my feet. "We need to tell her. Let her have a say in her future. She needs to know there's another way." "Is there? Another way?" Tolman asks wearily as he looks up at me. "There has to be," I respond. "There's no room for error anymore. There has to be a way out of this, and any way out of this I can think of starts the same. We need to tell Piper how we feel, and let her decide what she wants." Tolman rises to his feet without argument, taking a shaky breath and straightening his spine. We walk to Piper's room in silence, our pace faster than usual as the urgency of the situation presses in on us. Maybe with both of us here, both of us finally confessing our true feelings, she'll want to stay. I'm certain she feels something for Tolman, and if I haven't ruined everything already, maybe she'll feel something for me too. Tolman knocks on her door, and we wait for her response with bated breath. When no response comes, Tolman knocks again. "Piper, please talk to us," I plead through the door, images of her crying in her bed nearly sending me barreling into the room. When there's no response again, Tolman tries the knob, which turns easily in his hand. The room is empty. Tolman and I share a brief look before we're sprinting back to his study. After everything that's happened today, the only feasible place Piper would be is her room. When she's having a hard time, she doesn't wander around for everyone to see her. She's very private about her feelings, which means that after everything today, she decided she couldn't do it anymore. She left. Tolman and I skid around the final corner to his study, bursting through the doors. I sweep an arm across his desk, sending books and knickknacks clattering to the ground as Tolman rips a map off of the wall, laying it flat as he reaches for his crystal. Luckily, Tolman is exceptionally gifted with scrying. No matter where Piper got off to, he'll be able to find her, if we're not too late. "If she wants to be found," a voice whispers inside me. I push down the rising panic as Tolman's crystal swings across the map, glowing a deep blue as Tolman screws his eyes shut to concentrate on Piper's life force. In a matter of seconds, the crystal lands on the map with a heavy thud, the sharp point pointing directly in the middle of the ocean. Tolman and I exchange another glance before his eyes fall back to the crystal's point quizzically. "What does that mean?" I demand, trying and failing to keep the panic from my voice. "It means she's in the middle of the ocean," Tolman says slowly, still staring at the map, as if he expects it to yield more information. "Well, there's no way she's just stuck in the middle of the sea. Try again." "I'm never wrong," Tolman bites with a glare. "We're going here." "Great, I'll pack my swimsuit," I snipe back, and Tolman growls at me. "If that's where the crystal landed, That's where she is, he says with no small amount of ire. Proving that he's as concerned as I am with the scrying results, he reaches into a drawer and pulls out an obsidian mirror. Tolman lets the crystal hang from his hand over the obsidian mirror, the gem jerking wildly as a cloudy image begins to take shape on the mirror's surface. Piper's face takes shape first, and it looks as if she's sleeping. Then I see the chains and the damp planks beneath her, and my blood runs cold. Minotaurs circle around her, discussing something in their guttural language that I can't understand. She's been taken captive, Tolman breathes, as the image zooms out. Sure enough, Piper is below deck on a Minotaur battleship, the red sails indicative of their path. The Minotaurs are headed into battle, with Piper on board. Even if she was conscious, her magic would be useless against them. Tolman's eyes meet mine briefly before he's grasping my shoulder, shadows thickening around us. The world swirls in the darkness around us, the familiar study turning into dark blurs and disappearing as my stomach lurches in time to the jumpy movements that always come with Tolman taking us somewhere. Tolman drags me out of the dark and into the blinding light, sunlight gleaming off of the ocean around us, and only making it harder for my eyes to adjust. The smell of salt and the reek of the Minotaurs stuffs itself up my nose, only adding to my already rolling stomach. Bellows start to rise from the deck as the Minotaurs notice their new, unwelcome visitors, and I can keep the gleeful grin off of my face. It's been far too long since I've seen some real action. I whirl as a massive furry Minotaur launches himself at me, bending my knees and lowering my shoulder to catch the beast right at his center of gravity. As soon as my shoulder makes contact with the Minotaur's gut, I extend my legs, launching him into the air and over the side of the ship. A ball of fire flies past me and catches the Minotaur sneaking up on me in the chest, the smell of singed hair accenting the creature's screams as he catches fire and tumbles over the guardrail. I snap my wings open and launch myself into the air, getting a count of the remaining Minotaurs on board. There are half a dozen visible from the sky, including the two Tolman is expertly battling, flame and steel flashing between him and his foes. My wings tuck tightly against my body as I dive toward the deck, scooping up an unsuspecting Minotaur as I free my blade from my hip. I gut him with one swipe, dropping his still bleeding body into the sea as I dive for another. This time, the Minotaur is ready for me, swinging his blade up toward my wing. I evade his blow, rolling to my feet on the deck and throwing a dagger, watching the blade spin until it finds his mark in the Minotaur's eye socket. Blood spurts across the deck as he shrieks, grasping blindly for the hilt protruding from his eye. His screams stop suddenly in his throat as my second blade finds purchase in his windpipe. The sudden quiet is suffocating as I whirl to find Tolman, standing over a pile of bloody bodies. We're still for only a moment before we're both racing for the door that leads below deck, hell-bent on finding Piper and bringing her home. Two Minotaurs are waiting for us as we blink against the sudden dark, Tolman reacting faster than I do as he launches into an attack, parrying blows and sending licks of flame toward our final enemies. I spy Piper in the corner, still unconscious and chained to a beam. "Get Piper!" Tolman shouts over his shoulder as he duels with the Minotaur, his command nearly costing him his head as he evades a vicious swing. I obey without thought, diving for Piper's prone body. The chains are fastened securely around her wrists and wound around a post. I stretch her as far from the post as I can, 6 inches of chain stretching between her and the wooden beam. I set to work on the chains with my sword, swinging down as hard and precisely as I can, the metal beginning to warp beneath my blows. "Etho," Tolman calls from behind me. "You may need to work a little faster." I turn toward him, confused by his statement until I see that Tolman has blown a massive hole in the side of the hull of the ship, water pouring in faster than he can hold it back with his shield. I curse under my breath as I begin to swing faster, water reaching the ends of Piper's hair as it pours in faster from the sea beyond. Finally, a chain link snaps free. It's all the opening I need. Moving as fast as I can, I scoop Piper into my arms, running for the stairs that will lead us back out into the open. "Let's go!" I roar to Tolman as I charge through the doors. The crashing of water suddenly set free echoes in response, and then Tolman is above deck beside me. "Race you home." I grin at him as I leap off the deck, taking to the skies. Tolman gives me a cheeky half-smile and 2-finger salute before disappearing into shadow, just as the sea begins to swallow the ship whole.
Chapter 25. Piper. My head swims as I surface back into my body, my mouth dry and fuzzy as I move my tongue against my teeth. I groan, the aching in my head intensifying by the second as I wiggle beneath the blankets of my bed. My bed. I bolt upright, crying out against the pain in my skull as I sink back down beneath the covers, screwing my eyes shut against the too bright sunlight leaking through the windows. My mind whirls beneath a haze of pain, panic gripping me as I try to make sense of everything leading up to my waking. The memories come crashing back, from my conversations with Tolman and Etho to happening upon the Minotaur battalion on board the ship. After my hasty escape plan was foiled by that massive beast, the Minotaur had held me down while another forced a thick, sickly sweet liquid down my throat. I lost consciousness as I was being dragged across the deck toward the inky blackness below. They drugged me, I realise incredulously. In truth, I'm not entirely sure why I'm so horrified by the idea. I was an enemy who magically appeared on their ship, so I suppose they had to do something. But the idea of being completely helpless amongst such wild creatures is almost too appalling to wrap my head around. I'm not entirely sure how I got back into my bed in my room on Tith, but if the copious amounts of multicoloured flowers by my bed are any indication, I'd imagine either Tolman or Etho, or perhaps both, came looking for me. And not a moment too late, something whispers inside me. I crack open an eye, taking my time adjusting against the harsh light of the room and casting a cursory gaze around the space before shutting it again. A small, pathetic part of me is surprised I'm alone, but it's probably for the best. Maybe we can just pretend none of this ever happened. Shame burns under my skin out of nowhere as the full weight of the last few hours presses down on me. Like a petulant child, I'd thrown a tantrum and run away the second I didn't get what I wanted from them. Sure, Tolman and Etho aren't completely blameless. There are still many more conversations to be had about everything that has transpired while I've been on Tith. But I'd proved everything everyone ever said about me in camp life right by behaving the way I have. I'm bad luck, dangerous, helpless. Even with my chaos magic, I let my emotions get the better of me and fled at the first sign of hardship, landing not only myself, but Tolman and Etho in a dangerous, unpredictable situation. I groan, shoving my face further into the pillow. I don't know how I'm going to face them after all of this. A small, timid knock sounds through the room, setting my head pounding once again. I sit up slowly, adjusting the covers around me. I'm not sure I'm ready to see Tolman or Etho, but I guess the decision has already been made for me. Come in, I say quietly, cradling the side of my skull against the noise of my voice. The door creaks open, but rather than Etho or Tolman, a small Zonak pokes his head into the room. We look at each other for a few minutes before the demon clears his throat, shifting awkwardly on his feet. The king will be arriving shortly, the Zonak announces, taking stock of the way I wince at his volume. Your presence has been requested. A dress is set aside for you in your wardrobe. All of my discomfort forgotten, I nod, my heart beating wildly in my chest. The king? Here? Are they throwing me off the continent altogether? I know my behaviour has been irrational at best, but surely it doesn't warrant outright expulsion from Tith. The Zonak lingers in the doorway, seeming unsure of himself. I'm about to open my mouth to ask if there's anything else when he steps through the door slightly more, meeting my eyes for the first time during our conversation. I'm glad you're awake, he murmurs, giving me a small nod. I don't even have time to respond before he disappears through the door again, shutting it quietly behind him. I blink in surprise at the now shut door, unexpected pricks of tears burning in the corners of my eyes. The Zonak have always been kind to me, but I had chalked up their behaviour to an unwillingness to upset Tolman or Etho. But that unanticipated bit of compassion, of kindness. I let the emotion swelling in my chest spur me toward the wardrobe. If the king is here, then something big must be happening, and I'll need to look the part. True to the Zonak's word, a new dress is hanging in the closet, a beautiful garment of rich, silvery satin. I slip it on, taking the time to twist my hair out of my face in the mirror, securing the strands with a few pins. The hem of the dress pools at my feet like liquid starlight, catching the rays of the sun and bending them around me. As soon as I'm dressed, I step out of my room, taking deep breaths to try and quell the frantic beating of my heart. No matter what happens, all of this uncertainty will be over soon. At least then I'll have some direction. A different Zonak is waiting outside of my door to escort me downstairs, and I fall into step behind him as we walk in silence. He escorts me out into the courtyard, where a small crowd has gathered before the king, seated on a lavish chair perched in the centre of the tittering mass. I catch a glimpse of Tolman and Etho, both standing on the edge of the crowd near the king. Their shared gaze burns into me as the Zonak and I come to a halt before the king, and we bow deeply before the Zonak disappears into the crowd, leaving me standing alone. Tolman and Etho's eyes are searing me as a hush falls over the crowd, but I refuse to acknowledge them. They may have saved me from the Minotaurs, but that doesn't make up for the rest of the damage that's been done, even if a small part of me is quaking in relief that they're all right. Instead, I find Ulsrath's eyes in the crowd, giving him a small smile. I know it'll drive both Tolman and Etho insane, but I don't care. Right now, he's the only person who seems to actually care about me. If the king banishes me, I can at least rest assured that I'll be able to say a goodbye to him, however brief. The king straightens in his chair, preparing to address the crowd, and the silence between those gathered grows tense, everyone leaning forward in anticipation of what's to come. "Piper," King Asmodeus rumbles. My name on those unseen lips sends chill dread slithering down my spine, but I clamp down hard on the emotion, refusing to let my fear show. "My king," I acknowledge, bowing again. "The time has come for you to serve your purpose." I school my face into a mask of neutrality, standing tall and silent before the king. My purpose. What purpose? Realization washes over me as everything seems to fall into place. I had wondered why Tolman and Etho brought me here, but refused to dive too deeply into the why. Neither one of them had fully explained it to me, chalking up my sudden rescue from camp life as being due to my abilities with chaos magic. They lied to me. I tuck my thumb into my palm the way Tolman taught me, refusing to allow the tears I feel welling to become visible to anyone in the crowd, least of all the two of them. This only confirms what their actions in the past day have made me suspect. They never really cared about me. I was only ever brought here because the king commanded it. Your unusual abilities set you apart from the rest of the human women on Tith. The king continues, oblivious or apathetic to my world-shattering, I can't tell. As such an unusual creature, and given that your human nature makes you an ideal candidate for breeding, you are hereby betrothed to Prince Lamian. My vision fades at the corners, and a dull roaring fills my ears. Betrothed? Prince? Time slows as the king raises a hand toward a towering demon beside him, who steps forward and gives me a bored, cursory glance. Cold radiates from the demon, Prince Lamian, the very air around him dense with entitlement. It's all I can do not to collapse to the ground. My knees wobble as I try to rein in my emotions, everything hitting me all at once. I love Tolman. I love Etho. I can't marry anyone else. I belong to my demons, not some coddled prince. My shock quickly gives way to a helpless rage as I look at Tolman and Etho, both of their faces slack as they look between me, Prince Lamian, and the king. They knew. They knew that the king was going to do this, and yet they never told me. They let me believe that they loved me, or at least cared for me, and now they're going to hand me over to be used like breeding stock. Betrothed. My voice sounds distant even to my own ears. Something dark and powerful rolls beneath my skin as I look between Prince Lamian and the king, unable to take on the apathy I've worn like a coat of armour since meeting with the king. You are to be united at once. Your abilities, your blood, blending with the royal bloodline, will most assuredly yield a powerful generation to one day take the throne. Lamian rolls his eyes over the king's shoulders. My voice abandons me as I simply stare at the prince, the crowd breaking into a careful smattering of applause at the announcement of my engagement. My engagement. A small, careful set of hands is on my shoulders, turning me away from the king. I catch Ulsrath's eyes as I'm turned away, horror written on his face as he looks at me. At least someone seems to feel the same way I do. Tolman and Etho are still just standing there, blank-faced and useless. Although I suppose this is no surprise to them, I tear my eyes from the crowd and to the person leading me away to find the Zonak from earlier, guiding me away from the crowd. Something apologetic lingers in his eyes, though the rest of his face is carefully smoothed into apathy. With every step we take, the roaring in my ears grows louder. Betrothed to Prince Lamian. The words ring between my ears, but my mind can't seem to make sense of them. Everything is as it was moments ago, the courtyard flanking the familiar tower, the familiar trappings of the place I've grown to consider my home, and yet everything is different. Nothing will ever be the same. Stop! A familiar voice roars over my shoulder. I whirl toward the sound, burgeoning hope filling the gaps in my ribs as Tolman breaks through the crowd. Stop! He pants as he draws himself up. Etho, Ulsrath and I, along with the rest of the crowd, look on in horror as Tolman turns to face the king. Piper can't be joined with Lamian.
Chapter 26. Tolman. Robes rustle and whisper as everyone in the courtyard turns to me in shock. No one dare speak. Even the wind halts. The hooded one tilts his head, so silent that I swear I can hear the vertebrae of his neck pop. The guards lower their heads and raise their weapons, preparing for orders to attack. Etho prepares in turn, hand on the hilt of his dagger, deadly eyes drifting across everyone present. The very air feels dangerous, heavy and thick, electric. A storm above us builds and builds. The storm building in the hooded one's countenance is even more frightful. His head tilts in the other direction, slow, as though he is studying prey. I, of course, would be the prey. There are few Sazgoroth more experienced than me, but the hooded one's powers are world-bending, world-creating, world-ending. This is not a fight I can win, even with Etho on my side. And yet I keep my chin up in defiance. She cannot marry the prince. I will not allow it, no matter what may come. Etho, my old friend, stands next to me, shoulder to wing. You speak out of turn, Lamian, an arrogant prince, sneers. He's either not aware of his father's wrath, or fearless. He brushes his fine clothes as though my words have dirtied him, and then looks at Piper with speculation. I don't care for it all. Father, banish this wretch for his impudence and be done with it. You promised me the human. I find her pleasing enough to share my bed, and we all have places to be. The thought of this fool so much as laying a finger on Piper is unbearable. You cannot marry her. Why? Because your magic smoke visions told you she's yours instead? Convenient. Etho's lips pull back in a savage snarl. I take hold of his arm. The king could end us at any moment over this. I can't have him assaulting the prince, or we'll have no hope of survival. Because she's pregnant. My first outburst was indeed impudence, as the prince called it. Perhaps forgivable if the hooded one were in a gracious mood. This, impregnating a prince's prize, it is unforgivable. No one speaks, no one dares. Lightning arches across the sky, blinding in its violence. It sounds as though the sky is being ripped in two. Even the guards huddle together, eyeing the sky and the hooded one warily. A matron looks at me with disgust, as though I've confessed to taking an ergon. Now there is no doubt that the storm is the king's doing. Thunder rolls in the distance, menacing, and the clouds darken further. Beneath us, the ground shakes with his fury. In a world with so many ruthless, vicious demons, there is a reason he is king. He will show us if he must. For a moment, I think I've ended us all. He needs spawn. He won't touch Piper, not as long as she's capable of giving birth. But me? I'm valuable. Perhaps the most valuable Sazgaroth at court. I'm about to discover how valuable I truly am. I expect the Hooded One to erupt in rage, but he keeps his anger confined to the elements above and below. His voice is calm and measured when he finally speaks. His voice crackles and booms across the silent courtyard. Explain. I bow my head, but not without sneaking a glance at Piper. Her lips are curled in a snarl nearly as ferocious as Ethtock's, and her eyes burn, molten with rage. She looks as though she'd like to cut me down where I stand. Even if I survive the king's wrath, I might yet be singed by hers. My speech is for Piper as much as the crowd around us. Those of you who know me well know that I do not make mistakes. I am meticulous, well-studied, and ruthless in my pursuit of perfection. I'm a little confused as to where this is going, Lamian scoffs. Get to the part where your meticulous, well-studied, ruthless shaft knocked up my mate. I fell in love with her. My voice is not so smooth now. It cracks, uncertain. This is no lecture to acolytes. I am no expert here. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to, but she... Piper's eyes widen and a rush of whispers echo in the courtyard. I speak quickly, afraid the Hooded One will strike me dead at any moment. These are likely the last words that will escape my lips, and I need her to hear them. No matter how furious she is at me, I need her to know the depth of my love. She has powerful magic and a wild heart. She takes what she deserves and she fights for what is hers, what she loves. The life she had on Protheka would have broken anyone else. And yet she stands here, proud as a regent. She should have had nothing, and she is worthy of a prince. How could I not love her? Piper's expression softens as the prince's hardens. The prince makes a face. Has anyone else fallen irrevocably in love with my woman? I also... Etho clears his throat, looking sheepish. It could be either of ours, really. I love her too. He looks at Piper, eyes warm. His words are short, but his confession is true. I can tell he means it with every fiber of his being. Piper scowls at her feet, arms crossed over her chest. I'd hoped my words would soften her heart, but our betrayal has been deep. I'm about to speak once more, but the Hooded One speaks again. You are well within your rights to challenge them for her hand, the Hooded One says, deceptively lazy in his offer. He's granted his son the right to slaughter us where we stand. I shut my eyes. Didn't I know it would come to this when I first spoke? But instead of charging at me, Lamian heaves a sigh. Challenge them? For what? Their filthy broodmare? For all I know, she was screwing the palace Zonax too. It'll be a miracle if her whelpling doesn't come out with 5 horns. I want to kill him for impugning her honor, but he makes no move to fight for her at all. The guards lower their weapons, and the air grows easy once again. Is that all? Etho and I stare at each other in disbelief. Surely a bolt of lightning will escape the sky at any moment and roast us where we stand. It appears as though the king considers it, but then his hooded figure relaxes. Very well. The Hooded One nods. If that is your choice, then so be it. I will uphold your will. The ground beneath our feet calms and the storm retreats. Either he's decided to spare us or to kill us without his son's assistance. I rock on the balls of my feet, prepared to fight. It has been decided that this human belongs to Tolman and Etho, unless there are any further objections. Prince Lamian looks like he might complain some more, but he glances at his father and shuts his mouth instead. The prince might be spoiled, and a favored son of the king, but even he knows when to push his luck. Then we shall return to the palace. Guards? Footsteps thunder in unison, and the guards flank the king. The prince's guards follow, and the servants follow 10 paces behind. A few of the matrons linger, eager for gossip, but we are all too stunned to provide anything for them to chew on. They leave, scoffing as they go. Soon the elaborate procession has left, and the last matron has ventured inside for refreshments. I risk a glance up, and then immediately shake myself. The sky is clearer than I've ever seen it. I've never seen it without some sort of storm brewing above. It's almost as though the hooded one is relieved by the turn of events, content. The weather is intrinsically linked to his mood. But how can that be? How can he possibly be pleased to be defied in such a public manner? Thinking of the hooded one as happy is almost stranger than seeing a sky with no clouds. No, definitely stranger. What is going on here? Most suspicious. Etho stretches his wings. Would you prefer he burned us to death with summoned lightning? I rather thought that was where this was all going, if we're being honest. No, but even you must admit this turn of events has been most strange. The hooded one does not tolerate defiance easily. We've stolen a bride from his son, and he's done nothing. Yes, it's refreshing. I'm quite intending to enjoy being alive. Enjoy your constant brooding. He's planning something. I'm sure of it. If only I can figure out what. Plots and intrigue and lies, Piper scoffs. With you two involved? Who would have thought it possible? Ah, yes. Piper is still pissed. My speech might have warmed her for a moment, but her eyes are hard on mine. Unyielding. Her teeth grind together so tightly I worry they might break, and her hands are clenched into fists at her side. I raise my hands, palms out in supplication. I understand that you're upset. You think I'm just upset? All of this, and you think I'm, what? Peeved? Grouchy? A little uptight? Seriously? Her eyes flash. You understand nothing. I exchange a look with Etho. Our lives have been spared, and Piper is not the property of the prince. We should be ecstatic. Instead, he looks as worried as I feel. He reaches out to her, but she takes a step back. A happy ending together is only possible if Piper agrees, and at this moment she looks anything but happy. My heart twists. It would be awful enough if she were only angry, but she looks hurt. We've lied to her, betrayed her in the most painful way. Can she forgive us?
Chapter 27. Piper. It's a struggle to remain collected after everything that's come to light. Tolman and Etho are hot on my heels as I storm into the tower, taking the steps 2 at a time. I'm not sure what my next move is, but I want to gather the few things that I have and go anywhere else but here. Hell, I'll take the sinking ship over this crap. Piper, wait! Tolman pleads. Hear me out. He deserves the opportunity to explain himself. I know he does, but there is a rage burning inside of me that is difficult to quench. I don't know what will happen to us if I can't contain it. Leave me alone. I reach the door to my room, hesitating before throwing it open. There's a substantial part of me that wants to raze this tower to the ground, and all of Tith with it. But I can't do it. I can't shut them out. In front of his king, Tolman confessed his love for me. And so did Etho. They risked their very lives to save me from my fate, and even challenged that cad of a prince. Doesn't that count for something? I can feel them come to a sudden stop behind me, as if I'm as tempestuous as I feel. They don't dare breathe a word. I grip the handle so hard my knuckles turn white, and when I finally find my voice, it's barely a whisper. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't, Tolman begins, struggling for the words in a rare display of uncertainty. It wasn't. He wanted to protect you, Etho finishes, daring to take a step forward. Like we all did. Piper, you don't understand. We can't just defy our king. But you did, I say, turning on my heel to face them. Both have a decidedly guilty expression, though Tolman can't raise his gaze from the floor. It's so unlike him that I almost laugh out loud. It throws water on my fiery spirit, and I realise what it must have taken for them to risk everything. Ethtak's jaw firms. Do you imagine that we wanted to hand you over? Why do you think Tolman has been stalling in your practice? My heart skips a beat. He did try to take his time with me, delaying the inevitable when I was busy exploring the depths of my power. The hints were there, if only I'd paid attention. From the first meeting with the king, I should have realised. We didn't think there was any other way, Ethtak continues, and we had no idea what his true plans were for you until yesterday. Finally, Tolman raises his gaze, which flickers to my stomach for the briefest second before those guilty yellow eyes find mine. I couldn't bear to steal your joy, Piper. Maybe it was selfish, but I wanted to keep you for as long as the 7 allowed. Will you forgive me? I consider them harder than I ought to. The other demons regard me as little more than a vessel, but these two, they love me, and they have kept me safe when they could have just given me away. Tolman surrendered his high standing among the court. He'll be a laughingstock now, but instead of mitigating the situation, he's chased me all the way to my quarters. The tension in the air thickens, and I have to say something. Did you mean what you said out there? I know the answer, but I just want to hear it again. Do you love me? Yes, comes his answer, unbidden. I do. I glance to Ethtak, whose dark lips turn up. Of course. Their sincerity is undeniable, and as Tolman approaches, I can taste the electric bite of his chaos magic surging around him. I would never dare to stop you from leaving, Piper, but I want you to stay with us. I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. A naughty smile finds me. Well, I do have a few conditions. Anything. My smile broadens. I don't think you'll be keen on the first one, but it's something important to me, nonetheless. When he doesn't protest, I sigh and show my hand. I want Ulstrath to be made a permanent part of your household. That freezes the look on his face to something sour. I don't care where you put him. Create a position for him. Make him chief of security for all I care. But I want him around. I need a friend, and he's shown himself to be a good one. Ethtak nudges Tolman, who grimaces. I have a feeling it's more an act than true hesitation, and when he waves a hand, my smile turns into a grin. Fine. I'll let the Volvath in if it makes you happy. Thank you, I say, bouncing on the balls of my feet in muted excitement at the notion. Ulstrath will be happy to hear it. I sober at the thought of my next condition. The second is, and there is to be no exception, that you are to never keep something so important from me again. If it has anything to do with me, I need to know. Agreed, they say in unison. Good. I take in their expressions, guarded but hopeful. It's a terribly good feeling to be stringing 2 powerful demons along, forcing them to hang on my every word, but I'm not here to torture them either. I tilt my head, realising I'm pretty powerful myself. And the next time a whiny little prince gets between me and them, I won't be so agreeable. My expression softens to something forgiving. Thank you, and I love you too, both of you. Their relief is palpable, and Ethtak closes the distance first, never one to hesitate. Tolman hangs back even as I'm gathered into the Trollver's arms. Ethtak's red eyes are full of affection as he kisses me hard. I accept, lifting up on my toes just to reach him. Tolman issues a little growl. Don't be selfish. He relinquishes my lips and tucks my red hair behind one ear. Let me enjoy this moment, Sosgaroth, he says, as if they're not close friends. She said she loves me. I squirm under the attention. There's enough of me to go around, you know. I protest with a giggle as Tolman looms over us. Is there? Comes his cool tone, though I know he's only teasing. Yes, but I pull away from Etho long enough to grab the door handle again. We haven't even made it to the bedroom yet. With a wave and a sizzle of magic, Tolman throws the door open, and Etho draws me into the dark, kissing me at every opportunity. Candles burst into flame as I'm laid out on the bed, Etho distracting me with another heavy kiss, or tongues dancing. Oh, this is getting hot. Too hot for YouTube, unfortunately. Find all the sordid details you can handle over at worldsofprotheka.com. Using code YouTube30 will yield you fantastic savings on some great content. On with the show.
Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 28. Ulstrath. My heart stops the second I see her, just like it always does. I don't think I'll ever get used to how beautiful Piper is, and when she turns around, spotting me standing on the edge of her new property, her eyes light up. Damn, it kills me when she looks that excited to see me. Like always, my heart kicks into high gear as she rushes toward me, and I catch her carefully. The news has spread among tith about the magic human's pregnancy, and I don't want to hurt her. I've just gotten to where I'll hug her back after a lot of coaxing and begging. Piper swears she set Tolman straight, and that's the only reason I dared to come out here. What do you think? She asks as she throws a glance back at the massive manor. I thought that we needed more space and privacy with so many of us living here. I beam. Are you sure you want me to stay here too? I'm perfectly fine in the barracks. Piper clutches my arms as she gives me a stern look. You are the new head of security. I need around-the-clock watch, and you can't do that if you don't stay here. She leans in a little closer as a smile tugs at her lips. Besides, I need as many friends as I get, and I like having you around. My breath catches in my throat, and I don't catch myself before I tell her, I like being around you. Quickly, I try to amend it. You are such a good friend and a badass with your magic. You don't need me at all. She rolls her eyes. Don't sell yourself short when you know you shouldn't be. Her words hit me harder than she realizes, and when her other two demons appear, I struggle to get a hold of myself as she dashes away. Piper is the only one who sees me. She doesn't look at my rank, my status, or my past failures. She sees my skill and my grit, and she admires that. Gods, it's why I can't get enough of her. Ulstrath! I turn around to see Etho waving at me. Our little human overlord has sent us to fetch quite a lot for the house. Come help? I appreciate he isn't bossing me around, and I see Piper nod at him before waving at me. I rush over to where Tolman has set up a portal to filter the new furnishings from the shop to the estate directly. How lucky we are to have a Sazgroth in this instance. I duck through the portal, lifting a small cushioned seating piece, and when I emerge back at the manor, I see Piper leading us all inside. She tells us where to put each item, rearranging them as we go to retrieve more, and after endless trips, we have finally moved all her pieces into the house. I pause as I re-enter the house, taking in the pieces around the dining room, the entry space, and the sitting areas. It hits me that Tolman hunted down handmade pieces because half of them are human-sized. Do you love it? I look down at the little firecracker that has popped up beside me. It looks great in here. Piper grins. Thank you. I wanted everyone to be comfortable, and I thought it might be nice for us to all feel at home. I walk farther into the sitting room looking around, and I take note of how the decoration pieces, too, are for both her and our comfort. There are tapestries depicting great battles, spell books, and baubles depicting storms and demons in flight. But I also see human books, potted plants, and little farm touches that remind me of Piper's stories of Protheka. You've brought pieces of all of us here. I turn to see she's followed me, watching me carefully. That's so thoughtful. She cups my face, pushing up on her toes so that we aren't that far apart with me bending down. I value all of you, and I want you to be happy here. With a smirk, she whispers, "Isn't this better than the barracks?" I chuckle. I'll have to consider it. It's noticeably lacking of blood. Wrinkling her nose, Piper scoffs. That's a selling point? I loop a strand of her hair around my finger. It is for a warrior. Well, you are just going to have to deal with the depictions on the wall because this house is strictly mess-free. It's called a compromise. My eyes dart down to her lips involuntarily. I guess I can make that work. Good. She sounds almost as breathless as I feel, and when she pulls me closer, my chest feels like it's going to explode. My whole body's electrified, and even though she bypasses my lips to press a soft kiss to my cheek, I still feel the brush of her mouth against my skin through my whole body. She's just a friend, I remind myself. Nothing more. But staring into her bright eyes, it's hard to believe that thought. Why can't she be something more? Sweet girl. Tolman's voice makes me jerk back. Oh yeah, that's why. Piper doesn't look flustered, though. She just spins around to see both of her demon mates that are now looming in the doorway. Neither seem enraged by me, but they are eyeing the distance between Piper and I. Neither of them says anything to me, though. Are you hungry after your long day of work? Etho teases. She bounces forward, and Tolman holds a hand out to her. She takes it, and Etho wraps an arm around her shoulders, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. Piper leans into their touch easily, and my heart twinges as I watch them. I'm not even jealous of Tolman and Etho. They make her happy, and one of them is the father of her child, though no one seems curious which one. No, I don't mind that she has other mates. I just wish that I could touch her so freely. I want what they have, to be part of it all, even if I shouldn't. She's just a friend. I sigh under my breath as I turn back around, and I smile as I see the warrior pieces that Piper gathered for the house to make me feel at home. At least I know that I am important to her in some way, and maybe one day when I've finally been promoted and am a higher rank, I will be worthy of Piper. Maybe then I'll be able to give her all I want to and stop having to hold myself back, but not yet.
Chapter 29. Asmodeus. The silence of my throne room is deafening. Without the chatter of the guards or the murmurs of my council members, there is nothing to distract me from the singularity of my failure. Well, failure in the broadest sense of the term. My son, Prince Lamian, has stormed off in a huff after losing his human mate. But it is not so great a loss as he might have mishandled the human called Piper if he managed to get his claws into her. I had worried over his sour temperament since he fell out of his mother, but he is my eldest, and I had to ensure that I did not disgrace the burning throne by offering her to a lesser being. She is one of a kind. It was my mistake leaving her with a creature such a Tolman. Though he is in fine standing with the council, he also has a gentle streak that does not serve his constitution well. I stand abruptly, put off by the thought. Ever since the humans arrived in Tith, my subordinates have begun to change in ways I could never have anticipated. They take in the humans like refugees, not gifts, as they are intended. They breed with them like partners, not chattel. Maybe I am missing something. I adjourn to my sprawling suites where my personal staff are already in wait, black sashes concealing their empty sockets. One removes the cape from my shoulders, and another offers to take my gauntlets. "My king," one says with the utmost reverence. "Do you want us to bring up your usual supper?" My usual. I consider it as they remove the breastplate from my chest and unfasten the greaves from around my shins. I let a scant few see what's beneath my armor, and fewer still survive it once they do. These Volvoth servants, their eyes have been plucked from their heads, so when I let my hood fall back, they do not go blind a second time. Or we can have some seared elf brought up, the other suggests. Elf. It is a delicacy that I've come to enjoy quite a lot since we've arrived in Protheka, so tender and filled with their brand of magic. The younger, the better, I have found to satisfy my palate, but the foiling of my plans has robbed me of my appetite for cooked fare, so I dismiss the notion. My usual will suffice. Yes, my king, they say in unison. One drapes a robe around my hardened figure, bare, but for the heavy scars marring my flesh from our transference to this planet. But it's their sightlessness that spares them from the worst of my disfigurement, the one that can drive Sazgaroth off the lip of the island out of madness. Their Volvoth fingers make quick work of the tie around my waist before they dismiss themselves from my presence. The emptiness I had fled comes pouring back into my sweets, and I light a fire in the hearth with the snap of my fingers. Maybe its flames will make for good company. In them I see many things. The murmur of my underlings all about the castle, the whispers of my enemies, those that have yet to face the demons in their skies, speaking on things they know nothing about. It is how I watch, though many think I'm held up in my quarters as blind as my servants. Tonight I watch through a candle, flickering forgotten in a corner. The images spark of the woman Piper and her faithful demons. They cherish her, body and soul, more completely than my son would have managed, and their passion is unmistakable. I wonder if that is how she had come to be pregnant in the first place, the Sazgaroth and Trollvor taking turns, at first, then claiming her together. To any other witness it might have been titillating, but I am beyond such notions, only finding the tripling distasteful. How powerful her child could have been if it had shared my blood, the blood of Lamian. It would have been a force to be reckoned with, perhaps even outpacing my great power. I could only imagine. Still, it is a child of mixed breed. Tolman is a powerful enough Sazgaroth, and even the Trollver's weak blood will suffice. Nevertheless, it is a child that will be of Tith, a citizen of my realm, to be shaped by the unrelenting hand of chaos. It will not be its mother's child. I am satisfied in that thought when the door to my suite opens again, and a cart is wheeled in with my usual fare. My loyal servants roll it in front of me as I am reclined on a hard leather couch. It is a large tray big enough to contain half a benmu, if I so desired it. But tonight it contains something else, something far more delectable. "My king," says one, rolling it to a stop, "as you commanded." I bite my scarred lip. "Very good. Now make yourselves scarce." They bow and disappear as quickly as they appeared. I listen for the slight rustle of my meal beneath the tray lid, waiting until my gut tightens, and I can't wait any longer. Though it's made of obsidian, I pull the lid free with ease to reveal my tender sample for the evening. She is bound with wire that cuts into her succulent flesh, and in her mouth is an exotic fruit that silences all but the slightest muffles from her taut throat. She is naked, exposing her chest to me as if presenting them, a drizzle of benmu blood chasing down her front to her open thighs, which are pulled to either side to reveal her stuffed core and ass, overfull with vegetables the Sazgaroth have summoned from below. The human's eyes are squeezed tight at first, but when the tray comes away, they flare open, falling on me instantly. She sees me. I know she does because the delicious scent of fear rolls off of her, and she wriggles against her bindings while her throat works madly in a muffled scream. I take the scent of unfettered terror in through my slitted nostrils. Insanity will come shortly, so I have to make this quick. before she loses her mind entirely. Her eyes are saucers as I lean over her, observing the beautiful swell of her body that will make her a fine specimen for the evening. I catch the tip of the vegetable poking out of her and twist it hard, shoving it deeper in so that she lets out a sob, a pathetic sound. Beautiful, I tell her, drawing a claw down her front to sample the blood there. You are a fine catch. She shakes her head, squeezing her eyes shut again, but that is not how this works. I snatch her jaw and force her to look at me, pitying the waste of her perfect body. At least it will be given to the Urgin before day's end, so it won't be a total loss. Look at me, I growl, unless you want me to cut away your eyelids. Her eyes flare open again, round as the wretched sun above. I need you afraid for this to work, beautiful one. Her throat works again, and I know she's trying to plead with me before the madness takes hold. Tears well in her pretty eyes, but the connection is made. She is snared, and it's only a matter of time before she is mine completely. They tress you humans up like this every time, and I'm starting to suspect it's for their own pleasure. For I only need your soul.